melting spray, and I just might. Wonderful, wonderful viewers on this day of the sun. Shout out to you if you are here for the first time. I am Medina, your resident psychic medium here. I actually don't like to use the word psychic, more medium, oracle, wise woman, woo lady. You guys feel free to call me whatever you like, except for broke. Anyways, if this is your first time here and you're not used to what I do here, you may be a little hostile towards it. It's not your thing. I understand completely. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And while I appreciate you joining me thus far, I invite you to leave with blessings and abundance from me so that you are not hostile to the type of commentary that we do here on Beyond the Veil. If you are not a first timer, if you're a regular viewer, or an OG Busted baby, happy Sunday, happy day of the sun. Welcome. Hi, Jay the Steez. Happy Sunday to you, dear. I am exceptionally okay. Oh, Jasmine. Hey. You switched it up on me. Good to see you this morning, dear. Happy Sunday to you. How are you? One second. I feel like I need some melting spray. Ugh. Excuse me if you can see my butt. And of course, it's in the bathroom where I will not be going. Excuse me if y'all could see my butt. Happy Sunday. I'm going to let you guys. Okay, good. Happy Sunday to you guys. If you are just filtering in, I'm going to let you guys come on in while I take my morning supplements. We've got women's multivitamins because I'm a 38-year-old woman and my body says, give us the extra support. So I take VitaFusion Women's Multi, supports energy, metabolism, bone, and immune health. These are gummies and they're delicious. No artificial sweeteners, no gluten, no high fructose corn syrup, no dairy. Thank you. No synthetic FD&C dyes. We've got vitamin A, vitamin C, D3E, niacin, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, the whole complex, biotin, pantothenic acid, calcium, iodine, zinc, chromium, because the girl got a ride on chrome, sodium, all that, the good elements off the periodic table. And then these here, get into it. Wild oregano oil with black seed oil. I actually use black seed in my woo. I use it for protection work. So in the fuck around and find out, and any other woo that I do that has protection in it, I do use black seed. So I also pop one of these oregano oil and black seed oil capsules a day. And I don't have any. Yes, I do have water near me. All right. Now that I have my daily supplements out of the way, I usually have those done already, like when I go to the gym, but I didn't go to the gym this morning, so I'm a little late on my routine. Happy Sunday, Jarrell. Happy Sunday, Mel B. Happy Sunday, Diamond. Happy Sunday to everybody joining me. I am a woo lady. In life, you need protection from things. Baked Bizquick. I feel like you're a troll, and if you are, you're gonna get blocked really soon. Nevertheless, happy Sunday to everybody. Welcome to Beyond the Veil. I am your resident medium. I am Adina, and I am happy to meet you. If this is your first time here, let me let you know what I do. I am a medium, and we do readings on this channel, amongst other things. And I understand that I'm not everybody's cup of tea. So if I am not your cup of tea and that's not your thing, I invite you to leave here peacefully. I send blessings with you. And I wish you no harm, but I invite you not to stay where you're going to be hostile or troll and get yourself into a little conundrum with Big Mama Busset. And if you are friendly to this type of community, as I am friendly to all of you, I welcome you to stay and make yourself at home. It's really cool over here. Anyways, and shout out to all of my regular viewers and subscribers, the Busted Babies. You're more than welcome to stay, Baked Bisquick. More than welcome to stay. So, today is another celebrity soup and hot topic day. I told you guys I was gonna come back and talk about Ray J, but I did not yesterday. I took yesterday off. What happened yesterday? Yesterday was Saturday. Something was going on. I went somewhere. I did something. Maybe. I don't remember. Okay. Anyway, so here I am. We'll talk about Ray J and we'll talk about some other things that I think are pertaining to the greater good. I know a lot of time we, do readings and things on other people, but this morning I was in communication with my spirit. So I was in meditation about myself. As you guys may or may not know, Saturn recently went direct on the 29th, on the 28th and the 29th. Saturn stationed direct in Pisces, and it has been retrograde. Um, it started off retrograde in Aries, and Moon walked its way back to Pisces, and I believe it's been there since late August or September. Now, Spirit brought that to my attention because I did feel the shift when I did feel the change within myself when Saturn stationed direct, even though I wasn't aware that that's what the transit was until I looked at my natal chart app to see why I was feeling the way I felt. Um, a little bit more resolute about things that I've been going back and forth over for the past few months. Some other things that coincided with the retrograde of Saturn in Pisces was the SNAP benefits being taken away or under attack, the government shut down, um, and some other financial and governmental um, events happened while Pluto went direct. And then, right as Saturn was getting ready to go, when it went retrograde, as Saturn was getting ready to go direct, the government started again. I don't hear anything else about the SNAP benefits, but also it went direct on Black Friday. What did you hear about me, Maverick? Now, that is when I became aware of what I felt like was a universal message to humanity during Black Friday. Saturn went direct in Pisces, the house of escapism, amongst other things. Amongst other things, Pisces rules escapism. The place that we go to escape and avoid reality. Okay? So, Black Friday being while Pluto was stationing direct in Pisces was an opportunity to good Sunday, sissy. Hello, my gorgeous, my pretty sissy Barbie. I felt like, well, let me just say this. The message came to me that I'm about to probe into when I was preparing for my trip to Jacksonville for Thanksgiving. I was watching the weather to see how I needed to dress. The weather forecast was 70 to 80-degree temperatures in Florida all week, except for Black Friday. The day after Thanksgiving, the temperature dropped significantly and it went down to the 30s. Immediately after Black Friday, though, Saturday, Sunday, and for the rest of the following week, back up to the 70s and 80s. And I thought, when I saw that on the news, I thought that's interesting. Um, and my immediate thought was, well, that's a sign. If the people never needed a sign before, as if we don't need to be told not to be mass consumers, especially in times where we're crying about being broke. This is a sign because sometimes humans need obvious signs because we just don't get it. Even when we do get it, we forget that we got it. We forget. Soon as something shiny is dangled in our face, we prove, y'all, I say y'all because they know we, people prove themselves to be the sheep that they have been called. So when I saw that the only day out of last week and this coming week that was cold was Black Friday, I said, oh, not that I'm a Black Friday shopper anyway. Thank you, Quinn. No, y'all ain't have to delete Quinn. Jasmine, I did look amazing in that bathing suit. I look amazing now too. Y'all can unhide Quinn. Let the people come through and tell the goddess how great she looked in her bathing suit. Y'all know I am Venusian on the sun and the rising. Libra sun, Taurus rising. Come through now. If y'all want to stop the conversation to give the girl her flowers. I mean, I put on a red lip with black. So I meant to be seen today. I feel like the older I get, the more my laugh, it either gets witchier or it gets some more smoker's cough. See, that's the witchy version. I can't help it. I want to stop it, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm 38, y'all. These my last few years of my 30s. I'm finna be in my 40s. So maybe I got an auntie laugh now. Maybe it's not witchy. Maybe it's an auntie laugh. And there's a smoker one. I don't know what's going on. 40 suck. I'm sorry, your 40 suck, but I can't believe you. I got a family full of women and it's hundreds of us in my family. My closest cousins are 40 and they lit. Our family name is Young. We get younger as we get older. We get better. So I can't relate. I'm sorry your 40 suck, but let me invite you to one of our cookouts so you can get some of this energy because we don't. We don't have that experience. My cousins say 40s is lit. They sex drive went up. They money good. They good. Everything is good. They got more energy. They got more, more life, man. And they look younger and better than ever. I look younger and, well, maybe not younger, but better than ever. Okay. Back to the message that my spirits told me to deliver. So anyways, not that I'm a mass consumer anyways. I don't shop a lot. I like to spend money on things that make more money or things that make me happy, not things that make y'all look happy. I mean, not things that make other people happy. So Black Friday is not an issue for me, but if it ever was, because I knew I was going to be out of town with my family, and a lot of them, like to Christmas shop on Black Friday. So I thought, well, If I do hit any stores, I ain't spending no money on because I hadn't planned on spending money anyways. I only spend money when I plan on it. Everything with me is planned down to the T. I have a stellium in my Virgo house. So everything is down to a T, and very rarely do I deviate from my plans unless I plan to deviate from my plans. So, anyways, that was my first indicator that the divine is saying, y'all need to stay y'all asses in the house and out of those people's stores because the temperature dropped. And that was well enough reason for me. But then I was recalled about the Saturn moving direct in Pisces. And I thought, message confirmed. Message confirmed. And so I am going to now, again, Pisces rules, amongst other things, escapism. And shopping is a form of escape, especially with what we've been going through in the United States of America and even in the world. This year alone, everybody has been crying. Ever since Trump was elected, nobody has had a day of peace. There's been complaining about everything that's being done by the administration. There's not a day that goes by that the people do not complain. Not saying that y'all don't have reasons to, but I'm saying for the whole year, there has been nothing but complaints about how poor we're doing in this country, how broke we are, how they're stripping away all of our luxuries, all of our money, all of our securities. And the moment you get tested to that theory, you fail. Now let me tell you, Saturn is the teacher that comes with the test. Saturn is a test. It is karmic and it takes a long time. So if you fail a Saturn lesson, then you got to repeat that course. You don't just get to retake the test. You have to repeat the course. And sometimes the second course might be a little bit more intense because it wasn't driven home the first time. How did the world forget about their state of woe on a Friday called Black Friday? I saw an article reported that it could have been fake because people are saying those numbers wouldn't have come back, but they were reporting record online sales this year for Black Friday, meaning it might have been cold. So the people ain't leave the house, but y'all was on those devices hitting add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. As my spirits were talking to me about this morning, and I said, well, is this a message for the people? They said yes, because what comes next, don't cry about it. Use your gadgets to wipe your tears and your fears. It's not a punishment, it's cause and effect. So it's only a punishment if you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And we're not here to be mass consumers. We're not here for that. And the things that we've been experiencing in the world, the oppression, the heaviness, the tension, is to cause us to snap out of our place of complacency and being laborers and then consumers. And we've had every opportunity, and the people have been doing a good job until holiday season rolls around and you guys have to put your mouth where your money is. And so it was my thought that the collective failed this Saturn test, but that was just my thought. Let me test it with the oracles. And I'm getting the oracles because this is a message to us. I'm not reading celebrities right now. I'm reading me and you or y'all because I ain't got nothing to do with this. I mean, I used to like to say us because it made us feel it made me feel inclusive and it made nobody feel left out. But 'tis the season for things to be what they are. So I won't include myself in that foolishness because I don't. I don't live that kind of lifestyle. Let me see though. Let me see what y'all got going on. Why wouldn't they say fleece us of everything? Why wouldn't they? If I had a business where I mass produce and sold products, which I used to, I did used to mass produce all of my holistic and herbal remedies and medicines because the demand arose during COVID. But after COVID, when people stopped fearing their health, people stopped caring about their holistic health, and I stopped having to mass produce. So when there is a crisis, people care. And if I was in the business of manufacturing and selling, you goddamn right. You goddamn right. I'd fleece y'all asses out of everything too. Because the moment I thought that I would have compassion, y'all would have proved me wrong come Black Friday. And I would have been mad because everybody else who knew better than to have compassion, they would have been balling because y'all was still out there making it rain. So why, this is what I'm saying about the lesson being harder after you do not acknowledge karmic Saturn lessons. How many times have we had the opportunity to show these companies and the government itself that we mean business? We don't like this. We don't like the cost of living. We don't like this, and that. So if we stand still and don't move, things would happen. But why would they not fleece people if they hear them complaining about being broke all year? And then Black Friday comes and the powers that be are sitting there holding their breath because they listen to y'all. So they're nervous come Black Friday. Let's see. Let's see if the people really are done with us. Let's see if we've lost our grip on them. Oh no, 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 no. No, no, no. They ain't really broke. They ain't really broke. They can afford it. So why would anybody not fleece you? And maybe just maybe this is the lesson that um that Saturn teaches. Nobody can come get me, not even you. You can't do nothing with me, Vivian. If I'm your auntie or if I was your little sister, you can't fuck with me. Girl, I'm glad Jasmine got you up out of here before you got your ass handed to you because who gonna come get me when everybody's assembled here to see me, bitch? And she looks good in the process. So which one of y'all was gonna come get auntie and do what with me besides learn? Tuh. You hoes better get in formation. It's Big Mama Busset, not the little one. I almost wanted her ass to stay too. Vivian, hard woman. No wonder why you over here hating, hard woman. You probably is a hard 21. Very hard, very sturdy, might I add. You probably done went through your whole savings trying to get them Black Friday sales. Broke as hell. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here in Maybelline lipstick in a brassiere giving cheetah girls. Up in my chat talking about somebody come get auntie. Clearly you came to get auntie. You came to get some of auntie and got booted out just as quick as you came. Girl, get out of here with your fan self. Y'all just be fanning, standing. Can't take it. Can't take it. Child. If I was a hard ass 21, I'd feel away too. Good. Back to the message at hand. I'm going to see what the divine has to say about this because I don't want to just be going in on my opinions and assumptions about what should or shouldn't have been done. But again, maybe the fleecing is required. It's necessary. How will people learn if they ain't getting fleeced? Because getting fleeced ain't making nobody learn. So that's why I said there will be harder lessons if collectively we failed this Saturn retrograde, because Saturn goes retrograde to stop and help you review. That's what all retrogrades are, reviews. Saturn, though, Saturn and Pluto are the last planets that I want to fail a test on, and I have. I failed many. I'm sorry about that, RJW. I'm sorry. Are you still behaving that way this year? Most High Mother and Father God, first and foremost, thank you. Thank you for the life in all of our bodies. That's still grace, because some of us don't deserve that. Nevertheless, thank you for numerous opportunities that we get from things that we think are bad luck, bad transits, punishments. Our opportunities, it's the divine pleading with us to get something together before it's too late. So thank you for those opportunities that present themselves as challenges, but the wise acknowledge them as opportunities. Thank you for wisdom. Thank you for everybody here that is a product of wisdom and not a product of foolishness, because fools will get burned around here. And that is the only fate for a fool at Beyond the Veil with Adina. We promote wisdom and heirs of wisdom. Thank you for all the heirs of wisdom that join me today. Thank you for YouTube being a successful platform so that I can shenanigan with my friends. And thank you for my gift. Spirit, I ask a message from the oracles, from the divine oracles that came before me that chose not to reincarnate but be guides to ancestor oracles like me. Give me a message about this Saturn transit going direct from retrograde in the house of escapism on Black Friday. Is there a message in that? And if not, may I have a message for the collective from Saturn and its current retrograde? Saturn has to have something to say since it just came to teach humanity a lesson. What is the message for the collective from Saturn in regards to its retrograde, its station of direct, and how we have integrated that experience into our evolution? Adjustments are required and in reverse. This is a fail. Like I thought. Adjustments are required, but in reverse, which means the adjustments did not take place. Saturn comes to show where adjustments are needed. We did not adjust collectively. So this is in reverse because the adjustments are still required. You are good enough. This is full moon in Virgo. On the other side of Pisces is Virgo. That's the sister sign to Pisces. So Virgo rules, amongst other things, our day-to-day habits, routines, work, employment, physical health, our physical incarnation here, our physical body, as the Pisces could rule the spirit body. Virgo, on the other end, is the physical experience here. Virgo Pisces is the quintessent, the astrological as above, so below, with Pisces as the as above and Virgo as the so below. It also is one of the signs of value, as all the earth signs have something to do with value, monetary value, things like that. Virgo house in astrology is the house of work, your job, employment. Okay? So we are more than just laborers who go to consumption to escape. But this is also a larger message. I'll pull the third one to get it out. Work through your fears. New moon in Scorpio. Ironically, my Saturn in my natal chart is in my eighth house, which is traditionally Scorpio, but my eighth house is actually Sagittarius. My seventh house of relationship is Scorpio. Nevertheless, working through your fears is the exact opposite of escapism, is it not? Because you escape, or escapism is there to help us escape things that we don't want to confront or face. Saturn going retrograde in Pisces was removing the illusion off of humanity. Pisces is all about illusions, delusions, even, which is why low vibrational Pisces is delusional. Think Janae Aiko. I know y'all think she's very high vibe, but she gives very low vibrational to me. Um, Erica Badu, she goes in between very high vibrational to very low vibrational to me, in my opinion. But that's what I'm saying about the Pisces. And a low vibrational Pisces, they're not delusional just because I wanted to call them that. The escapism, though, you can wrap yourself up in your own reality, even if it's not founded or grounded in any reality. So you're just out here in a la la land that's not based in any reality. Like the relationship with Big Sean between Janae, that is an example of Piscean escapism, because her devotion to him doesn't seem to be grounded in anything tangible or real. No engagement, no marriage, no real commitment. But something was manifested, which was the baby. Something out of something non real came something real. But still, something real came from that, from an illusion. But the illusion never was wholly cemented. It was her escape. She stayed in it as long as it was what she believed it was. And so that is what escapism is. Drugs fall under the rulership of Pisces, or Neptune, which rules Pisces, because drugs is an escape route. People do them to escape various realities, traumas, and things that they don't want to necessarily be conscious or present for. So this card saying work through your fears in reverse means the collective conscious, or the collective, still is looking for ways to escape its reality instead of living in the reality, which is the only way the adjustments that are required can be made. Let's clear this up real quick, and then I'll get on to Ray J, because I know y'all ain't signed up for me to come for y'all, but that's the part of what my job is, not just to entertain. And moving forward, my Saturn retrograde showed me how I've been escaping hard work and my responsibilities. And I did take a break. I've been very inconsistent since maybe September on this channel. Once YouTube gave me that award for me being in their top 20 um, content uploaders, meaning I was giving you guys a lot of content, I didn't realize that I was. I had actually been beating myself up because in my mind, I needed to go harder. And YouTube was like, girl, you in the top 20%. And when I realized that, I was like, okay, I've been beating myself up thinking that I'm not doing a good job when I've been outperforming my peers when it comes to providing content. Not saying good content, because other people have bigger platforms that you guys enjoy. But as far as providing, as far as me being here and utilizing my gifts, I was working. And I didn't notice that until YouTube told me. And so I said, it's okay for me to give myself a little break here. And it just so happened that my uncle and my aunt were ready to go ahead and list their house after months of pondering it over. And so I thought, okay, I can give myself a little break so that I can focus on getting their house sold. Um, but my Saturn retrograde came at the beginning. It went retrograde when YouTube told me that I was in the top 20% of uploaders, content creators. And so I was in a state of delusion before then because I thought that I wasn't doing as good as the goals I set for myself. YouTube said, let me clarify that for you. And then I said, okay, thank you for that clarity. Now I can rest. Pisces also rules the house of rest. The 12th house, which is the Pisces house, has hospitals under its rulerships, hotels, mental institutions, prisons. Now, hear me out. That ain't a spa, but definitely when you're in those bitches, you ain't got no choice but to rest and take a break from everything you've been doing and think about some things. So that's kind of what I gave myself. And now that Saturn is going direct, ironically, for the past few days, I've been beating myself up again because I've been feeling like, all right, girl, you better get back on your shit and get consistent. And now all these new ideas are welling up for me as far as a schedule of content. So I will be back on my every other day steez. And I'm also trying to structure my channel or structure beyond the veil, give it a little bit more structure and upgrade it a little bit. I'm going to be stepping out a little bit more from the shadows that I have been very comfortable in. Despite the fact that I'm on a public platform, I'm very uncomfortable with attention and being seen. Although I've been frustrated because I feel like my gift and my skill set is top tier. And then I'm frustrated because not more people see it. But then spirits were like, well, girl, any opportunity it was for you to be seen, if you sense that opportunity coming, you get small so that you self-sabotage so that you don't blow up, so that you don't be viral or anything like that. Because your safety zone is being unseen. It's the quiet, silent power that you hold because I feel safe there. People send shots at you once they can see you and see that you got something going on, and I don't want to fight. That is my Libra sun, avoiding confrontation. My Aries moon, though, and my Aries north node is saying, bitch, let's go. We ready to nuck. If they buck, we gonna nuck. You know how we do, girl. You know how we do. So that's how the Saturn retrograde worked for me. And going direct, it just so happens that I feel like coming out and ending my rest. On a larger scale, how have you all been challenging your comfort zones? A major comfort zone that ties into Black Friday is after all the things that we might have experienced throughout the year, towards the end of the year when it's holiday season, all we want to do is just enjoy our family, enjoy the time off, shop a little bit, and forget. We want to just enjoy the season because we're off of work for a couple of weeks. The kids are out of school. Everybody's a little bit more charitable. Tis the season for us to forget everything that we endured throughout the rest of the year so that we can forget and pretend like everything is okay. This is the season where they lullaby us, and it works. It's why they like to skip right over Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. And get right to consumerism. Consumerism Christmas. Consumer ass Black Friday. Consumer ass driven New Year's. Everybody's making resolutions about how to become more of a workhorse, more laborious, more of a consumer. My New Year's resolution is to get this promotion so that I can buy my dream car, buy a dream house. My New Year's resolution is to start a business so that I can, buy this and buy that and send my kids to private school and all of those things. But at the end of the day, at the end of us, when we strip off our wigs, our makeup, our clothes, our jobs, our kids, our spouses, when we strip it all off and we get in the shower with ourselves, when we lay in the bed in our body, because we don't go to sleep in somebody else's body, we go to sleep in our body and we're left with our thoughts. When you're sick and in the doctor's office and you can't work and you can't show up for the kids and you can't show up for Black Friday and you can't show up for Christmas shopping because you have to nurse yourself back to health. When you're in the hospital, when you're on your deathbed, how many Black Fridays are you thinking about? If you get the opportunity to be on your deathbed and die progressively, if you get the opportunity to think before you pass, how many Black Fridays are you thinking about when your mortality is on the line? None of them. How many of you are saying, I wish I could have just bought Tyrone that Christmas car, that car that he wanted for Christmas? I'm such a failure because I didn't. I didn't get to buy that car. So at the end of the day, Saturn deals with the end of the day. When you wake up in your body. When you go to sleep in your body. But in between those periods are filled with distractions. And the only time we ever really sit there and strip ourselves down is at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. And sometimes we don't do it then because we're still focused on the in between. At the beginning of the day, we're focused on all the hustle and bustle and the in between. And at the end of the day, we're preparing for the hustle and bustle at the beginning of the next day. When? When do you think about your raw self? Nothing else. This is why Saturn comes and Pluto comes. This is why we have them. The two least favorite, but the two most necessary, and why we can't fuck with them. In a Saturn transit and a Pluto transit, what shifts, what is lost, and what is gained don't shake. It don't move. It's there. It's permanent. Because everything else is temporary. Beyond the hustle and bustle, beyond the veil. Thanksgiving is an opportunity, even if you don't celebrate holidays in their traditional sense, give it its own meaning, like Black people do. We ain't thinking about Indians or pilgrims in the Black community on Thanksgiving. We are thinking about family and being thankful. That's what we chose to do with what we did with that holiday. And so that is why it is not, everybody likes to skip over it. Even Halloween is consumer based, candy, costumes, and parties. Thanksgiving, though, that is a humble time of the year when we're not supposed to be thinking about consuming or partying, but we're supposed to be thankful. But society says, yep, skip right over that. You go into a store, you see Halloween, and then you see Christmas because they're not trying to program you to be thankful or even stop the hustle and bustle and be silent and humble. They don't want you to do that. That is very human. Human, humility, humble, all of them, HUM. And that is the vibration that is inside of our body. Did you know that your body hums? They call it the Om. Om. That's because there's electricity in your body. It's a sign of life. It means you're turned on. Your on switch is on. Humble, humility, human, hum. It's all the hum. It's all the vibration. I love Halloween DeFranco. I'm in October, baby, so of course. Right. It's exactly, we're always reminded of what we don't have. So gratitude is hard. Thanksgiving is hard. And Saturn went direct right on Black Friday. Not Thanksgiving, but Black Friday. You think the universe ain't intelligent and it's not tied into us? Hmm? Fools. Fools. I told y'all this isn't a place for fools, but a place of wisdom. Let me start by saying, like I do most of my readings here, I start out by giving thanks. Thank you to the spirits. Thank you to this platform. Thank you for my gift. Thank you for the people that I share it with. I start everything I do with gratitude, and it's important for me to do so. It is important and it is a choice. It is conscious, not something that I don't do without thinking or putting thought into it. This is where we should be. There's that Pisces word, dissolution, live. See, you're on it. Live, Saturn. I knew you'd be on it. You would be on it, Big Mama Saturn. You know how this shit works. Adjustments and required and work through your fears are the only two flipped in reverse. You are good enough. You're more than just the hustle and bustle. You're more than just laborers that go to work to make these company money, and then you go to their stores to give them money. Either way it goes, you're losing money. Our day-to-day routines is about the circle of labor and consumerism. You want me to repent? I'm not divining anything. I started this message before I pulled the cards out, Randy. Unblock them, Jasmine. I started this message before I pulled the cards out, and the message is still the same. You are a sin for being unwise and not being tapped into your own human capabilities. I unhid you, Randy, because I needed you to know that you are a sin. You are the abomination to the human race because you think something that is natural to humans is a sin. You've been lied to, but you come into a temple of wisdom and you try to tell somebody who knows who she is that they are a sinner. You are the sin and you are the abomination. I am part flesh and part not flesh, which means part of me is not involved with the constraints of Saturn and time. It is not evil that I can see into the past, present, and future because the part of me that lives inside of my body is not constrained by time. So a part of me is in the past, present, and future. I'm there. You're there. But your ignorance and your fear of yourself has made you your own devil, but you are not mine. And fear is not a devil that reigns here, not for me or anyone else. We don't do fear here. Fear is the devil, and the only consequence of fear is ignorance and death. And here we speak life. Now you are dismissed, and I will dismiss you. I don't see you no more, so you know to stay your ass up out of here. Let me clarify this message for the wise. I don't have time anymore for the rest of yous. I won't even engage anymore, other than giving you wisdom that you can't do anything with. The wheat and the tares are separated. So if you find yourself here trolling, you're already in hell. You're outside of the pearly gates, trying to get in and hating because none of the things that we discuss here make any sense to you. Your sense is gone. Sum up this message from the divine oracles for the people. The Magician. The Magician is the card of self and will. This is the I am. That is the phrase for the Magician card in the tarot. I am. You know who else this is? This is the Gemini. This is your president. This is you. Self-actualization. But because you did not, the next lesson that you get in self-actualization will be through your president. Your president is your karma. Your president is just what the people need. And Saturn says, apparently, because we hear your universal cries, the divine heard. And so we stepped up to judge the people and see if you're ready for what you asked for. Saturn said, we hear them. Let me go and see if they're ready. Came back to the divine and said, nah, they ain't ready. Let them cook. And by him, Trump, let them cook. They're not ready. They're not ready for what they think they want. They think that they're ready to lead and be self-actualized. And look how foolish they are. They can't even see. Y'all still haven't even learned to tell time. Stars were given for signs and wonders. Signs and wonders. Planets, stars, heavenly bodies. And y'all still haven't even learned what's going on when they shift. Y'all still trying to judge people on sun signs. But you think you can tell or ask God or the divine or the universe, who isn't just thinking about you, but thinking about everybody. No, you're not ready. Imagine if the power was relinquished wholly to the people. You'd beg for somebody else to take it up because you wouldn't know what to do with it. You like your conveniences. Well, I'm in love with you too, Des. You like your conveniences. They start stripping away at the Department of Education. The people said, now who's going to teach our children? You, bitch. Not calling y'all directly bitches, but come on now. Who's going to teach our children? Your children. You teach them. But you can't. I'm not a teacher, though. I didn't go to school to teach. Why would you go to school? Why would you need to go to school to teach? You didn't go to school to be a parent, but you had children. One of the responsibility of having children is to teach them. So what that they stripped it? Perfect opportunity now, since you've been complaining about the education system and y'all swear up and down that the teachers don't know nothing and can't teach y'all badass kids nothing. Perfect opportunity now for you to show them how to do it. Show the way. Don't nobody know your kids better than you. They're an extension of you. So you're best suited to teach them. Teach your kids. They took away benefits, SNAP benefits. Excellent. Excellent. Because Bill Gates been buying up all the farmland so that he can give us factory Butter. Maybe, just maybe, you know what I'm saying? If they took away the SNAP benefits, y'all hoes will get in the kitchen and cook instead of giving y'all kids Cheetos all the time and wondering why their favorite color is two. It's in the Takis. And don't lie, don't y'all. I seen y'all kids with Taki crust around their mouth. Don't y'all say my kids ain't eating the Takis. Who kids buying up all the Takis? No shade, but shade. Who is eating up all the Takis if it ain't y'all kids? They at the food trucks with bags of Cheetos saying, can you put beef, cheese, red dye number 40 and all that other shit in it? They on the tablet getting taught by AI. They ask you help with homework and you don't know what the fuck to do. I don't even think y'all should be voting. I don't think y'all know who. Y'all shouldn't be making no decisions until you can learn this. How dare y'all turn on your fellow selves about who they voted for? But your ass begging for SNAP. Why don't you say, take SNAP? We won't cry and fight over the crumbs that y'all were giving us as y'all hoarded all the resources for yourselves. Now, I've gone in on the powers that be a lot, and so has Spirit. So I don't overlook the evils that are done to put us in this position. You all collectively seem to forget, though. I don't forget. Everybody else collectively seems to forget when a distraction is thrown at you or when you seek one out. Self-sufficiency is the future, and tribal sufficiency. I told y'all this in another reading, and I'm going to say it again, and maybe this was to my members, so forgive me. National citizenship is not the future. You better know where your roots are. America's future is not a superpower. You hear it first. Africa is the next superpower, and it will reign longer than the United States was a superpower. Remember when you were online as an African American saying, I know African, me and my ancestors have nothing to do with those people. We are American and American only. When America does not have clout anymore, and they start wanting you to prove who you are, what if, alongside an ancestry test, they pull up your social media to see what you had to say? Because companies do that when they hire. I just came out of HR. I pull up social medias all the time and factor it into whether you get hired. Abso-fucking-lutely. What is this you say? In 2020, when America was parading around the world, now they have shipped you out and you want to come here. But according to your Twitter, in the year 2000, you have said, my ancestor them I never knew any of my ancestors in Africa. They were not at the cookout, so they are not my people. You cannot come here. You must go back to where your people died. Eh, eh, are you FBA? Go back to America. Oh, because that day will happen. You heard it here first. There'll come a day when all the other ones get on, when Sloan or somebody starts saying it, and y'all be like, oh my God, she predicted. When a blogger or somebody starts talking about it and starts saying that they broke it first, child, because even them be over here sometime, very quietly, not saying anything, not even letting me know that they here, and then take some tea and then go back to their vlog, and then we got insider info. But they be lurking here so long that they know that they can take whatever I say and then pass it on as insider info because they be knowing it come true. I've consulted one or two of them, and then they stop coming around. So I imagine they still lurking. Nevertheless. That's the message. Self-actualization, and Trump is exactly what you guys needed to do the job. Because as long as you have a lullaby president and a lullaby government like Barack Obama was, y'all gonna think shit sweet and y'all gonna forget every atrocity that this nation has done. As soon as they feel like the people are fed up, listen, they put Barack Obama in office and knew that there was going to be mass police brutality under his watch. Y'all just go back and remember, because I feel like y'all forgot really how many Black people killed under police brutality, who were killed under police brutality. We got the Black Lives Matter era during the Obama era. We got Trayvon Martin and all of them, Sandra Bland, all of them. Chicago becoming Chirac, that happened during the Obama era. But the Black people said that that was the best president we've ever had because he was smooth. He was a smooth operator. Smooth operator. He talked to you nice. He looked good. He smelled good. He shot a few free throws. He gave you his hip hop playlist that had all y'all faves on it. So now he's cool as fuck. I did do a reading on NYC. I did it for Zohran Mamdani. I sure did. But sure, I'll single out NYC. All within those 8 years of his presidency. I didn't know. I noticed it then. Nothing slips my vision, even if I pretend it does. I noticed it, and I noticed Black people in a stupor, and I kept my mouth shut the entire term. And then afterwards too, had to keep it shut with Trump when I wanted to say, but this what you deserve. It's what you need. It's what you need to wake y'all up. Y'all ain't gonna get woke up by a Kamala or a Obama because all y'all want is somebody to help you escape the harsh truth. And if you remember the harsh truth, that shit ain't never been sweet here, especially for us, then it will make you feel like you have to do something about it. And y'all don't want to do shit because you're scared. Scared to live and scared to die. When you do both without your consent. They're uncomfortable and still won't get change. And it's not even needing change or needing to be uncomfortable. They are scared. A people who don't know that they have all the power will be scared. I interviewed my elders for our family reunions, all of the elders. I did an interview of them. And I asked them to say something, the first thing that came to mind about each of their nieces and nephews and their kids. When I got to my uncle and I said my name, he said, "Ain't never scared." That's what he had to say about me, fearless. He said, "Dina's never afraid. She ain't scared of nothing." And I'm not. Now, what he meant is I ain't outside just beating up on people because I'm not scared. I'm not afraid to challenge my own beliefs, my own thoughts. He says that because in this family full of Christians, I am not. I left. He doesn't have to understand where I am now, but he respects the fact that I was brave enough to be the black sheep and to be the baddest black sheep. I was bold enough to make everybody else in my family want to be the black sheep. Now everybody's trying to be different. They stopped celebrating Thanksgiving and Christmas because it's pagan. So they're at that level now of waking up where everything is pagan. But I made that shit cool. I made being a black sheep be cool. So he says Dina is fearless. And they say I'm the most talented, and I am. And maybe I'm not. It's just I'm not afraid to step out on my motherfucking self. I bet on myself every time and win every time. I'm my savior. Why? Because God said so. God said, if you're looking for a savior, if you're looking for God, I put me in you. You do it. I gave you everything you need to do it. You do it. And I haven't had the luxury of a life of having a savior. Not even my motherfucking parents. They failed. Now I'm their savior. Self-actualization is real. Self-empowerment is real. And I'm a living proof of it. And I'm just a girl. They ain't killed me. They ain't took me out. And they absolutely ain't stopped shit. I've lost jobs for being talented, bold, and fearless, and turned around and created a job based on me, bitch. Everything I do to make money is based on me. And the better I am, the more I invest and improve myself, the better my business is. So self-improvement and self-actualization is how I make money. I have successfully cut out the distraction, cut out the need for anybody else. And so I can focus on the one thing that I'm born to do, and that is self-improve. I can focus on that because my livelihood depends on how much I focus on my self-improvement. Now, that didn't happen by accident. It happened by design. It happened through sacrifice, and I'm still sacrificing to do so. But I'm telling you guys this not to flex or to brag, but to tell you, do not be afraid. Stand on the God within you, the God that you are, the power invested into you. And I'm telling you, everybody that looks like they're bigger and badder and more powerful than you, they will fall. Your gift will make a space for you. Your calling will make space for you. I know some of y'all came here to troll, but you got a little bit of encouragement in the meantime. Came here to troll me, but I gave you a message of empowerment. That's why you hoes can't do nothing with me. Teach your kids if they say we won't. Grow your food if they say we can't give you SNAP. Stop saying, well, I don't know how. That's hard. So the fuck what? That is the karma that you are in now. You don't get the easy way. The karma has set in. Y'all want karma? Here you go. Now you got to really hustle to get out of the bind that you've allowed yourself to be lullabied in. And it didn't always have to be this hard, but now in this late in the game, it does. That's why the season of grace is over. And now we're getting what we deserve. We're getting what we need, though. We don't need another Obama to give us his celebrity favorite playlist so that we're not thinking about shit that matters. We don't need that. We don't need Michelle, Jasmine, or Kamala to black girl magic us, neck roll us into hating whatever current administration is when they can't do nothing with them. Because have they? No impeachment. No Black Power collective movement was able to stop what God ordained because you don't know what you need for yourselves. You know what you want? Escapism. You want somebody to make the world the way it used to be. Make it comfortable again. But that shit was never beneficial. Has it? Has it been? Without the crumbs that you get, a little bit of food stamps, a little bit of, a little income tax, you know what I'm saying? Little income tax that you got to wait for March to get, 20 bucks an hour, little PTO, maybe some maternity leave, maybe not. A little Social Security, to take care of the elders that we don't give a fuck about. All those government programs, those are their programs. Those are their charities. Sure, it'd be nice if the government took care of the people, but think about it. The United States savaged their way into the United States. Nobody begged for these British, Europeans, and whoever else they were to come over here and establish a sovereign nation. No, they came and forced their way into it, killed everybody who didn't agree, make peace treaties with the survivors who knew they'd die if they didn't relinquish their rights. And then everybody else who just so happened to be born here, they owned you. You didn't get no say-so in this shit. So no, they actually don't have to take care of their people because we were never their people except by force. And I'm sorry, but before a government, maybe your ancestors would have never asked for anybody to come do anything for them. Your ancestors probably knew how to take care of themselves, how to live off the land, how to rear their old shit. Ain't nobody got to leave shit, Eric, but you know who's got to leave? You, because this is my land. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not just talking about black people, bitch. You pay taxes too. If you miss your taxes, the IRS gonna run down on you just as quick as they run down on me. So slow. Here I am, freedom fighting for all the people, but all you ignorant, stupid, racist people, this is why you are wasteful. The only thing you can do is think about your hatred. Even when you got somebody that came to help you, that's how I know white people can't be Christians. Because y'all pray for a savior, and then when it shows up, y'all kill it because of how it looks. So white people aren't even Christians. I don't know what to call y'all. Or I'll say racist whites. Y'all ain't even Christians because y'all be in there praying for a savior, and then when it shows up, Malcolm X, all the activists, the revolutionaries that happen to be black, because y'all ain't revolutionizing shit, is you? except colonizing. Killed them. I'll be a problem. I'm going to let you stay and cook because I am a problem to you. And I'm not streaming about race. I'm talking about self-actualization, being responsible for the self. See what I was talking about, racist? I wasn't talking about race. I was talking about humanity. But they can't get over the fact that I'm black. And that's why Jesus and the salvation passes y'all by all the time. Yeah, well, who's at home trying to teach their kids how to read? My daddy bought us Hooked on Phonics, a chalkboard, school desks. He went to the library and got all the books that they were giving away because the library used to do that, and all the old scholar academic books. And we had school at home before I got to kindergarten. There's always an imbecile on here talking about fact check and do research. Research is for you, those who have no sight, no vision. Anyways, enough of the trolls. I got y'all riled up enough. As long as I'm talking about freeing the people, a troll will come. As long as I'm talking about celebrities, crickets. Do you guys not want to empower yourselves? Trolls, are you more comfortable with the savior? Of course you are. Y'all ain't ever really had to show no grit. You ain't had to survive, except the plagues. Anyways, Ray J, did you guys enjoy that message from the divine for humanity? Self-actualization. Let me clarify it. I about don't even want to talk about Ray J, but I got time for y'all today. I'll be here for a second. I got time today. I got my charger. We gonna talk. We gonna chat. Spirit, why is the magician the summary for the oracle message that you gave? You can be mad at me all you want, honey. Nothing that I say that you feel like is an opinion is going to fall void. Nothing that I said is useless. It happens. It will happen. And no matter how mad you get, everything that I say, when it happens, you'll just have to deal. And then you'll be even madder because that black lady was right. My God. If anybody misses the rapture, it's racist whites. I'm sorry. Not all whites, just the racist ones. Because there's a Jesus that shows up in every generation, but y'all kill it. Y'all kill him. Y'all ain't tired of paying taxes? Y'all ain't tired of living the way we live? Even with y'all privilege, y'all still are under the same subjugation that we are. Y'all turn on each other now because of Trump. Y'all own kind got y'all turning against each other. You don't want no freedom? Y'all the only ones that don't want freedom? Maybe y'all ain't been oppressed enough. So black people, carry on. Utilize your strength because we know how to. Whites, y'all gonna have to figure it out. Y'all better figure it out. The Savior came because he was already persecuted, so he knows how to save you. How y'all gonna come up in here and tell a survivor about what oppression looks like when you ain't never been in it? Or you didn't know you were. But now, y'all finding out that everybody is in trouble. And you talk about leave. If we leave, the United States would crumble the moment the last of our little baby toes left this place. You think we didn't try to leave? Y'all, but see, I know y'all don't know about Marcus Garvey because y'all were insulated from the truth. Marcus Garvey tried to help us leave, and y'all stopped it. Y'all don't want us to leave. You say leave because you don't know who actually is the salvation here for you. You've been lied to think your ancestors are the saving grace over here. Meanwhile, y'all been in power for how long? And look at this place. Look at this place. Look at this mess. I don't have no problem with leaving the United States. I'm not one of those people who are tied here. And actually, for those who feel like I or Black people should leave, I just may create a GoFundMe and let y'all ass donate to it because that's the only thing holding me up now. I got to get my affairs in order. But don't think I'm confined to any one place in this world. I am a goddess. My ancestors were given dominion over this planet. I don't know what y'all were given. A mark as a wanderer and a vagabond, somebody who has to go and take other people's homes because they weren't get your racist ass out of here before I give you a history lesson about your ancestors that your mama never taught you. This is why the Department of Education needs to fall, so that nobody else will be responsible for teaching except for us. And then the truth will come out. Department of Education is responsible for hiding the truth. Go ask your grandmama or your nana, your mima, to teach you about some history so you can learn. Maybe we need the oral traditions to come back because history has been lost upon this generation. Didn't DDG say he thought racism was done with by MLK? Racism was done. Child, if I leave, you'll die. Don't worry about it. Y'all really, really, really think that Black people want to be here with y'all? And y'all really think white people want us to leave when they ain't deported not a damn one of us yet? You think when they was rounding up Mexicans, they wouldn't have thought to get rid of us when they've hated us so much? No. Why would they want us to leave? Why would they unplug the power socket? My God, y'all dumb. And it's not even y'all wanting to be dumb. It's your pride. Y'all know it's the truth, but you want to feel good about yourself. So y'all keep up racism because it gives you a mask to wear, but then it slips. It slips every time y'all get the opportunity to help us leave and you don't. It was the year of return in Ghana for 2019. You would think that the U.S. would support Ghana in welcoming Black people back. Did the U.S. support that movement? No. It was barely talked about by the U.S. mainstream media. They didn't want us to leave. If we leave, where are they going to get wisdom like this? You know how many powerful whites, probably people that you admire with your racist ass, call me for advice? You guys will be surprised at who's on the client list. Come on now. Y'all can't be this obtuse. The powers that be might be racist, but even they bow to the real power. You can never insult me as a troll sitting here in my live, soaking up my voice, my energy that I'm emitting. You can never troll me. You could never. The Magician. Clarify why that's the message to humanity. I'm so glad God put me on one today. Trump, first of all, Trump is being kept out of prison. Y'all keep saying he needs to go to jail. He didn't go to jail. For one, the charges that were put against him were majorly trumped up. Not saying he's innocent, but the people that wanted him to go to jail ain't less innocent than him. And a lot of things they were putting on him, he wasn't actually responsible for. It's other shit they could have came after him for, taxes and shit like that. But nothing, and why hasn't he been impeached? If all the powers that be in the media have been pumping you guys up to complain this whole time, but none of them who actually have the power to do something have done a motherfucking thing. This is his second term. Y'all don't think it's a charade and a show? If they make you think that they're the enemy too, then you will keep believing in this circus of government. If they make you think that we hate Trump too, then you'll keep thinking that they're on your side and we got to work together to do something. We got to get somebody better in. If you knew that they supported it, then everybody would want to overthrow the entire government. But if they make you think that you have an ally in government against the president, then you won't think that the government itself is the problem. You'll just think that one bad apple is, and then you'll continue to keep up the charade of government, hoping that the next one you elect will be the right one. And then the next one, mental magic. But I'm sick of talking to these people about this kind of stuff because I'm sick of getting trolled about meat. I don't want to talk to fools anymore. I only want to discuss this stuff with my members because I don't have time anymore. I'm a woo lady. I do magic. I ain't talking about the little cute shit that y'all see on TikTok either. It is mental magic, and magic has nothing to do with candles and shit like that. Magic starts in the mind. It starts there. Manipulation, narcissism, magic, sure, sure, just by a different name. The Jedi mind trick, and every single time, Saturn is the planet of karma and cycles. Y'all ain't tired? Y'all ain't tired? Nope. They come with sweet and charming words in the media. The question is that nobody can ask is why, if the whole government, the whole world is against this man, why is he still in power for a second term? It's not just that God made it so. If we collectively are the culmination of the God, collectively as a society or as a humanity, as mankind, we are collectively God. So God will give us what we need based on who we are and where we are in our evolution collectively. We have manifested what we need. Collectively, we're stuck in a loop. So we manifest even subconsciously through our ignorance. We manifest somebody who will wake us up out of this loop. That's what Trump's job is to do. And whomever comes after him, if we are still lulled, they will be just as brutal because we are stuck in a cycle of not evolving as a species, as a race of humans. It's like the moment we start figuring it out, actualizing ourselves, they come with sweet lullabies. They send in a nice messenger. They send things to the media to get us swayed. To not overthrow the establishment. Trump is in so that America can suffer. White supremacy is on one, but white supremacists are the most stupid, not just foolish, dumb, stupid, stupid. And I say that because they're short-sighted. They don't take into account the bigger picture. The fact that the earth has existed before their ancestors existed. The people who they hate existed before their ancestors existed and after they began to die out. The people that they hate have survived the plagues that have took them out by populations. There is something bigger than their hatred at play here, and that's the world and humanity. It does not revolve around white supremacists. So they are stupid. Willful ignorance, yes, is stupidity. Willful ignorance is stupidity to me. They are stupid because they are willfully ignorant. And what willful ignorance does, it's a suicide mission. It's saying, I don't care if I take down everything with me. I choose my ignorance. The thing is, the earth is an intelligent being on its own. It's brown and it's female. And so white supremacy has been the power structure for a small amount of recent history, but it's already declining. It is the shortest empire in history, the shortest and the weakest. The shortest empire in world history will be the white supremacy. It's already fallen. The shortest. I know we've been suffering for hundreds of years, but in the grand scheme of things, this is the shortest reign of power. So, as far as I'm concerned, in my most ancestrally of voices, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by the racism. I'm not impressed by the prejudice. I'm not impressed by the pomp and circumstance of white supremacy. I'm not even impressed by the power it has seemed to amass, because it didn't do it by power, it did it by force. Power doesn't need force. It is a force. It doesn't need violence. It is a force. It's magnetic. Nevertheless, I'll get off of my soapbox. Whenever I let the divine send a message, I feel like I'd be on a soapbox. And I start preaching. That's not what I came here for. Maybe I did. But I tiptoe a lot around messages because I like to avoid confrontation. And because since I'm on a public platform nowadays, I'm always thinking about, saying the right thing and getting the message out, but trying to find a nice way to do it. And as Saturn went direct, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who I offend. I don't care who I lose. I partially care who I gain. So, questions, concerns, comments before I move on to Ray J. The message was delivered for humanity. Good luck. Actually, that was the message. Spirit, what does Saturn have in store for the future of humanity? Based on this most recent retrograde, what does Saturn say for humanity moving forward. You're welcome, Liv. And I got a personalized version of this. I had to take responsibility and accountability for my own shit before I got up in here and delivered this message, and I did. So, Saturn, what have you to say for the future of the people of the United States, or the people of the world, citizens of the world, per your most recent transit with us? Page of Pentacles. Four of Swords in reverse. Five of Wands. Page of Pentacles is a messenger. Ah, the United States. We're getting kicked out of South Africa, or not kicked out, but kinda. I know Trump says that he doesn't think that's a place where our people need to be, but in truth, Africa is ridding itself of colonizers. And now Trump thought he was going to go over there and dog whistle the world military to come over there under the guise of trying to free Christians. And Africa said, I think motherfucking not. Let me see. As Saturn went direct, Trump was saying, we can't be over there. And so I'm delusional. Excellent. Thank you for the compliment. My version of delusion is the good kind. I'm not in anybody's comments calling them names. I'm in mine minding my business. So this is a form of delusion that I welcome, the kind that minds their own business, and whomever agrees or wants to be in their business can come. But I don't usually delusion myself in the comments of other people with insulting them. I don't care nothing about Trump. And if I speak of him, you guys are still missing the message. Let me see. Let's see. Trump says he's going to ban South Africa from the 2026 G2 summit. That was 2 days ago, Al Jazeera. BBC 3 days ago. South Africa's Cyril Ramaphosa hits back after Donald Trump says U.S. won. Won what? So Trump is uninviting South Africa from the G2 summit. Trump halts all payments and subsidies to South Africa. Let's see why. Let's see why Trump is trying to punish Africa. Mind you, he was just rallying up the Christians to support invading Nigeria to rescue some Christians. Okay. Politico.com news. Trump disinvites South Africa from the 2026 G2 summit. Now, if you're wondering why I'm talking about Africa, when I ask what does Saturn have to say about the future for, I told you guys, Africa is coming. It's coming for its birthright. And there will be nothing no other nation will be able to do except partner with her. You heard it here first. If it's 20 or 100 years down the line, you heard it here. You're not here first. Everybody knows this. Everybody with eyes to hear, eyes to see and ears to hear, that's obvious. It's obvious. The only people who disagree are the people who don't want it to happen. But this, because Africa has learned her lesson. While Saturn was retrograde in Pisces, Africa has been getting rid of all the colonizers, all of the poison out of her veins. Africa bled herself so the poison can seep out. And she's been standing on that. Africa learned her lesson. And so moving forward, Saturn will support the endeavors of Africa. Y'all not going to be able to do nothing with her, dear president. Not going to be able to do nothing with Mama Africa because she's learned. And then she got into formation, which is why now you can't do nothing with them except disinvite them. Trump has been moonwalking and stomping around the international community, chin checking everybody from China to goddamn Venezuela. But all you can get from Africa is a you can't come to my party. And I'm not going to give you this. And Africa says, thank you. We don't want to come to your summit. We don't want your handouts. We got this. That's why we don't want y'all here, so that we can start utilizing our own resources for ourselves. We got it. We got it from here. And America is now, we're going to make them suffer. Good luck. That's what's next. For the love of money and resources in Africa, the U.S. government will try to kick up a steam with them to try to rile up their allies against them. This is what they'll be doing at the summit. Bad talking Africa and trying to rile up the international community against them so that they can get in there for their resources. Anything Trump is saying about Africa is for the sole reason of resources that they want. Again, they don't give a fuck about a Christian being persecuted. Bicorn properties. Let's challenge your theory. Spirit, I have Trump derangement syndrome. Is that something that you just came up with? I don't know what that is. Undelete them so that I can read for them to see if I'm wrong. Spirit, undelete them, please. Spirit, we have another oracle in here. Bicorn properties. Your oracle has graced me with their presence. Are they right that I am wrong in delivering the message that you have given me to deliver? I'm asking one card. Let it be an upright sword. Is Bicorn properties right that I am wrong about the message that I'm delivering? Are they right? Get the fuck out of here. Anytime I read a troll, the Six of Pentacles comes up. I only did that to show you guys that I see you and so do the spirits. But I knew you were a troll when you came up in here. Oh, who are you even? Who are you even? Are you even real? Yeah, anyways, I'm done with you. You didn't get anything that indicated that I was wrong. I asked if you were right. You got poverty. What is this? Are you a paid troll? I don't need you to believe me. I just wanted you to be seen because you like being seen. You trolls like being seen. Look at you. Like I said, and this isn't necessarily a threat to us. This is telling us what's going to come. Now, let me get back to the article because they said I'm wrong, but can you give me with your own insight some insight? Don't just come up here telling me what I am and I'm not. I will respect you. I would respect you if you show yourself, if you prove yourself. President Donald Trump will not invite South Africa to next year's G20 summit in Miami. He said Wednesday on social media, a snub that escalates his rebukes against the country for its alleged discrimination of its white population. Here I was talking about white supremacy, giving white supremacists a message from the divine that I did not get from the cards. And here is Trump in Africa wanting to punish them for discriminating against white people. Trump, why don't you bring the whites here? Is this not a white supremacist nation? See, I see a race war brewing, but this isn't a race war. This is a war against Cain and Abel. One sibling was brought up in the traditions and the ways of his ancestors, who are the oldest human beings, the first human beings to ever be supplanted on earth. So they carry the most wisdom. Caucasian debris, while you're worrying about my eyebrows, go sit outside and catch some sun. See how that works out for you. Go sit outside for a couple of hours while you're worried about my eyebrows and catch some sun. I hear it's dangerous for your kind to sit out there for too long. I hear things like cancer pops up in your skin. That's not an insult though, because if I tell one of my cousins to go get some sun, we get tons of vitamin D. Don't worry about my eyebrows. Go catch a tan in the sun and see how that works out for you. See how Mother Nature feels. See how Mother Nature feels about a troll. And don't forget your sunscreen that has melanin in it to try to prevent the cancer that the sun gives you. Don't forget your sunscreen. It makes you darker so that the sun thinks you're one of us and doesn't try to unalive. Back to the article. President Donald Trump will not invite South Africa to next year's G2 summit in Miami, he said Wednesday on social media, a snub that escalates his rebukes against the country for its alleged discrimination of its white population. U.S. officials boycotted this month's G20 talks, an annual meeting of world leaders to discuss global economic development. Hosted this year in Johannesburg, South Africa, as Trump has decried the host country's treatment of its white citizens. Let me find out. The G2 summit was held in South Africa, and the white leaders went over there and did and the Africans did not roll out the white carpet, and now y'all offended. Wait, I am laughing in ancestor. Let me laugh in Asada Shakur. Laughs in Malcolm X. Oh, laughs in Mother Earth. laughs in Orisha. Actually, it's funny because I'm surprised at the South Africans. Y'all usually are the most colonized, but even South Africa said enough. We going back to the roots. South Africa said they see what the rest of Africa is doing, and if they continue to be a spokesperson for the white elites, they might get ousted too. So South Africa say, shit, I got to ride with my people. You FBAs, you African Americans, y'all could learn something from the South Africans. Y'all could learn something from the South Africans. They see where the power is, where God is. See, they see the future. Y'all stuck in the past. Denouncing something that your ancestors didn't even denounce. The same ancestors that were buried here, that y'all be freedom fighting for, that y'all renounced, they wouldn't have even announced their loved ones in Africa. They wouldn't even did that. But y'all be saying y'all not y'all ancestors, and y'all be right though. Y'all be right. Good luck with that, because people be pulling up tweets. And y'all got to remember that might happen one day when y'all trying to, oh, we black, we coming, we heading over there. And they be like, we checked every black American that came from America to see if y'all was coming over here with any of that colonism. And we see from your social media that you renounced your ancestry a long time ago. You can't come here. You can't come here with that bullshit. So then y'all gonna be stuck here with the supremacists, because this might be all they got. And ain't nobody starting a war for America to get her resources, because her resources is her people. So no, they want to invade a resource rich continent. If y'all think renouncing y'all African asses is gonna make y'all any more powerful over here in the US, the power peak has already, listen, the only reason they letting us in now is because they're on the decline. Idiots. Anyways, resources. They like to use the war cry for racism. They tried it with the Christians, and then they pulled Nicki Minaj to try, because they know she has a large black population. They needed her to speak to her black people, her black Christian audience, who will listen to her no matter what she says and believe her. That did not work. That did not work, because even Nicki Minaj's fans was like, we love you, girl, but not this one. Detroit, woot woot. Even her fans was like, yeah, girl, Barb for life, but I'm gonna sit this fight out. Clock me in on the next one. But this one, I'm gonna ride with the Orisha. Okay. But then the veil slipped, because they said it was about Christians. Trump is saying, though, that their issue with Africa is the treatment of its white citizens. Did they ever care about y'all African Christians? Or did they just want to get into Africa, for one, the resources, and two, to get some get back because of how they treated the white world leaders that came over there? They didn't roll out the white carpet this time. I mean, the white carpet. Mm-mm. They said, no, 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 no. If you're from any of those European nations, you guys to the back, blacks to the front. Putin, you can come to the front too. They said, no, America has to use that door. America has to stay at that hotel. Trump said, you mean in the jungle? African said, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And just make sure you are inside by the sundown. The lion roam wild out there. They rolled out fufu and a goosey as the G2 summit meal. And the white people were appalled. Where was the lobster? No, no, they said you in Africa, you gonna eat traditional African dish. Get this food, get this fufu. Get this okra soup. Get this suya. Mm-hmm. Drink suya and whiskey a little bit. And the whites were like, with our hands? And the Africans put out that wash dish like this. They removed all the forks off the G2 summit table, all the forks, and just put fufu and hand wash dishes up there. And the whites was like, so Trump really mad because they ain't eat. He hangry. They ain't eat none of that shit. They ain't eat till they got back to their respective countries. Anyways, at the end of the summit, the White House attempted to send a representative from its South African embassy instead of Trump to accept a gavel handover from South Africa, as the host country customarily closes the meeting by handing a gavel to the leader of the next country presiding over the summit. But South Africa rejected the gesture as an insult and a breach of protocol, prompting Trump to withhold the country's invitation to his Miami property for next year's meeting. Trump is slick. Now, I don't know how he gets all the power over the G2 summit, but that's interesting. However, because of how they were treated, then he decided to host it at his place in Miami so that he could disinvite them. Trump is now the new king. Trump is the new king. And I will have to say that all of the nations that are allies elected him as their king. They needed a strong leader to gather them together for the war that's coming as Africa unites. I have never heard, I don't know if that's a thing, but does the American president always lord over, dominate the G2 summit, which is a meeting of all world leaders? I never knew that. I never knew that he could determine who was and wasn't invited. I didn't know that he got to host it at his house. I didn't know that. Now I do. I didn't say anything about Elon Musk. I think that is something that you're asking me to confirm. And if that's what you're doing, then you should just ask me to look into that instead of saying, am I saying, when I didn't mention Elon or his technology. I said, he seems to be their king. And it seems to be a king that they want. Trump is a strong leader. For where the world is coming, and I'm sorry if you don't have eyes to see it. That's why I'm here and I'm trying to tell you, but y'all be trolling me. For what's coming, they need a strong leader. Every military has a very strong commander or chief or general. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Doesn't seem like America is that strong anymore if Africa is treating them like they're the lower class. Sounds to me like they're not the strongest anymore. If they were still as strong, then they wouldn't need to disinvite Africa and then host it somewhere where they can't come, because Africa didn't treat them with the respect that they're used to. It seems like their stronghold is starting to become weaker. And excuse me, but I don't think America ever wanted smoke with Russia. So it might have made its people think that it was the strongest. Most criminal? Maybe. Strongest? I like a word with Putin about that. I like a word with China about that. I like a word with Africa because despite her being colonized and pillaged, if it weren't for her being so rich in resources and strength, then none of the world nations would even exist. So if your strength lies in someone else, then you're not strong. You're on a platform. You're just on a platform. It's not your strength. Somebody else is strong and you're standing on their back. Come on now. This is why doing this on this channel is starting to make me weary. I'm ready for a different type of audience, my God. I'm ready to engage with a different type of audience. Therefore, at my direction, South Africa will not be receiving an invitation to the 2026 G20, which will be hosted in the great city of Miami, Florida next year, Trump wrote on Truth Social. South Africa has demonstrated to the world that they are not worthy of membership anywhere, and we are going to stop all payments and subsidies to them effective immediately. That's interesting. The disinvitation adds another layer of tension, which is what we have here. Like I said, before that person told me I was lying about me being an oracle and reading the future and the past and the present, when I asked Saturn, what's next for the people, now that you have retrograded, decided, and then now an action is moving forward. Trump put out a message. It was harsh, and it was meant to rile up some tensions, which is how I even found this article in the first place, because of this. But please, come tell me how to do my job. The disinvitation adds another layer of tension to an already mired relationship between the two nations as Trump continues to deplore South Africa for what he says is ongoing persecution of South Africa's white farmers. Apartheid. Trump, karma, reaping what one sows, is not discrimination. James, I saw you the first time you asked. Let me cook. I'm telling you what the Trump is for the future is for Trump right now. The truth is Potenza 3602. Bring them back. Bring them back for a second so I can read them. So I can read with them. I'll be here for a while today so you guys can get that work. You can log off, come back. I might still be here. I'm helping my people right now. But think about it like this. Nationalism is not the way mankind was intended. And so nationalism will fall. Who told you that you only had a right to care about the land that you wake up and go to sleep on? That means you've been robbed of your inheritance and your birthright, and you should care because the entire world is your kin, for one, and it's your home. Somebody made it impossible for you or tried to make it impossible for you to venture out and live wherever you want to live, be it resources to do so or whatever else, or citizenship. Why Why shouldn't we care about what's going on in the world and only ourselves when we share a world with so many other people? I'm here to read you because you're not black and you worried about the hoods. I've read white supremacy, so the hoods might get a little bit of peace. But let me read you because let's stay relevant here. You're not curious about no hoods, killings going on in the hood. You don't care nothing about that. I've lived in the hood. It's not a whole bunch of killings. I've also lived in a neighborhood where there is a school shooting in Coral Springs, a white school, helicopters all over my house. I've never, in any of the hood ass black schools that I've gone to, been worried about somebody coming in and shooting me. Why don't you worry about shit going on in your hood? The hoods of Southampton or wherever the fuck you thugs like to reside, the White House, sundown towns. Let's worry about that, the biggest hood in the world, which is the United States government. I'm telling you the future right now. You're about to get blocked. Spirit, the truth is Potenza. Who are they and what is their business here? The truth is Potenza. You guys only care about race being made a issue because yours seems to be on the downside of things. Now, y'all want everybody to get along. Let me tell you something. If you're here as a white person talking about why do we make race about everything when every other people that y'all invaded were minding their business, when y'all came in, brought us here and then made your race about everything, do not talk to me because I consider you a troll and you will have the life you deserve. I do not care about being peaceful with you. It won't get better for you. The truth is, it definitely won't get better for you because you've annoyed me. And now I'm reading you to see who you are and why you're here. And I'm not your sweetie or your pie. Don't talk condescending to me. Let me read all of you. Did I get you guys upset? I thought you guys knew that you were the power. Why would anything I say bother you? Aw, look at you. You don't like black people. As a matter of fact, you wouldn't like anything that a black person said or did. And you came here only with the sole intention of baiting. You came here to cause dissension. And you're white. You're a seed of Cain, so I don't even know if you're human. Let me delete you because I don't argue or talk to demons. And you'll continue to say no and then try to fight against what I'm saying as if I'm not telling the truth. But anybody can say, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. No, I'm not wrong. You don't like black people. You came here to argue and then pretend like that's not what you're here for. Get the fuck out of my face. I've already dismissed you. Anyways, I see I've got all the racists in a tizzy, and I'm not racist. I've said not one harmful thing about white people in general. I spoke about white supremacists, and I speak the truth, and you will deal. You will deal. James, I'm not here for that all lives matter. I'm not talking about good people in every race, and that is common sense. When you guys say things like that, it is to hush what I'm saying. And I remember you. You're new here. I thought you were a troll at first, but I let you cook. I'm about to get you out of here because when I say something, I'm not going back and forth. I'm not racist. But if I was, I wouldn't have no problem with telling you. I don't give a fuck about your feelings, about your white tears, or about your all lives matter. To me, you don't matter if you are racist. None of you will be able to prove that I'm wrong because for 38 years, I have been an oracle. And when I'm wrong, I tell y'all. You will not be able to prove me wrong about white supremacy being the shortest reigning kingdom or empire in history because that is a fact. And I don't need to look that far into the future because I can gauge by the history of white supremacy, its presence, to be able to assume or analyze where its future is. You guys are already losing your clout and your respect and even the fear amongst the international community. Your numbers in population are dying out, which is why you all are supporting interracial marriage now. It is a harsh reality to you that the first people that were created on this earth were brown. But it is a proven fact. It is a fact that if I go sit out in the sun for 6 hours and you go sit out in the sun for 6 hours, you will burn. I may burn a little, but you might have second to third degree burns. I know because my brother-in-law is mixed and I saw him have to go to the hospital after a day at the beach. He had to go to the hospital. Never happened to me. I get blackety, blackety, black. I'm not saying this to be a racist, but what we will not do is the minute black people start standing up and remembering who the fuck they are, somebody else from another race tries to, oh, everybody's good. There's good for men. I don't want to hear that shit because you weren't saying that for the past 500 years. You don't tell your parents that. You don't tell your Grammy that. You don't tell your uncles that. You don't tell the people who would listen to you that, even if you're not related to them. So don't come telling that shit to me because you shook. I am a black woman. I am fearless. I know who I am. I know who I am even beyond my skin color. And ain't now one of y'all gonna come and shake the table on me. Maybe if you knew who you were, you would have the same type of self-belief and conviction and empowerment and confidence that I do. Does my haughtiness offend you? Now we can sit here for the next 10 years and stare each other down, but I'm still gonna look the same. You need to be working on that. So out of my chat, trolls, out of my chat. Big Mama speaks and hush. And I see y'all hushed. Anyways, you do know me on a personal level, Global. This is me. 'Tis I. I'm in my bra and my scantily clad because it makes me feel powerful when y'all can see me in all my glory in a way that people feel like I should be ashamed to present myself. No, I come here in my robe to show y'all that I'm a judge. My titties out to show y'all that I have power over your attention. But I don't have to use it this way because while my titties is here looking all scrumptious, I'm using my brain to keep you here. Yes. Mm, mm, yes. The return of the goddess. Get into it. Now that I've ruffled enough, preached enough, Malcolmed enough, assaded enough, I feel like I've done my ancestors justice. Now we'll talk about some shit that some of y'all can relate more to. Entertainment. Ray J. He's been going through it too, right? Just like the trolls here. Hell, just like the leaders of the international community had in South Africa. They've been going through it, ain't they? Ah! They probably over there throwing runes and doing all kind of wicked rituals on me right now, child. Yeah, yes, y'all better call on Hecate for your girl. Yes, y'all better summon Lilith for your girl. Yes, Odin, you better come through. Come through, Odin. Yes, the maiden, the mother, and the crone. Come through, ancestors. Y'all know I got Caucasian ancestors too. So y'all better hope Odin and Hecate and Lilith wasn't good friends of my Meemaw. Now they like, oh shit. We can't even summon our gods on her. She know them too. I done got hot. Let me take off the robe so y'all can calm. Let me calm myself down. Woo. Yes. Yes. Does this make y'all even more offended as a black woman when I shake my titties? Because y'all can't stand when we do our twerking and stuff. Y'all can't stand that because it's too sexual. That's what y'all ancestors said when y'all was watching us in Africa live our life and mind our business, and y'all was sneaking, watching us through the bushes, and we was doing our African dances and drumming, and y'all saw us with our big titties and our big thick asses and stuff, and y'all was getting hard and offended at the same time. So I know it gets y'all real mad when I do that. Because how can she be intelligent, spiritual, and blackety black at the same time? Child. That's something black people do because we extra. We extra as fuck. Y'all gonna hate that too. Is it Black History Month? Because I'm feeling so bliggity black today. It's the trolls. I actually was going on a tangent about all humans who are being enslaved by the select few elites, but then the white racists came in here and they can't even let me take up for them because I'm black. They rather be a slave to a white man than being freed by a black person. Come on. I said they'd rather be slaves to another white man than be freed by a black person. Come on now. So you white people got me on my black power because I didn't even intend to do that. I was speaking up for all us taxpayers. But no, y'all came in here and made it about race. So I said, well, shit. Since y'all noticing how good my motherfucking melanin ass skin is, look at my skin. I'm 38. Look at that shit. Where my wrinkles? Where's the fine lines? Look at that shit. I am 38 years old. I'll be 39 the next October. Look at that. Look. You see that elasticity? Come on now. You see that? That's natural oil. I ain't got on no foundation or nothing, bitch. You see, this is natural moisturizer, natural oils that just seeps out of the skin. We call it nigga butter because y'all can go and get cocoa butter, but y'all can't get this unless you born with it. This Maybelline, this born with it. Now look, my skin is brown, but look how it has a golden undertone. Look, living my life like it's golden, living my life. Look, when y'all put lights on y'all face, do you see gold? Do y'all turn into gold under lighting? Eyes get browner, skin gets golden. Under the light, I turn into gold, which is very prevalent in Africa. Come on now. Come on now. If I was white-eyed troll too. Now, if it wasn't for the racist whites coming in here reminding me of race, I wouldn't have had to eat y'all up like that. Look at my cheekbones. Look, that ain't no contour. Look, that's natural contour because of the cheekbone here. So when the cheekbone sets up, it provides that natural dark contour line. So I could wipe at this all day, but because I got cheekbones like this, a naturally chiseled nose, bitch. Anyways, perky B cups, and I'm 38. Child. Anyways, seethe. Ray J. Oh, I thought I heard a white person say do it again. Hope. Living my life like it's golden. 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 Golden. Oh, okay. All right. The people said they wanted to talk about Ray J because Ray J got some shit going on. It was Thanksgiving down in the Hollywood, and Ray J kids was down to the mansion. And then Princess and her people came down to the Ray J mansion. And then the police came down to the Ray J mansion because Ray J had a gun on the live. I can't make it up. That's all I really know about this situation is that he got arrested because him and his estranged wife, Princess Love, she came to retrieve her children from his home while he was on live. Things got a little heated, and there allegedly was a gun that was pulled. The police were called. Ray J was taken down to the station and then let go that same day. So the people wanted me to look into it, and I will. I was supposed to do it the other day, but I got tired. So let me call up Ray J. And I should not do this on an empty stomach because I feel like Ray J is going to take a lot of energy out of me. My coffee is cold, and I don't want to pause this to go in the kitchen. So I guess and I ain't got no snacks nearby. Except for my vitamins because they so yummy. But I guess I can't overdose on multivitamins, can I? Okay. I'll call up Ray J. To be honest, we can say that Ray J is crashing out, but Ray J and Princess, in my opinion, are both crash outs. Both of them. I mean, they're equally yoked. Don't ever be surprised at the person you marry because it's something about you that matches something about them. Princess Love let me know. Now, everybody always likes to remember Ray J pushing Princess in the pool. My memory serves me differently. I remember Princess Love acting very mature while Ray J was trying to restrain himself. I remember her taking her glass of champagne or water and dousing Ray J in it. I remember Ray J getting up, attempting to remove himself, and her, like a lot of women do, we get in people's face. We do all of this. And I remember her trying to maneuver, and I remember her splash. I was there, and I was adult. So I did not see Ray J, bitch. Ugh. No. I saw Princess, because I'm a girl and I can do that. And you're not supposed to do anything back. And I seen Ray J, oh, hell no. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. He didn't say that, but he got up like, let me get my stuff up out of here before I knock this bitch out. And as he was trying to move, He might have accidentally knocked her ass in a pool, which she absolutely deserved. Because you doused me, and look how karma turned around just that quick. Drowned that bitch. So I'm sorry, but I'm not on the princess victim train like a lot of people were from then, and y'all saw what y'all wanted to see because women always jump to victimhood, emotions, and lack of accountability. And yes, I'm a woman saying this. Women are the least accountable people in the whole world. Can't stand y'all for it, but sure. And then all the other women was like, ah, he did not push her. And if he did, she deserved it. I'm sorry, but you pushed my son. Y'all lucky I ain't got no son. Y'all lucky I ain't got no son. Because I'm going to tell him, that bitch hit you, knock her ass out. I ain't going to tell him that. I'm going to tell him to call me. And I will knock her ass out. I will knock that bitch out for you. You going to go to jail. Call mama. I'm going to knock her ass out because women know what to do. They know what they're doing. They know who to play with. They know who to try. And we absolutely know how to manipulate. We do. We do. Sorry, ladies, but can't none of us heal collectively if we don't get real. We do. We lie. We manipulate. We cry. Manipulate. Heavy on the manipulate. And lie. I'm sorry, but women are worse, more of a liar to me than men. Men don't be believing they lies. Women do. It will be written into law. A lie will be written into law if it's from a woman because we believe it so much. But we can get a whole idea about y'all cheating out of nowhere and create a whole situationship around it. We will. As soon as we, and it'll come from nowhere. You might not have did shit. And then all of a sudden, I mean, instantly. And next thing you know, you in trouble for something that we completely imagined ourselves and believed so hard that it became real. I'm sorry. I'm for the evolving and the improvement of the collective. So ladies, I'm telling. I gotta tell. I have to snitch. How did everybody see Princess as a victim when she ended up in the pool after she doused Ray J? Did y'all not see him as a victim? Because I did. I did. I thought that was not cool. I didn't think that was cool. I don't put my hands on men unless I'm unless I'm ready to die by mine. And I ain't gonna lie and say I haven't. But I was ready to go toe to toe. I knew they'd probably hit me back. I knew it probably hurt, but I was ready to listen. I was ready. And when they did hit me back, I ain't called the police. I ain't cried victim because they wouldn't have done it if I hadn't dug in their shit and caught them off guard most of the time. So it was a reflex. You can't play with humans like that. You can't play with humans like that. When I was young, I was off the chain with it. A young Aries moon with poor emotional restraint. Yes, I was gonna go on your shit because I needed you to know not to play with me. And they would go back in mine. And then we just in the middle of the street tussling. And now you got my elders coming out here and you got people finna die and lose their life behind this because I done went in this man's shit. And he hit me back because I caught him off guard and I stung him. But I ain't never tried to play the victim because after my family would come to my rescue and shut that shit down, they check me. Next time somebody do that, next time somebody go in your shit, next time that man X, Y, and Z, you on your own because you ain't got no business with your little ass in that man. And I just sit there like, well, yeah, shit. God damn, they right. And I thought that shit was cute. So I know y'all women do. I thought that shit was cute back then. Till one day, somebody's son grabbed me by my throat and had my little legs dangling in the air. It's not funny, but I hit him first. And his mama probably told him, if that bitch hit you, take her through there, take her through there. And he and that was the last. Enough about me. Ray J. Ray J. Oh yeah, I absolutely did. That shit was cute, but I was a teenager then. This wasn't, in my 20s or 30s. I was a teenager. Yeah, that shit wasn't cute. And I thought it was back then, but no, nothing about it was cute. Nothing about it was cute. But I don't mind taking accountability for my shit because I'm not there anymore. And only through taking accountability, saw heaven. I saw the pearly gates, not stars, LMD. I saw the pearly gates. I saw the pearly gates, but I was going to talk shit the whole way in there. And while I was getting choked out, I was still trying to talk shit. Couldn't talk or nothing. But I wouldn't be the woman I am today if I didn't take accountability. I was still trying to listen. I was still trying to get my licks in. My Uncle Roscoe, who was, yes, no, not right now. My Uncle Roscoe, who was the neighborhood G, he had to come and save me from myself. Yes, DeFranco. A young Aries moon is trouble, but they have the potential to grow out of that shit if they will themselves to do it, and I did. I absolutely did. Because my father, he did 20 years in prison, and my Aries moon is in the 12th house. That rules institutions like prison, hospitals, jails, mental asylums. And I always thought that's an indicator that if I don't watch my temper, I might end up in a situation where I'm in jail, hospital, or institutionalized. And that was always at the back of my mind, not to end up in jail like my daddy or any institution, since it seems like I have a placement that would allow it if I wasn't conscious. So I've always been conscious and self actualized, focused on self improvements, and very self aware. So that's how that growth came about. And I still have that wild Aries energy, but I channel it now into more constructive places. Like when I was just talking to the trolls and stuff, and I was letting myself cook, that was me and my Aries moon. But I found a way to channel it in a way where I can be just as Aries, but in a way where it has its place. See you later, James. And thank you for not being too offended by me saying I'm starting to think you a troll. Because I like when I can be like, all right, now I don't know what you're doing, and people don't get offended. They just be like, no, I ain't no troll. I was just saying. So, Ray J. Princess, she's not an Aries, is she? She seems like it. She acts like one. Nevertheless, I think they're equally yoked. So let's see. Let's see what he has going on. I also think that Ray J has more demons. She's a Leo. Fire, fire, fire. She has more demons. I mean, he has more demons. She seems to demand things. Obviously, she's a wife. She's his wife. She's the mother of his children. So she should probably be demanding things from him, demanding that he act and behave a certain way. But Leos can also require a lot of attention. I don't know if she did, but that's interesting. I don't think I don't think Ray J would be a good fit for anybody. I don't think they're all, I don't know. I don't know about their marital situation. I only know that they did get married. I don't think Ray J is a good fit for anybody. And I think that Princess might have some healing to do too before she doesn't allow her toxicity to come out and intervene. She looks drunk, but I don't know. She's amazing at poker. That I do know. I do know because I play poker. And so seeing her thrive in that space made me notice her. Oh, good luck to you, Kibi. Kibi. My advice is to learn how to be a really good hype man and to not have a problem with being a hype man because she will need it. And if she doesn't get that constant validation when she's seeking it, it can really, really, really mess her up. I learned that from dealing with an African. I told you guys about the time that we went to Hooters and we walked in together, and the Hooters girl was like, "Oh my God, you're so beautiful." And she told the guy, "You're so lucky to be in here with her." And he didn't say anything until we got to the table. But as soon as we sat down, apparently that had been bothering him because he didn't get complimented. And she told him that he was lucky to be there with me. And he's a Leo. And as soon as we got to the table, I noticed that he was a little withdrawn. So I was like, "You okay?" He was like, "I wonder why she did not compliment me. Am I not attractive?" I was like, "Oh, I know you lie." I know you lie. I know you lying, sir. Okay, so I'm just sitting here like I was literally thinking like, "I know you lying, bitch." I didn't say it. Maybe my face did, but I was like, "I know this can't be real." Usually women get complimented, and the guys are like, "Hey, you got a really nice lady there. We're probably together, so she didn't want to tell you how attractive you are because you were there with me." So I had to so I just had to take one for the team and hype him up real quick. I was like, "Oh my God, I didn't know that that bothered you. Why would that bother you when you're the most attractive man in here? You the finest person in here. Who else would I be in here with if not you?" Truthfully, he was though. That wasn't me just hyping him up. I thought he was delicious, scrumptious, everything about him. Everything about him was delicious. And then there was a guy sitting behind me that like used to try to date me, and he's attractive. But I was like, "You're the finest man in here. Who else would a baddie be in here with besides you?" And that distracted him from the fact that he didn't get the initial compliment. I had to hype him up, and then everything was good. So, Kibi, become a hype man and learn how to give her the validation that she will need because she will seek it, she will need it, and if she doesn't get it, it will be detrimental. So you have to constantly reassure her that she is that bitch that she thinks she is. Because if she tries to do something attention seeking and you just accidentally don't see it, she's going to interpret that as like I'm not that bitch. Wait, my trick ain't good. Mom, watch, I could do this. And you might be busy, but if you don't see her doing this, oh, you can set her back. You can set her back years. Because now she's gonna be doing this in the mirror for the next 3 days until she figures out why you didn't acknowledge it. Don't do it. So, fun fact for any of you guys raising Leos, learn how to be a hype man. I'm a Libra. I'm so used to being complimented and told I'm pretty that I don't care. I don't even have anything in my chart in the sign of Leo except for Lilith. So when I'm having sex, I will dominate. That Lilith and Leo will make you a dominant force doing the whoopee. It will make you a dominatrix or somebody that is like Bill Keast in American Gods, where that is where I dominate. It's where my power comes out the most. So do not let me get on top of you. You won't survive. Your soul, your mind, your heart will be mine, and you won't even know why. You won't even know why you're obsessed. You won't even know why. Only I will. And I won't like it, but it's natural. So, yeah, I don't have any planet in Leo, so I don't mind hyping other people up because I'm not really attention seeking myself because I get it. I get it. I get attention. And a lot of times when I don't want it, a lot of times not the kind that I do want. So if you want the vanity attention, I don't mind giving that to you because I like when people see the real me. I think the real me is beautiful. And I don't like it when people can only see this part because Adina, my mind, my heart, things like that, that's where I feel like I'm the most valuable. So I don't mind telling you how dope you are. I too have a Leo fifth house. It's split between Cancer and Leo, but the majority of it is in Leo, and my Lilith is in the Leo part. I don't have any planets in I actually don't have any planets in a lot of places. I have a stellium in Aries, a stellium in Libra, Mars in Virgo, Neptune is somewhere in my ninth house. The rest of my planets are in my seventh house. So literally my seventh, sixth, seventh, 12th, ninth, and eighth. I guess that's fair, but I don't have a lot of planets that are populated because most of my planets are in stelliums. I have two stelliums, and there are 3 planets in them each. That takes up 6 planets, plus they have asteroids in them. In astrology, fifth or sixth house. The fifth house is a Leo house traditionally, and it rules over things like sex, fun, pleasures, even kids, because kids are a result of sex. And so you can see sex, you can see fun, things you do that are fun, pleasurable, and sex, and even how many kids you'll have. You can see that in the fifth house. Sixth house comes after that. It's a Virgo house, which is obviously because it's after Leo, and it is a traditional ruler of certain other things. All right. I don't think Ray J and Princess are compatible. I think that Leos typically only do good with signs that are not heavily aspected by fire. I have a lot of fire, but I think Leos do good with Libras because Libras are known for being pretty or popular or attractive, but we usually don't seek it. And we like to have pretty, popular, and attractive people and things around us. So if you're attractive, we like you. We don't mind hyping you up because we like other attractive people around us. We like to be surrounded by attractive things because we're Venusian. So I think Leos do good with Libras and other really selfless signs that don't mind not being the center of attention or are the center of attention but don't need to be it the way Leos do. I don't think Leos do good with other celebrities. I don't think Leo celebrities do good with other celebrities, whether they're Leos or not, because celebrity falls under the rulership of Leo. And so, yes, I just fixed my wig, but that's what I do around here. So, if you're a celebrity, pick up, you already have Leo-ish traits by design because you're a celebrity. So, you're supposed to be in the limelight, you're supposed to be attention seeking. Leos, though, are naturally like that. So, celebrities, even if they're not naturally like that, they have to, by their trade, always be the center of attention. And Leos aren't necessarily going to always like playing the background to a celebrity. And so Princess, who is a Leo, dating somebody as famous as Ray J, because even outside of his own fame, he is famous by name, by his family, his sister. Recipe for disaster. because Princess marrying into Brandy's family wasn't going to work. Princess was going to always be looking for her own claim to fame, which is why they even met on TV, because she was already looking for her own claim to fame. Integrating into a family where one person is the reason why the family is on and everybody else is just supposed to support that machine, Princess was never going to thrive in that marriage as a supporting character to not only Ray J, but to Brandy. That would have never worked. But I do like the outlet that she found for herself because it isn't as attention seeking as being on Love and Hip Hop, but she can still get her shine for herself in poker. So I like that. I like that. I like how she maneuvered the situation to still be a Leo and get her own limelight, but she didn't go the cheesy celebrity route, get back on another reality show or start doing stunts, PR stunts and stuff like that. No, she found a legitimate place where her skill set could help her get the attention that she desired, and I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that better for her than marrying into that family. Her addressing this issue online too is a Leo thing to do. A Libra, oh no, I can't say that because, well, Cardi B. I was going to say a Libra would be mortified to come online crying and spilling our tea. I, yeah, I don't even, but then there's Cardi B, so I take that back. I take that back. I take that back. Yes, an evolved Libra. I would rather be caught dead than let anybody see me any less than put together. And when I'm not put together, I still find a graceful way to be authentically unput together. But what you won't see me do is fall apart. You will never see me do that. Ever. Ever. My fall apart days are over for one. And secondly, I will do it in the privacy of my own room, in my own closet. Nobody in my family will see me fall apart. When I was being tested for cancer and going through various tests, biopsies, scans, and things like that, let me tell y'all what I did. On the inside, I wasn't cool with it because I always told my spirits that I would die gracefully and I would give up my ghost after my work, my service here was done. Cancer is so ugly. It's so degrading. And I was like, ain't no way. I was very upset because I thought that would be what took me out. And I was just like, before I go out of this world, bald, reeling from chemo, letting it do more damage to my body, make me weak, all of that, I'll just go gracefully and let the cancer do what it do. But I'm not going to go through because I've seen my own family members fighting cancer under chemotherapy, and I feel like it was worse than the cancer itself. I watched my mother-in-law. I was with her. My grandmother, I was with her. The chemotherapy is what does it. I feel like the chemo, it's so invasive. I didn't want that for myself. I wanted to go out with grace. Um, and not with chemo dragging me to hell. So I told my family, I said, listen, and I literally put everybody on a group chat, my sisters actually. I put them on a group chat, a group call, and because I wasn't going to tell them, I asked my mom not to tell anybody in the family what was going on with me because I feel like if they were emotional, then it was going to make me not be able to be as strong as I needed to be for myself. But she was like, now you know I'm gonna tell your sisters. And I was pissed at her because if that's my wish, because I need to be strong for myself, don't worry about my sisters or care about them more than you care about me or respect my wishes. So when I realized that that wasn't going to go the way I planned, because it was going to stress me out with my mama spreading it around the family and it being gossip, because that's how it is. Ain't nobody going to ask straight up. Nobody even asked me how I'm doing. They'll go ask my mama how Dina doing, and she don't know because I don't let her. So I said, okay, let me nip this in the bud. No, neither one of my sisters are single, and you wouldn't qualify. I promise you that. My sisters are kept. They have degrees and careers that they don't even have to work. Got men that love and adore them, children that love and adore them. And my sisters are bougie, so you wouldn't stand a chance. I'm telling you. Oh, y'all just be barking up the wrong tree. There's so many other available women for you that are in your league, John. So many more women for you that are in your league. I understand why I understand why anybody walks into heaven, sees all the goddesses, and wants to take one for themselves. But remember, you're just a visitor here. So let's get to Ray J and see what's going on with him. I'm actually a little bit nervous to read him because whenever I start approaching the idea of reading somebody is when I start approaching their energy. And I can already begin to sense, feel, see. So as I hone in more on getting serious about reading Ray J, pity a little bit. I notice that whenever I am speaking intelligently and speaking about things that are hard for the trolls to find comebacks to, they start degrading me as a woman. I saw that same wig on Temu for $3. I bet you got firehead. As a troll who was sent to troll an intellectual, when you are left only with comments and comebacks like that, how does that make you feel? When you're supposed to be here making me look dumb or embarrassed, but you say stuff about my wig, firehead, I would imagine you might see something like this on Temu, but I can assure you, I've never shopped on Temu. I've never purchased a piece of hair for $3. It's not YouTube that pays them. Google is the parent entity for YouTube. So I never really take up my issues with YouTube because when I did have that last trolling issue and they were threatening my life, and I put out there that I was going to woo not the trolls, but whoever sent them because I deal with the bosses, not the sheep. The next day, I got a message from YouTube apologizing. I even shared it here. I shared it on my YouTube. And then 3 days later, Spotify was having an issue with botting. And then it spread. Spotify, Rock Nation, the whole botting situation came up right after I said, I will deal with your bosses. And they're still fighting the botting Rico. Sorry, I pushed the camera button on my phone. So, Alphabet is the owner. Don't know, don't care. I don't know. But when I sign into YouTube, I have to go through Google. And when YouTube pays me, it's through Google AdSense. So I don't know and I don't care. Ray J. I just wanted to point out um how don't ever be offended on my behalf for trolls, because pay attention to what I'm doing or saying when they come in and how they troll me. Not with any intelligent comebacks or anything like that. It's usually an insult of some sort, not with anything of substance. And so I never care about them. Never care. I've seen them in many ways. For the ones that are actual human, for the ones that aren't bots that are triggered by a machine, imagine getting paid less than $1 per comment. And then you only get one comment in before you're blocked. Emery, you are walking on thin ice. So many people came here calling me racist, but all I see is black woman, black woman, black woman, this, black woman. Black women are not always angry. They are just smarter. I don't know if you thought that was a compliment. Pay attention to the trolls, you guys. I never see trolls. Well, maybe they have some sort of protections in place for that, but like the vloggers, the gossipers, the one who just reports celebrity tea, I don't see them having those issues. But then again, it's just gossip. So why would anybody want to troll them? They are in here heavy today, but it's because of what I was saying, Kibi. You know, what I was on earlier. That's why. Love the fake hair. Zach, if that ain't a white person. Oh boy. All right. Most High Mother and Father God, thank you. Thank you for this day of the sun that provides vitamin D to me, sustenance and life. The sun that rises on everything that God created naturally and sustains it. The same sun that knows to sustain everything that God created and to destroy everything that is unnatural and inorganic to this planet. Thank you for Sundays. Thank you for YouTube for being such a gracious host of a platform, for allowing me here to share my gift with those who believe in it and those who came to seethe in it. Thank you for everyone who joins me here as they are improving my algorithm and my monetization. Each troll who comments here boosts me up in the algorithm and makes sure YouTube knows that I am that bitch. And thank you for my regular viewers and subscribers, whom I love dearly. Thank you for Ray J for giving me something to talk about. I see a lot of them are gone. Oh, I got 14 people in here now from 30. Boy, once you start praying, once you start utilizing another force, well, Most High Mother and Father God, please allow me to conjure up the spirit, soul, and collective energy of Ray J. Willie Ray Norwood Jr., brother of the iconic Brandy Norwood. Ray J. Oh, Ray J. Please compel Ray J to speak to me from his soul's truth, keeping absolutely nothing hidden from me. Ray J, you were just in a bind, Nate. What is currently going on with you and this situation with your estranged wife, Princess? Were you crashing out? Were you in some mental duress? Were you really going to shoot somebody? What's going on with you these days, Ray J? What's going on in your core, in your center? I don't just want to see the circumstances surrounding you. What is transpiring in your soul, in your core? I get fear. I get fear from Ray J. And I feel like the last time I read him, I feel like I got the same thing. First thing I feel off of him is fear. Ray J. In my mind, I hear, I don't know what they're going to do to me, man. I don't know what they're going to do to me. Like, I hear him talking so fast, so fast. I need you to calm down so I can hear. In my opinion, Ray J is spiraling, but he's afraid. He feels like they're closing in on him. They're setting him up or preparing him for some sort of setup. And as a result, it's driving him crazy. It's like a paranoid psychosis is what it feels like. A paranoid psychosis. I also feel like there's some gang stalking going in a way that only people who've ever been gang stalked would know. It's as if the people who are all inviting him into their circles, onto their platforms for interview, for some of the Ray J clout, it's almost as if there's a concerted effort for all the attention to be on him. Because for somebody like Ray J right now, being all outside and popping on the scene and having everybody wanting to interview, wanting you on their platform, that will make him spiral. And it's almost like keeping their eye on him by way of keeping him involved and active. The problem is for somebody who's just spiraling and cracking under the pressure, they can't always be hip to the strategies and hip to how they need to move to not fall prey to very subtle traps. Yes, yes, like that, Tiara. It's also like imagine if you were in a position where you wanted out of something, or if you were a liability and you were being kicked out, but you didn't necessarily want to because you know what's on the other side of being kicked out of a gang, blood in, blood out. And so it started out in my mind with him noticing that his time may be up around the Diddy trial. In my opinion, because they had some information, some evidence that led back to Whitney Houston. Again, Diddy trial wasn't for justice. Otherwise, the Diddy saga would still be carried out in court now, and it would be a snowball effect of other things. So that was very insulated because in their attempt to do whatever they were doing with Diddy, they came across many other things, but they put that stuff to the side because they didn't need to use it at the time. Sometime around the Diddy trial, I believe something came up that would have opened another door to the Whitney Houston death. And I think that something had to do with Ray J, obviously, but his involvement in Hollywood. If Diddy would have went all the way down, Clive wouldn't have went down. They would have pinned everything on Diddy. And they were probably trying to find a way to do that. And when they found out they couldn't, he played hardball. They couldn't though. They had to retreat. If it was a way that they can pin everything on Diddy without Diddy blowing up their spot, they would have. I told y'all they needed somebody to be the bad guy for all the nasty stuff so that people would feel like the nasty stuff is gone because the culprit is being dealt with, when really it's just a changing of guards. In this case, though, Ray J's position in Hollywood, I believe, came up. And I believe he might be paranoid about him being a liability. And then I believe that Ray J start doing things to prove himself down and valuable, a la Kai Cenat. I believe that's one of the things he did to prove to them that he was still down with the program and he wasn't a liability. What's the Kai Cenat thing? Asking to shower with him on his show. Because that was a thing for Kai Cenat too. Those shower sleepovers, they're exactly what the fuck you might think they are if you have common sense. But saying it so outwardly like that so that the whole world can clock it without just people with common sense clocking it and then the whole world saying, no, it's not like that. You don't understand streamer culture. It's just content. No. But Ray J did it in that way so that he can send a message. I'm still down. I'm still with the team. I'm not a liability like y'all might think I am. He started doing things to try to be down. To prove to himself that he didn't need to be handled the way he probably feared they were going to handle him. I believe he is shifting into the streamer culture and the streaming community because their London bridges is falling in the old entertainment world and all of the gatekeepers are in trouble. Ray J is trying to show I'm still valuable to the system and the machine. And now, actually, the attention now is on the streaming community as the new celebrities, because celebrities are influencers. That's why the brands and labels and companies pay them millions of dollars. Those are marketing dollars. And everybody knows your marketing budget in a company has to be the biggest budget. No use in having a warehouse full of product if you can't get people to know about it, see about it, and buy it. So the marketing budget is going to be the biggest, which is why celebrities are paid so much money because they're a part of a marketing budget. They are influencers, they are marketers. Celebrities, though, are losing their influence. The streamers, though, they have the attention of the youth. Of course they do, Thomas. A lot of companies need me, but that used to be my job in corporate. They called me the fixer. I did HR, but people brought me in to save their company or to fix the foundation of their business. If you start a business and then you start scaling and then start seeing that your foundation wasn't solid, they'd absolutely bring me in. If they had employee issues that they couldn't mitigate, because employee issues mean employees aren't getting paid enough. And a company saying they can't mitigate that means they don't want to pay more. So they brought me in to play Jedi mind tricks. And not Jedi mind tricks. The corporate thought I was playing Jedi mind tricks, but me, I was finding a middle ground. You may not be able or want to pay a whole workforce, an increase in salary, but you're going to have to spend some money. And so I'll tell them where to spend the money on the employees to maybe appease them with the fact that they haven't been getting the raises they want, but give them something else. You walked into that one sentence about marketing, and nobody even told me that. That's just common sense to me. And that's how I ended up out of the corporate world because my boss told me you be a better entrepreneur than you would be an employee. And he was right. Because as I continued trying to be an employee after that, I kept running into conflicts with my superiors that I tried to avoid. I didn't want it. I just wanted to do a good job. But me doing a good job means I might do better than you. And that's where my conflicts in the corporate world came in. That's how I got into real estate, actually. I had to find a way to avoid always being made small. Well, I don't know what they're paying your marketing guy, but send me the link to the application. If they paying it enough, I might go and sign on for as a contractor for a little while to help them spruce things up, and then I leave. Anyways, streamers, they have the attention now of the youth. They have the attention now of even the old heads because they have the attention of the youth. So streamers are where the new celebrity is going and the new big dollars are going. So Ray J, I believe, has been trying to prove that he's still valuable before he becomes obsolete as he's seen as a liability while the old industry and the old guard is falling. That's where Ray J got his claim to fame, from the old industry and the old guard. It's a new dawn and a new day. He might be a liability because of all the dirt that he was hired to do. And now all that dirt needs to disappear. So that's why I sense fear in Ray J when I call him up. Now, Ray J, let's talk. Spirit, please compel Ray J to speak to me from his spirit and his soul's truth, keeping absolutely nothing hidden from me, because spirits try to lie. They can't lie, but they'll try to hide. And Ray J, you have a lot to hide. You also have a lot to hide from me, because this platform is known for going beyond the veil. May not be the largest platform, but I do have a reputation for my accuracy, for the things that I can see. It's quality over quantity over here. That's why Krishan, I believe, her soul didn't want me reading her the other day either. And that's why she wanted me to ask specific questions instead of just taking a peek around. Specific questions gives you an opportunity to hide, which you might not want me to see if that's not what I'm asking to see. But if I'm just here to see and not ask anything in particular, then I'll see whatever's there. Ray J, talk to me about what's going on with you right now. What is going on with you? Not just this shit that you recently got into with, uh, what's her name? Princess. Not you whining about, Brandy and your mother being disappointed in you online when you should be disappointed in you. Not your conversations about having sex with green vagina juice Sukihana. What's going on with you? These are all symptoms of a bigger issue. What's going on with you and your spirit and your soul, Ray J, and your collective energy? They say that Sukihana released a sex tape and her vagina juice was green. That's why I threw that in there. I didn't see it for myself. I can assure you that. My stomach turns as I think about it. Ugh. These men coming here talking about loose the mesh top shows you how men can be so, sorry men, dumb. You guys get distracted by a mesh top and a little bit of cleavage. The story of Samson and Delilah will always repeat itself with you all until you learn that you too have a divine feminine inside of you. And once you connect with it, it'll enhance you. It'll make you so much more deeper and multidimensional. It'll help you not be so distracted by breast. Breasts are here to show men that women love hard and strong. It's a way to draw you guys to our chest so that you always remember that a woman's superpower is her ability to love and her ability to nurture. That's why women have breasts. Because it is a physical manifestation of a characteristic of the feminine energy. I only sound crazy to a fool. So I'll welcome that from you. Thank you, one of one. Ray J, let's wait a minute. I don't know, that song is stuck in my head. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, yeah. Wait a minute. That was the ad lib he did at the end. Wait, yeah. Wait a minute. Come on. Y'all know Ray J was giving Jacquees. Isn't that the man's name? Jacquees. What's that rapper guy name? Jacquees. Ray J was giving it way before. Ray J walked so Jacquees, whatever his name is, so that he could run. The one who has a baby with the Sanders girl. Y'all remember Ray J did that ad lib at the end of Wait a Minute. Where yeah, wait a minute. That's it, Kibi. Ray J walked so Jacquees could run. How does his E? Is that how he does it? E. I don't listen to Jacquees' music because I don't want to hear no Baba Black Sheep. Have you any wool in my ear? But I've sure laughed about it when you guys talk about it. I hear he has a signature run that's very E. I call that the beginner run because as a singer, you know, growing up, back in the 90s, music used to have that like that kind of roll where you have to dislocate your jaw a little bit. It was a very throaty type of run before runs came a little bit more runny and smoothie. That's the beginner run. It's a beginner's run. It's the run that you do before you learn how to really sprint on them runs. Excuse me while I shift my $3 Temu wig. It's a beginner run. So he still has some learning, some vocal learning to do because of that. That was a 90s run. That's an early church run. We learned how to do that in church and some of the songs, but then we learned more elaborate runs. Ray J, speaking of elaborate runs, because we don't need you to run nowhere with your voice. We just needed you to be Brandy's brother. Shoot. He gave us a cultural vibe, though. He gave us an audible meme. Ray J gave us audible memes, audio memes with his songs. But you didn't have to attach that to Brandy's legacy. To be honest, Ray J might have extended Brandy's her run with his antics, because all the other stars from Brandy's day, they're out in the pasture. Ray J kept that Norwood name alive, and even though he stressed Brandy out, we always thought about Brandy because of Ray J. He had to be stressing her ass out. So, hey, the Norwoods did a thing. They did a thing. Even though Ray J was the little brother who could not, he still did his job. He still contributed something to the legacy, and I won't take that away from you, Ray J. And I think Brandy should appreciate that too, because you kept the Norwood name by any means necessary on our lips. Good, bad, and ugly. All right, Ray J, talk to me about what's going on with you. What is going on with you right now? Spirit, let me see what's going on with Ray J himself. Is it drugs? Is it him just, trolling for clout? The more outlandish he is, the more gigs he'll be booked for, because they know he's going to attract the views by being, you know, whatever. Is that what you're going through, Ray J? Or is there something really, really going on with you? And if so, Spirit, please allow me to see what it is. Because the people are concerned about Ray J. For the love of Brandy, we're concerned for her brother. Not for the love of Ray J. For the love of Brandy, we're concerned about Ray J. Presently, the world sees him as a damn fool. I've always said the fool upright isn't necessarily a damn fool, like the fool in reverse is. The fool upright is a risk taker, spontaneous. And this is required sometimes in order for you to get to your next level. Sometimes you got to take a risk and trust everything that you know and everything that you've done along the way to aid you in this. In this case, this is a damn fool. People are saying, what the fuck is going on with Brandy's little brother? He's acting like a little sibling right now, embarrassing his family out in the grocery stores, digging in his butt, digging in his nose, peeing outside. He's doing the little brother stuff. However, I'm sorry, my wig doesn't. This isn't a glued on wig, so excuse me when I shift it. I don't glue shit to my edges. It's not that serious. This, though, is a damn fool. And it also is spiraling. Because nobody wakes up and chooses to be a damn fool. But they can be close to the ledge and then get afraid. The dog in the Fool card is said to be instincts. Whether our instincts are cheering us on, barking at us to go ahead and take the leap, nipping at our feet so that we don't get too scared, or whether it's warning us. It's our instincts that we walk throughout life. Since this is the very first in the deck, and it represents actually the Aries. It's an Uranus card, but it's Aries because it's the first. This tells me even a message about religion. Your instincts. In this, you have everything you need to be successful in your journey through life. Because when you're born, straight from when you get a soul, that son, when you get a soul put into your physical body, and then you're born out of the womb, out of the waters, and then you take this leap into this current, thank you, one of one, this current incarnation in life. It's a journey that you don't know. You're taking a risk. However, it's not your first time here, because from your past lives, you've got some things that aid you through this current life. And you have your instincts. So there is no need for a savior. We don't see anything up here, do we? Or down here. You have everything you need for this journey. Your past life experiences that y'all don't even believe exist. Y'all think you're going to die and that's it. But you're going to die and find yourself right in somebody's labor and delivery, breaking somebody's womb, with your instincts that will guide you through your next incarnation. Hope you listen. Because the card after, 2 cards after this is the High Priestess. That's where you learn about this instinct and that it's not just an instinct. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. However, I think Ray J's instincts are what's driving him to this state. He's on the edge. Is he being pushed to the ledge? Because he might not be needed anymore? Could his instincts be telling him that he's on a ledge and he could be spiraling because he wants to moonwalk back to a safe place? Oh no, I didn't mean to hide Kibi. Lord, I'm gonna have I just hit my mod trying to hide you. Now I gotta find a way to unhide my mod. How do I unhide my mod from here? No, not Tierra, do you know how to unhide Kibi 24? You unhid Hypernova Steve. I wanted him blocked. I need Kibi 24 back. You just unhid her? Okay. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Kibi, when you come back. I'm so sorry. I was trying to hide the troll under you. Thank you, Tara. I see where you unhid her. Thank you. I'm so sorry. All right. Oh, I have to stop everything I'm doing. That make my heart drop. Y'all, speaking of, Kibi, I'm so sorry. Look what happened when I was cooking. This is my dressing from Thanksgiving, from this Thanksgiving, checking on it in the oven. Don't know if you can see this one, because this is in the shape of the lines in the oven. That's the one on the 3 lines. Macaroni and cheese, 2019. I've got more. I've got so many more. So this is mac and cheese. This is this year's dressing. They say if Dina don't burn her hand in the oven, it might not be that good. It might not be as good as it usually is. But when they see I'm burnt, battered and bruised because I was trying to pour all my all into that food, they gonna eat down. They gonna eat down. You should see them. They be like, she got a cut. She got a burn. I want to be first in line. It don't even hurt. It did when it happened, but I was too busy cooking. I was slaving away in that kitchen, so I just kept it moving. As soon as I did it, I said, well, the dressing gonna be good this year. None was left. except for what I had to stash away to bring home. And I made one of those large aluminum pans. I got a Ziploc bag to bring home with me. So, just in case you guys see this and you didn't see it before and it's distracting because it just caught my attention, dressing 2025. I'll add it to the collection. Ray J, though, I think he's spiraling because he's scared. I think he's trying to be pushed out of something and he's trying to stay in. Because what's on the other end of that ledge? Is it death? Is it jail? Is it charges? You never know when they push you out, you could become the next scapegoat. And all of the things that you did that they protected for you, well, they might just come and let it catch up to you. Challenge. Ray J's scared. I'll say defensive. Excuse me. I'm burping. I'm burping. Okay. And I just had a hot flash. Ray J's scared. And whatever he's scared of, we don't know exactly what the real threat is. Because this person has all these wands behind them ready to defend themselves with their wand. But look, they're looking this way. It's not these wands that this person is scared of. If that's the case, he wouldn't be so not, so relaxed to look this way, but not look behind him at the wands behind him. There's something else that this person, despite everything else that they may have going on, there's something else that concerns them, something that they need to be prepared for to defend themselves with. Even after all of the things that they're going through now, there's something else still that they anticipate. We see them looking off at something in the distance, but what they're looking at, we don't see because it has not entered the public equation yet. It has not entered a situation that we publicly can see, but he sees it. So whatever is challenging Ray J, whatever he's afraid of, we don't know what this is yet. It's an invisible threat to us, but not to him. He don't look worried from whatever is coming from this direction. Looks worried. I've been doing psychic readings, but Ray J wants me to be a medium today. He wants me to feel. He wants me to see. He's saying, put yourself in my body. Absolutely the fuck not. I'll watch from right here. You've got STDs, Ray J, in my opinion. I won't say that as a fact, but since you want me to see what's going on from your perspective, from your body, no. You're so desperate, you might try to swap. There's something going on in your loins that I don't want to feel. I am not in a state of paranoia and immense fear like you, so I don't want to see it from, I can see it from here. And I mean that though. I do believe that there's something going on in his loins, but I believe that there is something going on in 80% of the loins of celebrities, including your fave, including the one that you might want to sleep with. The star. First of all, this is a con man. Yes, I just learned this about the star. The star has such a optimistic, faith-based, but no. I found a new meaning of the star and I searched for it because I used to read Natasha and she came up as this. And then after our friendship ended, I needed to understand that there has to be another interpretation of the star because she didn't this is not con man. A card about optimism, faith, wishing on a star. eh, on the other polarity of that is a con artist. Yes, as a con artist. Somebody who sells dreams, possibly. Kibi, it's funny that you asked because my spirits have been um, getting on me. I've been getting my ass handed to me about my doctorate degree membership tier. I have abandoned it. I did. In that, I did teach a few things, but not the way you guys expect teachers to teach. However, I am going to reboot it as well as this channel because while Saturn was moving around, I had a conversation with my spirits today about some things, and I was told what you're seeking, you already have. It's just there's so much more you can do with what you have that you haven't explored. And the reason I haven't explored it is for personal reasons. However, I have no more excuses, nor, you know what? One of one. Another thing is, I felt like it wasn't valuable. There's only like three people in there. And then when I would go live, it'd be hard to get more than one of you in there at first. And I just thought like I would ask you guys, how are you doing with the things? And I felt like it just wasn't as valuable. And not saying that you guys should have been doing something. I just felt like if I were giving you guys something that you utilize more practically, then the feedback would have been different. So I thought maybe I will step back and then wait until I see that they need what we do here. Because I just felt like I may have been trying to give you guys something that you guys weren't ready for yet. However, my spirits are telling me that I have been in a disservice to myself. I actually have, and I've learned that, and I'm paying for that in Saturn. With this Saturn, well, I didn't do everything perfectly. There is a consequence that I have to accept too. But with that consequence, I've learned a lesson, and I'm just going to go and stay on top of my responsibilities. And this platform was given to me as a responsibility, but I don't treat it that way. I actually have been treating my family like a responsibility, and I regret it every time. I regretted going out of town and spending Thanksgiving with my family instead of staying here and then just using all of those days to do content because this is where my heart was. It wasn't with my family. I don't feel relatable to them anymore because they are used to me being the black sheep. They're used to not respecting me in a certain way. And I used to be okay with that because I didn't like or love myself. I wanted them to love me. I can't do that anymore. And I realize that we are family, but many of us are not friends. And I always thought that my family was my friends, but now I'm a good friend to them. None of them are, most of them are not a good friend to me. And so I've been having to reprioritize what matters to me in my personal life since everybody else prioritized what mattered to them. I didn't do that. I prioritized them. They prioritized themselves. Now it's different. I prioritize me. I have my own thing going, and it bothers them that I do because I do not justify them treating me the way they do anymore. And now it's coming off as, well, now you're hurting our feelings. You need to consider our feelings, but I don't hurt their feelings. I just stop. I stopped giving them my power. Once I took it back, they're offended. And then I realized, that I've been sacrificing this channel to be a good sister, cousin, daughter to people that don't even call, they don't even check in on me. They're dismissive to when I want to communicate things that are important to me. They will dismiss. They will absolutely dismiss, including my mother. She did it this Sunday. And I said, okay. It used to bother me, but I said, okay, there's going to be a time where this situation comes back up and you're going to be upset with me because of how I don't react. And I'm going to have to remind you that I've been trying to communicate to you where I am and you dismiss it. And she actually understood it. She was like I just did. I said, exactly. She was like, I get it. So she knows that she does that. It's the first time, though, in 38 years that she admits it. Well, because it's not I don't allow them to blame me for things anymore like I used to. So that's I wanted to say that to say that I won't make any more sacrifices for this work that I do here anymore because it is bigger than just me reading celebrities and things like that. The fact that you're even asking me if I teach shows that what I do here is bigger than just reading celebrities for the sake of entertainment. And I've always treated my gift in this channel that way. But then, like I said, after YouTube told me that I have been producing much more content than I gave myself credit for, I took a nap, which is what I've been doing. I've been sleeping. And that was at Saturn retrograde. Now Saturn's going direct. I've had this aha moment where I need to get off of my break, get off of my nap. Sleep time is over. And while I was sleeping, I realized that I could only take a nap that long with this channel because I don't treat this channel like I want it to be perceived. So I have to treat my work how I want it to be perceived and received. And if I'm frustrated that I can't reach more people, then I can only be frustrated with the fact that in order to reach more people doing this, then you have to be OD. You have to do overtime. You have to make sacrifices that the people that you want to keep up with don't have to make because they go to work and clock in and they get days off that are allocated. You don't reach the world with habits like an employee. And that's how I've been behaving. And so I had to take accountability for that too. And that's why I'm here today. And I'll be here tomorrow, Wednesday, and Friday, like I've been. We will have a members live tonight. And I will revamp the doctorate degree program. Just give me this week to put together a format for Beyond the Veil Adina for my platform and for the various membership tiers because each of them offers something that the public, my public lives don't offer at all. Give me a second to really structure this like I prioritize it. Let me give it what it deserves so that I can make sure that I'm holding myself accountable. I like to teach through example and through experience. So I don't like to be a traditional teacher because I don't believe in teaching in the traditional sense. I don't believe in humans initiating other people either. I believe that the only way you can teach somebody is if you lead or teach by example or just share from your own personal experience about what you learned from something. Then that way, I don't teach you, I just give you tools. And then you go and use those tools to help you figure out your experiences too. Because teaching means I'm the master of something and I know everything when I'm a student too. I'm a student too. I learn every day. I can only convey with success the things that I've mastered already. And I haven't mastered it, a lot of things, only other than the things that I relate to you guys as personal experience. And yes, initiation can only come from spirit. And I am a respecter of spirit. I'm not in the spiritual community like most witches, warlocks, and people like that. I'm not entitled to their service, even though I can command them. I respect them too. Um, so in that way, I have to make sure when I put myself in a position where you guys are learning from me, that whatever I'm putting out there for you guys, it's sound doctrine. I haven't been sound lately. So that's why my tears have been suffering. My this channel is only as good as I am at the moment. And so I have been dealing with accountability, but I will be more responsible with this channel and then give you guys something that you can invest into or something that you can utilize as a resource that's always there for you. Not where you have to wait until you're notified to know when you can expect something from me or where you can get it from. I'll operate myself like the temple of Beyond the Veil. Everyone's welcome. We come here, we learn, we do ceremony, you get healing, offerings, sacrifices. I am going to do my first ever group offering in January. I've done group ceremonies, but my offerings I usually do on my own. Even though spirits do a lot of work for you guys, I usually take up giving them offerings and blessings on my own. In January, though, I will do my beginning of the year because all of these are my own practices. Anything I offer to do for you guys, I already do for myself. I'll be doing my calendar New Year offering to the spirits as well as the one in April at the natural New Year. The one in January, though, if you guys want to give an offering to the spirits, there is no set price. You could contribute something to that so that I can, purchase something for you. I utilize flowers, lots and lots of flowers. I get bouquets of very nice flowers, cakes, candies, treats, fruits, things like that for the spirits. And also, I um, do a sacrifice that I facilitate for myself. So that's what my offering ceremony looks like. I have to appease the spirits. I have to keep them happy with me. And so I give them offerings regularly, but at certain points throughout the year, I do very grand ones. Not all the time do I offer a sacrifice, but at certain important ones, I do. The one in January, I do. I may um, record that and do that live for my members, but I'll let you guys know closer to the date. And I probably will do it live if I'm allowing you guys to participate in this by contributing to the offerings. Then I would do it live because then you guys are a part of that ceremony too. It's all of us getting together to um, give our offerings to the spirits for all the work that they've done for all of us and will continue to do. Ray J's got the star in his past position. This is an Aquarius card. This is actually Brandy. Um, I believe that Brandy has had to step in. Oh, no, Brandy's on a tour. This isn't good. He's supposed to be on his P's and Q's for his sister. I also think because Ray J is gang affiliated, him and his gang, they may do something to benefit Brandy. Protection, security, something. And didn't Brandy just have a situation at her tour? Hmm. Because here we have Brandy's tour in his past position. Brandy had that situation where she walked off stage. Ray J and his crew, though, Ray J and his people, they're involved in the Brandy Corporation. Not just saying Ray J because he's her little brother. No, him and his gang affiliations, they are, maybe they protect Brandy. I know in celebrity world, you got to do check-ins at some places and stuff so the gangs won't give you a hard time. I know Ray J is affiliated with Whack 100 and the Gay Crips. I don't know what they call themselves, but I call them the Gay Crips because all of them, I believe, do very gay shit. So I call them the Gay Crips. I'm sorry, I don't know what y'all call them. Don't come crip on me because gang gang, my spirits touch anybody anywhere, even in their sleep. Before you can even Google my address, the spirits be on it. So yeah, I don't know what they call. I know it's different houses of Crips and gangs, just like it's different houses and spiritual communities. I don't know which house of Crip he's from. Is it the house of schoolyard? Is it the house of homo homeboy? I don't know, but I call them the gay Crips. The Whack 100, the Ray J, the Blueface. In my mind, they're all a part of the gay Crips. Somebody more educated, please give me the term for the Crips that all of them are in so I don't offend whatever house of Crips they're in. But until somebody tells me, corrects me, it's the gay Crips, okay? That ain't the kind that Snoop Dogg and Tupac then was, okay? Them was the Thug Crips. The Whack 100 ones is the gay Crips. A whole Crip full of ditties. The Diddy Crips. The Diddy Bops. Not the Diddy Bops. But I think most gangs are gay. I mean, I know y'all don't just be fighting each other in. I know y'all be raping each other in too. Anyways, that ain't what I'm here for. Maybe it is because God dog it, that boy Blueface just came to mind too. Got out of jail fresh and gay. Just fresh and gay. That man, that man is fresh off the yard, off the booty yard. He got prison booty still on him, I bet. It's like when he came out, I can smell the prison on him. He still act like prison. He still talk like prison. He still look like prison. And I'm sure his penis is still, calibrated to prison life. Anyways, let me get out of the gay Crips before they find me and flog my anal cavities with with objects that ain't supposed to be there. Before they tie me up and, you know, impale me. I don't want to be impaled by the Diddy Bops down in Cali, okay? Don't impale me. Well, James, it's a hard job out here. The world needs laughter. Somebody has to do it. All the Geminis are losing their mind. They're in charge of the funnies in the human race, but all the Geminis are losing their mind. So leave it to another air sign to have to get the people going. The Libras will do it. The Libras will tell the funnies since the Geminis are losing their ever-loving mind. Okay. The funnies with truth. Because I might be doing the Gemini's job, but I ain't going to leave my post as a Libra. You're going to get this joke, but it's going to be some truth. All right. You know what? Brandy might be, Because the way these are laying with the challenging position, and I'm saying, what is he afraid of? He's looking at something. With the way it's looking, the way I have it laying, it's like this. So this is here is the present. This crosses it as the challenge. And then this is the past. Notice how whatever he's looking at is in the direction of his Aquarius sister, Brandy. I wonder what happened to her that caused her to walk off the show. They said it was what, exhaustion? Because that's usually the celebrity go-to excuse, or something about the music. Or maybe they didn't say. Maybe they just let us speculate. I don't know. What did her team officially say, if anything? I don't think it was exhaustion. I don't think it was Merzik issues. Ray J's looking at her, concerned. They officially said she wasn't feeling well. Just like back in the day, exhaustion. When it was really cocaine and crack. So they just use that because people, they'll accept it. Whether they believe it or not, they'll accept it. It's personal. We won't pry. They say Lil Nas X had exhaustion too. We're gonna start calling it exhaustion. Since they using it like it's a real life illness, like everyday people are just walking around exhausted. People living in poverty and having to work 17, 11 jobs, raise kids without an ounce of the monetary, financial, or otherwise resources. Ain't none of us got exhaustion. Ain't none of us caught exhaustion. Wonder if them goons was outside in Chicago. Ain't none of us caught exhaustion. Why is it only celebrities that caught exhaustion? Exhaustion. Yes. And the medicine that they take for it is Zostogen. Because they be saying that they just be needing a little oxygen. You know, they be sitting up in the hospital with the oxygen thing in their nose. So anytime they go to the hospital with the Zostra, they get Zostogen. I mean, if they gonna play on our tops, like we don't know crack cocaine and all kind of other excuses when we see it, then sure. Since it's such a prevalent issue in Hollywood, it needs to be classified as a medical condition. Zostra. Zostra. They got the Zostra. And it's treated by Zostogen. Okay? Since they gonna play, we gonna play all day. Exhaustion. This Brandy ain't been on a tour in a long time. She ain't have no excuse to be tired. YouTube said I've been putting out so much content. I am in the top 20% of all content creators on the entirety of YouTube. And I still got up on here. Might have took a couple days off here and there, but I still got up on here with my exhaustion and did the work. So Brandy, you mean to tell me you ain't been on a tour? You ain't been working hard since what? And I am a stan. I stan Brandy's voice. Not her, but the voice. Ain't no way, Brandy. I'm going to let you slide if I don't let me slide with Zostra. Because y'all don't be having Zostra. The tour had just started. You ain't have time to be exhausted yet. Yes, I make up my own words, so catch on. You ain't have no reason to be exhausted except for Ray J stressing y'all out. You been chilling. You been raising Sarai. Yes. Since a good 2012, Brandy, you had a good decade of rest. How you exhausted? How you exhausted? How did you catch exhaustion that quick? That usually come at the end of the tour. You ain't been to enough cities to catch the exhaustion. So something else went on, and I might peek into that too, Brandy, because you lie. You old school media trained. That means Remember how y'all did that baby you got pregnant with? You'll come up with a good PR, PR statement for what really go on. You old school celebrities, y'all train like that. These new celebrities, Chris ain't catch disaster. Y'all ain't even go internationally. How Beyonce? Let me put my cards down. This that tenderism I'm talking about. This that tender. Let me throw something else. This that tenderism I'm talking about. Let me throw my cards real quick. How the hell Beyonce done did at 1, 2, at almost 3, 90 days apart of each other. She ain't called Zostra not once in her entire career, unless we ain't hear about it. Brenda, you ain't never performed on 2 back-to-back sold-out world tours with your 3 children. But you mean to tell me you and Monica with minimal choreography? I wanna be down with what you going through. I wanna be down with you, no matter the time. You mean that gave you disaster? I wanna be that gave you disaster? Meanwhile, Beyonce doing whole Battle of the Band routines and singing live with her children. I know I was right about Beyonce. Listen, not to minimize what you just said, but these people are really, 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 really easy to read. And I really just don't be saying everything because y'all would hate me if I did. I knew she was coming. I seen it. Beyonce check in with me before she do anything. I'm just playing. I say that because we both have similar 12th houses. So we see each other in the astral realm. This did not give you Zostra. But what do I know? What do I know? But Beyonce out there dancing, singing, and sweating, raising kids, and checking Jay-Z. All at the same. Y'all don't even know half the things Beyonce be doing while she on the stage, raising them kids, chin checking Jay-Z, staying on top of her staff, firing people mid-show, hitting all kind of vocal ranges. And you mean to tell me Brandy singing her old music that she know better than anybody? Y'all can kiss my ass with Zostra. All right. Near future for Ray J. Definitely, Ray J will be brought back into the fold of something. Ray J is working on something. And this should be good for him because it will keep him occupied and productive. But it's almost like he had to be brought into the loop of something to keep him out of trouble. Brandy, you're involved in this too. In my soul, because now I am mediuming. Brandy's scareder than Ray J. It has been scareder than Ray J for longer than Ray J. Whitney, how many of you guys knew that name was going to come up? Whitney shook them to their core. That changed everything for them. That's when Ray J start walking around on eggshells. That's when Brandy. No, no, no. Brandy's happened earlier. Brandy experienced the industry the way Ray J experienced it way before Ray J because she was a star. She had an image to keep. So she's been getting chin checked by the industry for a long time. And Brandy, let me say something to you about you hitting that lady in your car. This has nothing to do with the cards. Stop letting them hold that over your head because you don't know the lengths that these people will do for money. And you got a lot of it. You're worth more. And please, you guys, I don't mean this in my personal opinion, but Brenda, you are worth more, net worth more than that lady. She wasn't a superstar A-list millionaire with millions and millions of dollars. So you're worth more than me. I'm sure I have a price on me based on, who I am and how I fit into the grand scheme of the world. The powers that be might consider me not worth much either. Brandy, what I'm saying is to get you in a bind, to put someone that they have invested so much money to into a bind, other people are casualties. Yes, you were looking down and you hit that lady. I'm not saying that anybody else did that but you. What I'm saying is if it wasn't that, it would have been something else because you were marked. You stepped outside of what you're allowed to do as Brandy, just like Whitney did. You wanted to be Whitney? Well, when you work with Clive, when you when Clive boosts you up like that to where you are a household name and your A-list star will never die. Clive expects you to walk like, talk like. You don't have too much autonomy. And the moment, and Clive is one of the girls. So Clive's image for you all is always what he truly wants to be. Clive wants to be a diva. Clive wants to be a Whitney, a Celine, a Brandy, a Mariah, which is why he produces you guys. He's living vicariously through you all. You having babies, hanging out with thugs, because by now Ray J is gang gang. And you down, right, Brandy? I heard you was down to earth, pretty down to earth when it came to street shit. So, you setting up protections and stuff for yourself that don't quite align with America's sweetheart, just like Whitney used to do. What she tell you when she came out there soaking wet? You next if you don't act right. If it wasn't that, it would have been something else that trapped you in to their. Yeah, Brandy did actually. Brandy unalived someone. She rear-ended someone. Maybe someone rear-ended her. No, she wasn't paying attention, and she rear-ended someone and killed them. Let me pull it up because I didn't know. Everybody didn't know that, but some of you guys are significantly young. I always forget how old I really am and the difference. It's a whole new generation now that's an adult. Brandy car accident happened in 2006. In 2006, Grammy winning singer Brandy was involved in a fatal multi vehicle chain reaction accident on a Los Angeles freeway While police recommended charging her with vehicular manslaughter, that's the dangle over your head, prosecutors ultimately did not file charges due to insufficient evidence. The accident resulted in the death of Awatef Abudija, I believe, and they filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Brandy and they won. I think she paid out $40 million. I mean, 50. The victim's family filed a 50 million wrongful death lawsuit. And she did have to pay out. So they dangled charging her with vehicular manslaughter over her head, which they would have been able to do. Just like the family was able to, let me see how much she paid out. Brandy, car accident payout. Because she did pay. She settled with the victim's children. She gave them $300,000 each, and the victim's husband an undisclosed amount. So we don't know how much she gave to the husband, but she gave the children $300,000 each, a total of $600,000. But back then, they said she paid out millions. So, and when did Brandy have her daughter? Brandy gives birth. 2002. Okay. Look up the history of people who, the divas that Clive makes. Clive made Whitney, and all accounts of testimonies of Whitney's life talks about the stark contrast between the real Whitney and her image that was carefully cultivated and created by Clive Davis. He likes squeaky clean powerhouse divas. You got to have the talent, but you also got to have the media training. You got to live your whole life according to that image. Whitney became a liability when she was no longer seen as America's sweetheart. Might be the worst wig ever, but you don't have to look at it. Let me help you out. I look like Michelle Obama. Okay, fine. Whatever. Anyways, your image has to stay squeaky clean. Whitney wasn't even encouraged to have Bobby Christina. Clive did not want her to have Bobby Christina. Her words. Her ex-best friend Robin's words. I'm sure they also did not want to make Bobby Christina the sole heir of all of her assets, which is why Bobby Christina ain't here, and now all of her assets are with. I saw your comment the first time, Richard. I didn't block you because I want to know what you're getting at. I look like Michelle Obama. Okay. Now, in 2002, Brandy did something that she wasn't allowed to do. And we know she ain't allowed to do it because her mama went out of her way to fix the situation by lying about it, creating a scenario between Brandy and her child's father that wasn't real. She got knocked up. There was no love. It was knocked up. Back then, though, for those of you who weren't there, that was such a big thing. The whole world was talking about Brandy getting pregnant and not being married. So they had to make up this engagement story. The problem is Robert, her baby daddy, I think he tried to go along with it, but he did not want to play the charade, so he didn't. Then the truth came out. They were never engaged. They weren't together like that. Brandy got knocked up. They didn't want her image to be ruined, so they cleaned it up with that show that they gave us surrounding her pregnancy. Brandy got pregnant and fucked up the church's money in 2002. In 2006, she has vehicular homicide hanging over her head. I wonder why they didn't charge her like they said she was going to do. I mean, they said they didn't do it. They anticipated or they considered charging her with that, but didn't. They said it was a lack of evidence, but the civil courts didn't think that. She hit the lady. That isn't a lack of evidence. And while accidents aren't always forced to happen because nobody can control her not paying attention, I'm a woo lady. She was marked. And if it wasn't that, there would have been another situation that would have bound her in to the grasp of the industry. We can make this go away for you. Hmm? Is that not how they approach you when you're a celebrity who's going a little rogue? We can make this go away for you. You know, you don't have to go to prison. You can. It's on the table. You don't have to, though. We can make all of this go away for you. Yeah, you'll pay a fine, but you won't lose everything. And that's exactly what happened. She paid a fine. She did not lose everything. She lost her mind for a while. Brandy still has a career. So, whoever has Brandy under lock and key, they'll also graft Ray J in, or Brandy herself will. Come on, Ray. You know we can't do this. You know this, Ray. At this point, Brandy be trying to save Ray J life, and I believe back in the day he used to try to save hers. I think he said he got in a gang to protect his sister. If he didn't say that, I believe he did. He joined those gangs to have protection in the city for Brandy as a star so they wouldn't be hitting her ass up every time because they're not natively from there. They're from Mississippi. I believe Ray J did that because that's his position to play. My sister, she making the money. I go in and I hold her down. I keep her safe out here in these streets while she out there making the money. Mom manages. I don't know what Senior is doing. Is Senior, is they daddy alive? Is he in a sunken place somewhere? Because he's never a factor. He's never. Sonya is the mama and the daddy, the husband and the wife in that unit. She probably got some good Mississippi wool on them too, because I know he had a child. I know he has an outside child other than Sonya's children. And he probably did that trying to escape the grasp of Sonya. Probably couldn't do that. Stuck like Chuck. I know she run a tight ship. He's alive, Sonya runs a tight ship. I know she do, but goddamn, Mr. Willie blink once. He was probably trying to get away from Sonya. He tried to go find every excuse. Maybe if I make a baby, she'll put me out. Sonya said, hell no, that baby ain't gonna exist as far as we're concerned. We got an image to keep. Sonya, I side eye you too. Mm-hmm. I'm side eyeing you too. Because you're the handler of the Norwood family on behalf of the industry. You got to keep that machine going. You know who Sonya reminds me of? Any of y'all watch Reasonable Doubt on Hulu? If you do, tell me who Sonya reminds us of, especially if you just finished watching the current season. Who Sonya reminds y'all of? Who does she remind me of if you watch Reasonable Doubt? I'll give y'all 1 minute and then I'll keep going. Okay, you haven't watched it? It might not be your thing, but if anybody does watch it, they're going to know exactly who I'm referencing from this season. Okay. This season on Reasonable Doubt on Hulu, Jax picked up a client, a child star, a child Hollywood A-list star, who got in a bind, Nate, because he was dating a white woman who's a stylist, and they got into it. She ended up dead on his family's property. Jax became his attorney and she represented him on the trial. Throughout representing him and getting to know him and his story, his life, Jax started to realize that this young man was the real victim and that everybody around him had their own selfish reasons for investing themselves into him, including his parents. Because as it turned out, she ended up getting him off. He didn't do it. His dad did. But his daddy was going to let his son go to jail. His mom was his manager, but they drove him into the ground for their greed. As a child star, he was the breadwinner of the family. Their lifestyles depended on it. And so they weren't cognizant of the fact that he was getting abused by his agent since he got an agent. And she had mind control over him even as an adult, played by the girl from P-Valley, the main character stripper girl, the fine one. She played his agent who had been molesting him ever since he signed to her. I don't care about subscribers. What are you talking about? Anyways, parents didn't know anything about that. Parents didn't know anything about his drug abuse, any of those things, because it didn't matter. What mattered is that he showed up to perform. That's the mother of that character. In my opinion, they modeled her after Sonya Norwood, but they made her son, they made the star a young male child actor so that it didn't come off too obvious. But the mother gave off what I believe all the stories about Sonya Norwood would have given off. I think they modeled that character after Sonya. It felt like it. Sonya, I side-eye you too, because you seem like in order to keep this ship running, you'll handle your kids so that they stay in good with their execs and the labels and stuff, even if it comes at the cost of them and the holistic health of your entire family. Nevertheless, Ray J will be grafted back into the program. He's spiraling. Brandy's going to step in, though, because Ray J goes rogue. He spirals and gets him into stuff that he shouldn't be in. He should only be in stuff that involves A-list stuff, not this hood shit he's in. So Brandy, I believe, and the people who handle her will graft him in to handle him. You guys come in here preaching about Jesus loving me and deception. How do you know who Jesus loved? That is mass deception. None of you can speak for the character that you call Jesus. So get the fuck out of my face saying I'm in deception. You don't know what the fuck Jesus loves, who he loves, what he thought, what his name was, if his name was Bob, Billy Joe, if he even existed. Yet here you are getting on my nerves, somebody that you do know exists, speaking on things that can be proven. You're the Decepticon. And I don't need love from somebody that you don't even know, because I'm very well loved by the people that do know me. Thank you and goodbye. Locked up and out the same day. Absolutely. There's a program involved here. Princess, you're on the outs. You're not a part of the program. Especially if you're not married. You're not on good terms with the Norwood family. Oh, the trolls are trolling today. Whenever I'm on one, they come out. That's how I know I be doing my best work. When the trolls are here, and then I go a little longer and deeper. If you guys want me to shut up, you can't be so obvious when I'm doing a good job. Crowning. Ray J, Queen of Cups. Princess Love, what is she? Oh, she's a Leo, you guys said. Well, who is this Queen of Cups here? This could be his sister. She's on tour right now. She's performing right now. Brandy, tour. She's singing. Whatever's going on with Ray J, Brandy's involved just as much as he is. Here we go. Here we go. Now I'm about to start spilling tea because I've seen the foundation. I'm still not done, but now everything is flooding my mind. Why do you care to be here? You must be one of their people because you said, why the fuck do you care so much? That sounds very aggressive and angry. Why do you care if I care so much that you cursed? Are you one of their people? Do you not like me speaking about these things? And if so, what the F are you going to do to me and about what I'm doing here? Except leave if you think it's stupid. Only a stupid person would involve themselves in stupid business, especially if they acknowledge that it's stupid. Yet here you are. A pagan witch? Absolutely. Are you done? Nobody hide that person. Let them stay. They're so upset. They're cursing, calling me stupid, a witch, probably slobbing at the mouth, typing all fast, laugh now, cry later. Typing in all caps. Now let them stay. Let them get their finger exercises in. They probably spitting all on their keyboard. You are hellbound, heathen! I bet your keyboard hot. Your keys probably start to stick together. Oh my. Oh my. All right. All right. I have a foundation here, so I'm about to spill some tea. Let's see what's under that wig. Stupid wench hellbound wig. Are you done, child, with your temper tantrum? You remind me of my nieces and nephews. When they get so angry because of their lack of intelligence, they just say the things that they think are going to hurt your feelings. That's why you're a poopy head. Is that where you're going next? Are you going to call me a poopy head next? That's why I'm not your friend. How can you not feel stupid with that woman's hair on your head? There it is, the poopy head. Anyways, tea time. It's my opinion that Ray J has gotten himself involved in some circles off the strength of his sister. In my opinion, early on, Ray J did become gangs. You're not funny. Who, me? I think so. How can I not be funny when I'm literally laughing at myself? I hope you didn't think you were funny. You ain't got no goddamn tea, fool. You almost called me a jive turkey, didn't you? You ain't got no goddamn tea, fool. You jiving these people. Sucker. But you sticking around for it. So, in all caps at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. I wasn't born. Where's your family from, Tether? Well, obviously, I'm a pagan witch. They're from Salem, Massachusetts. Duh. If I'm a pagan witch, then my family is from Salem, Massachusetts. Is that not witch math? Is that not Wiccan math? You ain't from America. I feel like I'm arguing with my granddaddy. I feel like you talk like my granddaddy. Oh. And only old people type in all caps. So I bet you're a boomer. You're a boomer, aren't you? I could tell. It's the all caps that gave you away. A white boomer at that, because you think it's an insult for me to not be from America. So you're a white boomer. Probably somebody whose ancestors are from Germany or somewhere. I guess they never want us American. Am I a man? Sure. We all have masculine and feminine qualities within us. You guys don't want me telling you guys about how that stuff works in Hollywood? Is that why you're here? Okay. What happened was, and this is all my opinion, because the trolls are here to call the authorities on me if I don't say allegedly or in my opinion. Ray J at some point got into, oh, you guys must be the Diddy Bops. I forgot I was insulting a whole gang from California, a whole subset of the Crips. I didn't mean to insult you guys, though. I told you guys I didn't know what you guys were called. So if anybody knew what you guys were called, I mean the Ray J, Whack 100, and the Blueface Crips, whatever your real name was, please tell me so that I don't have to call you guys the Gay Crips or the Diddy Bops. But instead of just helping me, you guys came in here mad when I said I would love to call you by your name, but now you're just going to be the Diddy Bops. I don't respect you anymore. So I'll just disrespect you. From now on, all the trolls are going to be called the Diddy Bops. Got it? Busted babies, are we in agreement? All trolls will be a part of the Diddy Bop gang. Ray J Blood, he's a blood, not a Crip. Oh, okay. Okay. Wake 100 Blood. Thank you. I still think Ray J is a Diddy Bop, but I would not insult the whole gang. Okay. So the Wake 100 Bloods, is that what I don't care about Whack. I believe Ray J got gang because for one, survival out there in Hollywood. Their family migrated to enjoy the joys of the industry. And I know California don't care too much for people poaching off of their city, their state, and not showing love. And by love, they want it in the monetary form, or it's going to be a problem. problem. So I believe Ray J got gang gang so that he and his family could move freely and also with the same protection and support of the city. Yes, better than Whack 100. I was hoping he wasn't one of them Diddy Bops with Whack 100 because I believe Whack is a nah blood. We don't fight in, we rape in. Prison style. Let me hush. Because y'all already saying I could be touched and found and stuff, and I'll laugh now, cry later. So if Whack 100 is standing on my doorstep all buff and blue, I don't know who sent him. One of you Diddy Bops who must be here to impale me. It's always somebody in my caps huffing and puffing, typing all loud and strong, thinking I'm going to be offended. Y'all will be sleep rubbing y'all feet together when I touch y'all in y'all dreams. I like to touch you in your most vulnerable times when you on the toilet, scrolling on your phone. That's when I hit you. All right. When you dreaming and then I pop up and now you stuck in that bitch and you can't wake up. Now you in a whole coma because I done came up in your dream and gave you a fright, done fraught you into being stuck in a dream state. Oh, so since you couldn't troll me successfully, now you want to give me compliments. Now I'm beautiful. After you called me a tether, get your scary ass out of here. And you stop typing in all caps. Get your scary ass out of here. I'd have let you stay here if you stood on the business that you was on. But I cannot respect a hoe, especially a whole ass man. You took your caps off. You started thinking about your comebacks real quick, didn't you? Because you ain't want to look dumb in here no more. And now that I've beat you into submission, I don't even want you here. Now you just got to ride off with that embarrassment of being beat into submission and your last words being calling me beautiful after trying to insult me. That's why I laugh at y'all. Because I could smell y'all cowardice and your weakness a mile away. No man that I respect would be arguing with a woman in the comments. Hello, Garrett. Stop crying. I don't respect men who be crying for attention from me either. And I'm not listening to haters. I'm entertaining my audience. In between all that serious stuff, we got to lighten it up a little bit. We have to. Your mind can't compute too much serious information at once. That's why when you're in school, all your learning is put into nursery rhyme and song so that your mind won't go on information overload learning all that stuff. You have to chop it up. My God, if y'all don't just let me do my job here, I got this. I got to joke with y'all a little bit because I drop a lot of heavy stuff here. It would be too much. So I got to entertain y'all in between. Keep up. My busted babies, we in both places at once. We at the comedy show and we're in class at the same time. I can tell who's a regular here because of how fast your mind works, because of how quick you are to pick up on the subtle things we do here. They already left behind. They're left behind if they're not a member. I'm sorry. But we been took off around here. The shit that we do here is for shits and giggles. I believe he got in for Brandy. I believe the both of them are in too deep. And that is at the core, since I have the core of this reading out, the core of them is that they're both in too deep with their respective gangs. And unfortunately, in Hollywood, all the gangs, they run parallel to each other. And the biggest gang is the Hollywood. So all the rest of the gangs gonna have to try to get in and eat off of or behind the back of the Hollywood gang. Brandy got into the Hollywood gang. Ray J got into the subsidiary gang to be a resource to his sister while she's in her Hollywood gang. Brandy got on the outs with the Hollywood gang. So that means Ray J has to try to protect her with his subsidiary gang. The problem is sometimes even his gang crosses path with her gang. Now, if Ray J's gang is not sufficient to protect Brandy, because Brandy's gang, who trumps Ray J, says stand down, then even Ray J has a problem. Then even Ray J is scared. Because both of them are not favorites with their gang. Brandy was tossed out as a liability first. She literally had that baby, and the industry said, get it how you live, girl. You better hope your voice is as good as they say it is, because that's the only way you're going to eat around here. We ain't helping. So since Brandy don't have all of the support and the backing of the machine anymore, Ray J definitely has to step up now and contribute to the family name. Now the whole old guard is falling. The whole house of cards is falling in both of them. Now Ray J, in his position that he got in, that was supposed to keep everybody safe, now he ain't safe because he's not valuable. He's an asset after the old guard is falling because he did a lot of work for the old guard. They're falling. Ray J's a liability. He's spiraling out of fear. There may be a bigger threat though. But this time, Brandy might have to step in and save him. His sister is saving him in some way right now. She's protecting him. I won't say Ray J is the family pit bull. I'll say he's the family chihuahua. Chihuahuas are all bark, no bite. Not in front of a big dog. Ray J is a chihuahua with a pit bull behind him. He's not a pit bull. Pit bulls can move on their own and can bite on their own. Chihuahuas bark. Ray J is a barker because he has a pit bull behind him. Unfortunately, though, either that pit bull isn't behind him or the pit bull is looking at the chihuahua like a hot dog, like lunch. Brandy's here now. It's like she had her spiral. Ray J, he did what he could. He's having his spiral. She's going to have to step in because his spiral will take all of them down. Brandy understands that when the industry comes to check you, get in line. So she'll make sure he gets online. Because she's been checked before. She don't want that smoke. His mother too. His mother is a powerhouse. And she's grafting him into his mama. Clive ain't never really got to pull too hard at them. Sonya will do it. Yes, Sonya is like it's a tour going on right now, It's other people involved. You got Kelly Rowland. No, 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 no. They have to. They have to clean Ray J up right now. So this is handling. This is industry handling the OG way. They don't do shit like this no more. Will this affect the Carters via Kelly? Ray J? Hell no. Kelly's so neutralized, nothing will affect them. Her spilling her own dirty laundry about her feelings about Beyonce didn't do anything to them. Kelly, I love Kelly. In the grand scheme of power, Kelly ain't shit. And she made herself that way. Kelly is Beyonce's emotional support Barbie doll. You didn't hear the song Dirty Laundry? She sure did. And fun fact, for those of you who are too young to know this, Brandy got in between Kelly and Beyonce's relationship. She said her song was about certain things with her and Beyonce. She said that in interviews. Yes, there was a time where Brandy and Kelly became really good friends. Brandy was trying to encourage Kelly to leave the Knowles clan because Matthew Knowles was playing on her top. He was sabotaging her and holding her back in favor of his daughter. Brandy was trying to help Kelly see that she should, you know, go out and be her own star and basically stop letting them sabotage her for Beyonce and stop playing her second fiddle. And I believe that made Kelly made a choice. She chose the Knowles, but I don't believe her and Brandy had beef. I do believe the Knowles girls and Brandy had beef, though. I believe that's past now because I believe Beyonce is mature enough to know that Brandy was looking out for Kelly and she was standing for Kelly. And I believe Beyonce loves Kelly enough to know that she deserves to be seen and heard for her talents. And that's all Brandy was trying to do. And eventually they all fired Matthew. So I don't think Beyonce really still carries that grudge. But back then, yes. Kelly and Brandy struck up a friendship, and Brandy was like, "Girl, you need to get from around these people because Matthew's sabotaging you for his daughter. They doing this, this, and this, and this, this, and this, and you should be your own star." Hmm. I was alive. I was there. I was there. They tried to act like it wasn't no beef, Kelly, because even she was on the Breakfast Club and they confronted her about it. Oh, Wendy Williams or somebody. They confronted her and she was giving her PR answers. Wh- So why is she still in an armchair? That's a question for Kelly. But growing up in that dynamic, being, not being raised by your parents, but being raised by their parents, you might feel more engrafted into what they have going on. And everybody over there probably knew to fall in line with the program over there. Everybody, all those girls knew that Beyonce was the lead and they knew not to really rebel against that. Growing up with somebody else's family will definitely give you self-worth, self-esteem, and all kind of self-issues, especially when you grow up with somebody else's family where it's a dynamic where their children are obviously the star and you're the backup. You think that's going to make you feel confident in your grown years? So it's easier for Kelly to be a Knowles than to be Calendria. Here we have Sonia. Yeah. She runs a tight ship over there. She rules over there. She rules all of them, including Brandy. Brandy's got some backbone, though. In this case, Brandy and Sonya are on the same side. Ray J's a problem and he needs to be dealt with. Sonya is going to deal with it the way she always has, like his mother, and she dotes on him. Brandy is going to handle it like a big sister. I love you, bruh, but we got to fix this shit. We got to get you together. I love you, but I ain't mama. I ain't finna coddle you. Sonya won't coddle if it messes up the bottom line. If he's fucking up the church's money, then she'll stop being a boy mom and then just be a mom. Brandy's on tour, right? Brandy's working. So everybody needs to be on one accord while Brandy is working. Outcome. I see drug issues. I see emotional issues, childhood trauma, adult trauma, industry trauma, secrets being swept under the rug, and emotional issues as a result. That's what I see here. God dog it. I do have to get up because my computer is dying and my phone is being charged with it. But I don't feel like it. Not right now. I'd have to take you guys with me. It's by design. It's my opinion that Ray J will continue to suffer with his various things that he's suffering with, but it will be hidden. He has some drug issues, drug or alcohol, but at the root of it, that's an escapism. I think this whole family is afraid. I don't know if it's afraid of someone or afraid to ruin this tour because it might be the last shot that Brandy has to rake in a significant amount of money for the family when they need it. They need a refresher in their accounts after all this time. Sonya will manage. She will take off her mother hat and she will put on her manager hat, and she may never put her mother hat back on. Seems like dire times, survival for the family. And in this regard, they need to survive Ray J. She's handled Brandy. She's got her into formation, so Brandy won't be an issue anymore unless Ray J is. Ray J cannot be fixed. It's been too much damage that's just been covered up and hidden. So he will struggle. He'll have days where he's good. He'll have days where he struggles. And in between all of those days will be some sort of substance, some sort of vice. That's sad because he will try. No, I don't see zap for Ray J. I don't see zap. They don't need to zap him because they got Sonya. I feel like the industry is like if everybody had a Sonya, We wouldn't need to spend money on zapping them. Sonya is the zap. She raised them zapped. She has mind control. And when all else fails, they hide. They'll hide him. Yes, that is worse. That is worse because she's his mother. She should not be playing both of those roles because that's going to drive him deeper into whatever trauma. She's been the handler, the fixer, and the manager. I don't think she's been the mother ever, which is how you get the problems that you get with these kids. Sort of. She's probably thinking she's doing what's best for them, but I think Sonya does what's best for her because keeping her children famous, rich, and in the limelight is not more important than their well being. But I don't think Brandy is of sound mind, nor is Ray J, obviously, but they are wealthy. So that's been accomplished, but at what expense? Which is why I said she doesn't seem to be able to take the mother hat off. Although I believe when it shows up, it shows up for Ray J. But she won't be able to wear that hat for him because he needs to be whipped into formation. So she will have to handle him. She would much prefer to mother Ray J, not handle him. Desperate times, desperate measures. He's going to fuck up the church's money and some other secrets that the old guard is trying to bury. And Sonya will do whatever she's ordered to do, even if that's help bury them. If Ray J is a holder of a lot of secrets, if you don't want us to tie up that loose end that's your son, make sure that he's not a problem. I'll start with the moon. This feels like a lobotomy. Going from this, which is a serious issue, to this, that's like a lobotomy. You don't get from this to this without some serious intervention, medically and otherwise. You just don't. You can go from this to the Knight of Swords or the Knight of Wands, the Knight of Cups. Slow and steady wins the race, though. This is the most zombie. I only say zombie because he's slow and steady, focused. If you tell him, ride a mile on that horse carrying that pentacle, and as soon as you get to that mile mark, get off, bury it under the tree, don't look back, but get on your horse and ride back the way you came, that's exactly what it'll do. Carrying that pentacle on its horse, it won't look left, it won't look right because it doesn't want to risk getting distracted. It will get there on time. It will get, not early though, on time exactly. It'll bury that pentacle, it'll turn around, won't look at it, it'll turn around, get on its horse, and ride back straight ahead, looking forward. No movement, no sound. It's the slowest and quietest, but the most dependable. Like if you lobotomize somebody, they'll go from this. Lobotomizing somebody makes them dependable, not spontaneous. You can depend on them to be in that chair in that room all day until you go get them out. And then you go put them back and you can depend on them to be right there. You don't have to worry about any spontaneous movement from them anymore. They follow orders only. Only. The Knight of Wands, he's got some passion in there. He might go on a side mission. The Knight of Cups, he gonna spill some of that shit and then forget what he was doing in the first place and then make it up when he gets there. because he spilt whatever was in that cup. Drunk some, spilt some. And then when you get there, it was like, so what were you supposed to bring me? Uh, watch what I can do. Want to see this? That's the Knight of Cups. He gonna charm his way out. The Knight of Swords, he might, he gonna charge, but he may get his own bright idea. He may get his own bright idea. You may say, go and arrest the person. Don't hurt him. The Knight of Swords might be like, nah, I'm finna poke that bitch. I'm gonna poke him a little bit with my sword. And then the Knight of Swords might poke too hard and kill him. Now you gotta lie. Now you gotta turn that sword upside down and lie to the king about why you ain't bring the person back. But the Knight of Pentacles, lobotomy. I don't feel, I don't think, I don't care. I do. Now, I ain't saying he gonna have a lobotomy, but if they gonna handle him and clean this shit up in a not so clean way, because the moon will hide things, but hiding isn't cleaning. Hiding is hiding. And eventually what's hidden, you know what they say about what happens in the dark. What are they going to do to Ray J to make him not so much of a wild card? I don't want to say lobotomy because I ain't getting no swords, and I know they don't do that no more. They have other ways, but he won't. They're going to do something to him, maybe even give him something to do. They could give him something to do to keep him busy, like a child. But they'll do something to keep him from being a wild card. Maybe it is a lobotomy. No, seriously. If this isn't a legal issue, it could be some sort of procedure. Doesn't even have to be a surgery. Swords are technology too. It's also the mind and the mental capacity. Might zap them. I like to see a doctor in here, and I don't. He has a case because he did get arrested. I don't think it was thrown out, so he's going to have to go and see about it, how they're going to wrap it up. Now, here's Princess. Fire. I think she's on a substance too. I think both of these people are a hot ass mess. Not just a hot mess, but a hot ass mess. Princess, you might be pretty, but anybody who dates Floyd Mayweather and then Ray J, walking red flag. But you men, y'all love red bone, red flags. So have at them. Gives me something to talk about with my people. What is this sword? A hot ass mess. I can feel her mess off that Queen of Wands. Tears, slots, snob, emotions all over the place, yelling, screaming, erratic female behavior. She's the kind of woman that I don't think she's the kind of woman that I would probably tell my sons, don't ever bring nothing like that home. She's a beautiful girl. Smart, probably. Got to be a little bit smart to play poker and be good at it. But if you don't want her to take you down and ruin your life, if you want to know peace someday, don't bring her home. Ain't no peace in her. That's why. You can tell there's no peace in her from the men she dates. Women who are peace don't date men like Floyd Mayweather, Floyd beat a bitch Mayweather, and Ray J. The courts are pay for play. Here's the court. Here's him getting arrested. Here's the pay. Here's the child of a celebrity, of a star. Here's case closed. Let out. You guys just remember that when you get tangled up in the courts as a regular person, remember when you're putting your hope and faith in the American government, the courts and things like that, you don't get the same courts as a rich person, and you don't get the same law as a wealthy person. You don't. My advice, learn natural law. It supersedes. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I practice. Natural law. I passed the bar in that. That's why I can tell a troll to lick my hind parts and they remove all their caps and then call me beautiful. Start by capping, cussing, and calling me names, and they end with singing my praises, talking about my beauty, and removing the bass out of their voice. It's God's law. It's within you to know. It's all around you. Study. We show ourselves approved by study. Studying thyself, studying information, studying your environment, studying nature itself. You have to be aware to understand, but it's all there. That's how. If somebody tells you that I, as a police officer, have the right to kill you, and you say, no, you don't, we're both humans. I don't care what somebody else told you that you were over me. That's natural law. And so, in matters of law and things like that, where they have sovereignty according to this world, I go above them. God didn't give you that title or the right to kill other humans. That is you're breaking natural law. So, being a thief, subjugating humanity, hoarding the world's crimes against humanity, you name it. You know what's good and what's bad. You know what's right and wrong. And you know what man came up with to justify whatever their reality is that they wanted it to be. I'm not involved in your reality. The only reality I care about is mine and the one that I have the right to create, the kind that does not harm, hurt, or show malice to anyone, including the planet. And if anything anyone else does any of those things, it's against natural law. You don't know your God-given rights? Did I have to reboot my members? Are you a member, Kibi? You should be. If I'm allowed to give memberships, I will. And if somebody else does, you'll learn. You'll learn a lot. You'll learn a lot there. I don't cast my pearls upon the swine on my public page. Only members, because they seek. And those who seek, they find. All right. Let me look at Sanjua. I know her name is Sonia. Sanjua. In my opinion, Ray J has been ignored. Apathy. You've been so worried about staying on top of Brandy and her affairs and raising your daughter that you didn't raise your son. So concerned with Brandy and making sure that she stayed in with the machine, the industry machine, that you overlooked your son sitting here who needed you. Not just you to coddle him, he needed a mother. What you gave Brandy, Ray J needed. What Ray J got, Brandy needed. She didn't need you to push her. Her voice didn't need you, Sonya. Her voice, her talent. Brandy would have been a star. You brokered her deals. You handled her. Her voice would have given her a career. Your job is to be their mother and raise your children, raise your people, not manage their careers, especially well, and or not make that the priority above mothering them. Ray J could have used some of the sternness you gave to Brandy, and Brandy could have used, I won't even say nurturing, because this tells me you didn't nurture Ray J. You just let him have his way. You didn't pay him that much attention. You overlooked him. And when you were paying him attention, then you were coddling him. You could enjoy Ray J. You couldn't enjoy your daughter. And for those who just brought up how boy moms are, the science behind that, your kids usually mirror you. Your kids will make up your missteps, your missed potentials, and they'll probably have the things that you didn't miss. Sometimes they'll be better at them, sometimes they won't be, but your children are you. You and the man that you have them with. Whatever you see in your children, I promise you, it was in you. As they grow, that's when they learn to cultivate their own self. They learn to reason, they learn to challenge what they've inherited from you against what they want to project out into the world. And then they either keep it or they change it. But what they get is from you. And it's your job to help cultivate the them and help steer them in and out of the versions of their parents that you already know aren't useful because you're grown now. So you know what worked in your life, you know what didn't. You know what you could have done to achieve some more things, and you know what you didn't do. They will show up in your children, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's your job to say, hey, I was just like that, and this is how it worked against me. And it's your job to say, hey, I see something in you that would have been valuable to me if I noticed that in myself. Use it. Daughters, though, because they are their mother, they're the other woman. Imagine you're a woman and you have a son and a daughter. You've had a man and you've had another girl. When you're a girl, women are inclined to favor men. We spend our whole life being groomed on how to treat a man and how to get a man. We're not groomed to marry women, so our mothers don't teach us how to be good friends, good sisters. Not all the time, they don't. And imagine you have a child, and yes, your children get pieces of you, but if you're a woman, you can see it clearer in your daughter because she's a woman. So now you're judging her with the harshness of how you judge yourself. You're judging her based on all the good, the bad, the ugly that you've seen in yourself. I know she gonna be fast. How do you know that? Were you fast at that age? Probably were. And then again, it ain't even being fast. We come into projections, yes. Projecting yourself onto your children, your daughters. Projecting your ideal mate or partner onto your sons. The problem, though, that you have an ideal image to project onto your son is because your husband's mother did the same thing you're doing. The only reason you got a son and you want to love and nurture him was because you might not be getting something from your husband if you have one. Happily married women are less likely to marry their sons while they're supposed to be raising them. I always said if I get married again, well, at my age, that man's mama is going to have to be gone to glory. She probably will at my age, but if not, we ain't getting married. Your mama alive. I ain't got time for that, especially if she's single. Oh no. We got to get your mama a man before you can get with me. We got to get her a good man too. Mm-mm. Cuz I'm not sharing you with your mama. I'm going to let her have it. I ain't finna compete with the vagina that birthed him. No. You got mind control over your son. You reared and raised him to honor, respect, and love you, not women. You. Been there, done that. So, ladies, this is why you boy moms are the problem with the rest of us trying to get a good husband. And your mama in law was the problem. And men, please love your wives and your baby mamas so that when they have sons, they do not elevate them as little versions of you or their fathers who weren't there. Because by the time they get to one of us who really should be receiving that, they tired. They tired. They've had to be the emotional crutch for their mother. So by the time they get to one of us, they've already seen the good, the bad, the ugly of relationships. Now they can't value us because they think we're going to show up like they mamas. And your mama can't do half the shit I can. Ooh, I know Spirit was going to have me preaching today because when I pulled a card on myself and I said, what should I do today? Justice. Speak the truth with no emotion and let them see that it. Saturn just left. Ain't no play when Saturn been in the house. Of course it's going to be followed by justice. Dry that shit home. Whatever they miss by this, because they ain't into astrology, dry that shit home. Justice, Saturn, karma. Tell them the truth. Heal before you have them babies, please. Please. I don't think y'all parents understand what being parents is for. And it's not for your pleasure. It's not for you to even be honored as mothers and fathers once a year. I told my mom, you need to celebrate me for making you a mother. And that Mother's Day, after I told her that, she got me flowers because she thought about that shit. Y'all get to be as vain as y'all want to and don't even know if y'all doing a good job or not, just getting celebrated. Y'all won't really need to be celebrated until the children get grown and then you can see. You can see. Do they leave your house and go straight to therapy? Like I did? Just vain. Y'all want all the praise for laying on your back, spreading them low and wide, and then doing a half-ass job and then saying, well, I did the best I can do. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. The best you can do was being more conscious and disciplined about when you decided to act as a God. You have the capability. But when you go and create people, that is you acting like God. So now you got responsibilities. That's not a blessing bestowed upon you. That's something that you are biologically made up to do. And when you take on doing it, you get responsibilities. Y'all want gifts and honor and praise from the moment your children come out of the womb. That's when y'all start getting entitled. Kid can't even walk, and you want a whole elaborate Mother's Day. We don't even know what kind of mother you gonna be. I think the idea of parenting has been done all wrong, and that's why we're screwed up. Parents are selfish. Parents are narcissists. Yes, y'all too. Parents are narcissists. They put all kinds of traumas and hurts on us based on the fact that they laid them low and wide, had us before they were mature enough to do so, and then we supposed to be grateful. Yes, they want kids. They don't want to be parents. I'm telling you, they want the perks. They want the clout. How many times have you heard a person say why they wanted to be a mother? Oh, I would love to be a mother and just give a child love. Kids aren't born just so you can give them love. We all have a purpose to serve. I need a child to help me fix all the mistakes that my parents made. No! Get a chalkboard, get a coloring book, bitch. Get some paint and draw or something. If you bored, if you need something to help you heal and evolve and stuff, get therapy. What? Get a dog. Just having kids all poor and impoverished, not just monetarily, but even in your mind, don't know nothing about yourself, but want to bring up and rear somebody else and then get praised for it. And then y'all beat us. Y'all beat us fresh from God. We are pure. We know natural law because it was put into us. We haven't been taught anything yet. We haven't been indoctrinated yet. And then when we acting all naturally, y'all beat us. And then want us to buy y'all gifts every year. Y'all, we don't even be liking y'all. Your kids don't be liking you. They be afraid of you. And that's why y'all so happy and so comfortable praising a God out of fear. Because that's how parents do. How many of us respect our parents truly, or we feared them? And then we grew up and learned to have grace on them. Do we really respect them? Think about it. If I'll start, no. No. I love my parents. I love them. I honor them because they're my parents. They're the portals that I came here. They gave me some of their good and they gave me some of their bad. And as I got older, I chose which parts of them made me better and which parts made me worse. My father did 20 years in prison. My father is a genius. He was called a genius by all of his teachers. My dad built the first VCR that I've ever seen or that anybody in my town has ever seen. Before VCRs were out, my dad built one from scratch. I've got the pictures and the stories, the legends to hear about the genius of my father. When he was hauled off to prison, they had to come and get him from his college campus. He was in medical school. Imagine that. A doctor in class, a future doctor in class being hauled off. Imagine how embarrassing that was for his family. Genius. So smart, he ain't got no fucking common sense. So smart that he thought he was smart enough to pull off something. That's how smart he was. My daddy didn't sell drugs. But when the feds came for his cousins and his family who were selling drugs, and they wanted to take out the detective who was investigating them, my daddy said, ain't none of them corner boys smart enough to get away with it, but I am. Too smart for his own good. I inherited his genius, but do I respect my father? No. Do I not respect him because he went to prison? No. I don't respect him for the man he was when he got out. That's why I don't respect him. My mother. As a mother, as a survivor, yes. As a mother, as a woman, no. She didn't teach me anything, anything about life, anything. When my daddy, when he got out, y'all know I just told y'all that I had to cut my daddy off. I told y'all a month ago. I vented to y'all and told y'all not a month ago, but I told y'all I cut him off this summer. My father, after he got out of prison, mind you, my family did the time with him. We didn't abandon my dad. My dad was always well respected in his community, even in prison, because of the man that he was. He wasn't a thug. Nobody saw him like that. Nobody still does. Um, Everybody knows my dad as being extremely scary smart. They say it's scary smart, and they say I took after him. Um, when he got out of prison, he was doing pretty good. And then he started dating this girl who's younger than my youngest sister. And I didn't agree with that, but I tried to respect it because I'm like, he's did 20 years in prison. Let that man, be outside a little bit. But the issues came even before that because I was older. I was 7, 6, 7 when he got locked up. My sisters were 2 or 3. So they don't know him like I did. And they don't have any real memories or any relationship with him like I did. So when he got out, it was heaven on earth for me. I could resume my relationship with my daddy. And I thought we all would. I thought, the restoration process and the reintegration process, I thought it was going to be a little bit different than it was. And it started out really great. My dad got out. He moved to Jacksonville with his brother, stayed with him for a few months, then got his own place, got a job, then got his own business. Um, and was making enough money to send me $1,000 a month, just off the strength. And this is maybe a year or two fresh out of the halfway house. So he was doing really good, coming around the family. And then him and my sisters got into it because their reintegration process with each other didn't go as smoothly. He expected to just pop up and be their dad and for them to acknowledge him as such. But for them, they're in their late 20s. One of them is married, the other is engaged. They don't even know him. And they've got men in their lives who have been holding them down for a while. So for them, they're like, let's take it slow and get to know each other. But for him, I'm your dad. I want to pop up. I want to see the kids. I want to be a part of the life. But for them, we don't even know him. So it's weird. And let us get to know him before we integrate him into our children's lives. I supported that. They end up getting into an argument. And I said, well, Daddy, that's only fair. It's only fair that we meet up first and talk before you start coming around their kids. Um, and then it turned into a thing because my daddy is a petty Scorpio. And 20 years in prison makes you feel like you can do life without anybody because you just did 20 years without anyone. So after they got into it and I tried to reason, he took it as me taking their side. And then he said, I did 20 years without y'all. I'll do another 20 years. And then he cut us off. And I ended up in therapy. But I was always wanting my daddy. So when he came back, when we started hanging out again, after my separation, I moved back to this town where his mother lives. My grandmother passed away, I think 3 months after my dad. She passed, I won't say 3 months after he died, but I'll say 3 months into my separation, she passed away. And my daddy ain't been right since then because for him, he feel like without his mama, he doesn't have any family. That's not true though, because I did those 20 years with him as a child, as a teenager, and as a grown woman. And so did his family. But he said when he got into prison, he was told by other inmates, if you want to survive life in here, you got to forget you got a family. And maybe he tried to, but we visited him, we talked, we wrote, we kept in touch. My daddy never was abandoned, but in a sense, he abandoned us because he had to cut himself off from feeling, from any of that stuff. Meanwhile, we were still here, like my daddy, at least that's what I was. So when he said that, I was devastated. It sent me into therapy. I separated from my husband shortly after that, and then me and my daddy start talking. Him and my sisters never did, but then I came back around because I needed my daddy. Then his mother died, and that sent him back into prison in his mind. He valued her more than anybody else, including me. When she died, he changed. He went away. He stopped coming around. He ended up dating this 26-year-old girl. My daddy just turned in October, the day before Halloween. My mom said 66 maybe. So this was about when he was 62, 63. He got a 23-year-old daughter. My youngest sister is in her 30s. She looked like us a little bit, same complexion. She favored us a little bit. I was disgusted. And the way I found out about it is because I logged on to Facebook one day and he and this girl were on live, tongue kissing each other down, talking about their haters. I was mortified. I was embarrassed. I was mortified. I called him and I went off. I went off. You got 3 girls that you have cut off, and you went and found somebody younger than all your girls that look like your girls to have sex with. This is weird. You're weird. This is weird. And if you wanted a chance to rekindle or redo your relationship with your daughters, fucking one of them was not the way to do it. This is weird. She looks like us and she's younger than Leisha. What is wrong with you? I love you. That's what I told him. I love you. You don't need to go get some young girl so that you can relive something. I love you. My sisters may not have the space for you, but I do. He got mad and he cut me off again. This is the second time he cut me off because I would not stand for him dating at 62 some 26-year-old girl that was younger than his youngest daughter when didn't have no relationship with us. You're not finna play daddy with this child. Then I found out that she was pregnant. He texted me and told me that he had a baby on the way. And I was hurt. I called my cousin who's a therapist because he cut us off as his daughters so that he can go and try to start over with somebody else. When I did those 20 years with him, forget my sisters, I did those 20 years with him. I love him. So that hurt. He cut me off. Years go by. I would call my father, talk to his voicemail, just to feel like I was able to talk to him because I needed to check on him. I needed to know he's okay. I need to know he all right. I need to know where he's living. All his family know is he got evicted and they don't know where he lives. So I need to know he's not on the street. I would come to Jacksonville and me and my cousin would go ride around downtown Jacksonville so I could find my daddy so that I can, ooh, I'm about to get emotional. So I can make sure he not on the side of the road. So I can give him some money if he needs it so that I can love on him, just put my eyes on him. Anyways, and then was just like, I'm gonna stop doing this because this is too much on me. And then I call him and then he'd answer. And then I would get back into this cycle of, I got my daddy, I got my daddy, I got my daddy. And then I wouldn't. I call him and end up talking to his voicemail for another year or two. And then every now and then he might answer and then he'd say things like, I love you. I've always loved you. You are always the apple of my eye. And then I'd be even more distraught because I'm like, wait, I'm supposed to believe this because this is my father, and fathers are supposed to love their children. But this is how I ended up in bad relationships because of this version of love. It's a love that I've had to visualize through absence. It's not there. This person isn't there. But I'm supposed to keep reminding myself that they love me because they're supposed to. Growing up, my family always said, your daddy loves you. Your daddy loves you. They never let us be angry. They never let anybody talk bad about my father because he was a good man. So growing up, I got used to a man loves me who is not here and does not display love physically. So when my father and my ex-husband, I stayed too long then because in my mind, he's my husband. So he still loves me, even though I knew that the love was gone. But I thought if I hold on like I learned how to do for my daddy and wait till he gets out, if I just continue to wait and suffer with someone and endure, then eventually the day will come when they love me back. Because I learned that from having to love a man who was not there because he was my father. So I had to love him and believe that he loved me too. When he got out and started giving me his ass to kiss, I stayed. I suffered. I tried to heal him. I tried to have compassion on him and his predicament, even though he had three hots and a cot for 20 years. We struggled. I did all the things that they tell us that women are supposed to do for men. I forgave. I loved. I tried to help him heal. Then the situation happened with my business partners last year, and it triggered cyst in my breast, trauma so traumatic for me because I have PTSD. I got that when my dad went to prison, when the feds did a sweep. That shit wasn't cute. That seeing all your family and all your family business on the news as a second grader and then going to school and then all your teachers piled up in your homeroom class and they all whispering and looking at you. I was a criminal with him in those days afterwards, according to all the people in my town. And I was just in the second grade. And I got condemned with him. Whatever judgments they gave, they took them out on me because he wasn't there for them to mistreat him. I was. So yes, I had a situation that was so traumatic that I already have cysts in my breast that I didn't know about until one of them became so big and I had to go and get checked out. And I got all these emergency tests because to the touch you could feel the lump in my breast right here. And when I went to the doctor to get checked out, he said there was another one under my armpit that I didn't know about. Now us women, we know about the signs of breast cancer. So they rushed me, ultrasounds, mammograms, biopsy. I only told y'all about the ultrasound and the mammogram. I didn't tell y'all about the biopsy when I told y'all about this because I hadn't got the results yet and I was scared. I did have a biopsy. They were benign. But the day that I was scheduled for my biopsy, I called my dad. I hadn't talked to him in a couple of years, hadn't even tried talking to him, but I called him because there was a little girl in me who was scared. And this was last year. There is a series on here where I detail the whole traumatic event. Um, because not only do I read other people, but I read myself too as an opportunity for a learning experience through my own life. Anyways, I called him before my appointment. I was so scared. I was so scared. I think I called everybody who I trusted. I called my homegirl from college in Chicago because she had just fought cancer. I called my best friend from high school because she was diagnosed with breast cancer. And I just needed somebody who knew how I felt to talk to me because I was scared. Not scared of death, but scared of the damage that that disease does to you. I didn't want it to tear me apart. I've lived a painful life, so I didn't want a painful death. That's my only issue with cancer. It seems painful. And I've endured enough pain living to have to go out that way. So he didn't answer, but I talked to his voicemail and I was crying. My voice was shaking, but I was trying to be so strong and brave because I thought I don't want to scare him. I was still having compassion for him. So I was trying to keep my voice together so that I didn't scare the man who wouldn't even answer my phone calls for 2 years. And he didn't answer. So I talked to his voicemail and I was like, "Hey daddy, I I'm going through a health scare right now and I don't know. I just need to talk to my daddy." That's literally what I said. I didn't even know what I expected him to say. I just wanted to talk to my daddy because I've never, since I was 6, been able to go and have my daddy tell me that things will be okay, or make me feel safe. And at that moment, I needed to feel safe because I felt like my life was out of my control, and it was. And most girls run to their daddies in moments like that. My instincts were to run to my daddy. He didn't answer. I left a voice message, and I remember saying, "You probably won't even see this," because I didn't even know if he had a phone. Nobody knew what was going on with him. And I went through so many scenarios of why he wasn't answering. Maybe he doesn't have a phone. So I thought maybe you won't get this message. And then I just left it at that. Well, when was this? June? Sometime this year, I reached out to him. Earlier this year, I reached out and he answered. And I was taken aback because I called him because I had an urge to call my daddy. And I'm not ignoring you, I'm blocking you. I called I called him because I just got this urge out of nowhere and he answered. I was prepared to leave a message on his machine, but he answered and I was taken aback. So I was like, "Hey, I don't want to bother you." I wanted to let him know off rip. I'm not going to ask anything of you because I already knew that me asking him to be a daddy to me, he already told me that he couldn't do that. He did give me that. He told me he couldn't be the father that I needed him to be. So that's why he stayed away, so that he didn't hurt me. He did give me that a while ago, and I respected that, but I couldn't accept it. I need you. So you owe me. If I need you, then you need to be here just like when those 20 years I was there. Anyways, so I was surprised he answered. I was like, hey. And then I immediately went into trying to have compassion for him because I know that talking to your daughter makes you feel uncomfortable. So I was like, hey, I didn't even know you were going to answer. I don't want too much from you. You ain't got to stay talk to me too long. I really thought I was going to get your voicemail, but since you're on the phone, I'm just happy to hear your voice and know that you're okay. And I thought that that was going to be the end of it, but he was like, "Well, how you doing?" So I was like, "Okay, all right." I was like, "Well, I did just go through a little something health-wise, but, he was like, "Yeah, I heard. I got your voice message." And before my mind could compute what he said, I felt my chest, I felt my heart I felt my heart drop. Um, because before I could even make sense of it, my body understood the neglect. I'm always compassionate towards everybody, which is why this Thanksgiving was so difficult because I chose me, and everybody thinks now that I'm mean and that I should start considering everybody's feelings, but I don't want to. So I'm in this weird space where I am letting them, I'm like removing my warmth, and now everybody is noticing. And now it's like, well, what's wrong with her? But they don't know I've just removed something that they've always had and didn't care about. They took for granted. Um, so, but that my life depends on that. I don't have the type of health anymore where I can give without getting in return. Because when you do that, you become traumatized. When you make your life about being so compassionate to others more than yourself, then you end up with emotional, mental, and physical health issues. You are empty and nobody's pouring back into you. In fact, they're taking from you and then they beat you up when they can't get what they want from you. And nobody stops to realize that you're empty. I've got breasts full of cysts. Technically, my heart is covered with lumps, full of trauma. I've got other health issues that are directly related to a lifetime of stress and trauma that I've never expressed until I was a grown married woman. So, anyways, that is the result, you guys. Lumpy all through here, just lumpy. My doctor said you're a cysty girl. My mama is a cysty girl. Lumpy. More high risk because I'm full of cysts. So I always have to make sure that cancer didn't pop up in one of them. But I come from a family full of healers. We understand what trauma does to the physical body, and I've experienced so much of it at the hand of my family. The healers inflicted the most pain on me, left me to heal myself. And fortunately, I do so good at it that I'm here. Anyways, so that's why I end up cutting my father off, because he told me that he received that message and it broke my heart when I was already under the process of healing. So he set me back and I invited that in by feeling like I needed him. I had already decided to stop calling him, but then one day I got weak and was like, I need my daddy. I didn't need him. And then he answered and he hurt me by saying, I got the message. And then he said, but we all got to die someday. That's what my father said to me about me leaving a voice message on his phone about me possibly having cancer. Sure, I understand that. But what I needed from you wasn't the truth about my mortality, which was staring me in the face. I needed your comfort. I didn't need you to tell me it's going to be okay, because it might not have been. I needed to hear that you were here with me in this experience. And it broke my heart when he said, I heard it, but we all got to die. As if I'm not his firstborn daughter. As if he did not just call me that I am the apple of his eye. He said when I was born, he didn't love anybody more than me. Not my mother, not my sisters. And I'd never told them that because of the pain it would inflict on them. But he said I was the apple of his eye. So how can you love me and abandon me? So for my own peace, I cut my father off. That's why I said he's not the man that he was. This version of my father is not the version that went into prison. It's not even the version that came out. I cut him off for my own peace because my father was breaking my heart with rejecting me and abandoning me after 20 years of prison. He would send money when he could after he got out, but when we wanted to sit down and talk, he wasn't available for that. He felt like the world owed him because he was a victim of prison. But the minute my daddy got locked up and that protection was gone, I start getting molested. I never got the chance to tell him that to himself. He heard it in one of my songs. And I didn't blame him. I still held grace and compassion for him. Wasn't his fault what someone else to do, but when that protection of my father was gone, the world found it was open field. It was a field day on me. So that's why I said what I said about my father. Now, we were talking about Ray J, and I don't know how I went on a tangent about myself, but there's a message there for somebody. And maybe the message is that you can look at me and don't think that I carry that kind of pain or trauma, but I do. And y'all see my skin? Hmm. I ain't got wrinkles. I may got a body full of cysts, but I ain't got cancer. We can work through the cysts because I couldn't protect myself from the trauma that I endured as a child under the guardianship of other adults. But now as an adult, I always choose me. I live a very healthy life mentally, emotionally, and physically because I have to. Otherwise, I won't make it to 60, 70. If I leave it to my loved ones, they'll suck every piece of life out of me. And then when I die, they'll blame me for killing myself. Birdie, man, you wish somebody sucked the beauty out of me. And you know what will never happen to you? Somebody sucking the anything out of you. I'm going to keep you here, though, because instead of removing all of the trolls every time you guys insult me, I'm finding more value today while I'm being vulnerable in front of a bunch of strangers, giving you guys the opportunity to insult me with my vulnerabilities. I find it more strength. I find more beauty, more poise, and more strength in letting you stay here and continuing to show you kindness, continuing to show you that even though you came here to insult me, you and your insults are so insignificant to the grand scheme of my life that I'll let you stay and receive some of my grace. A gracious queen you don't deserve, yet here I am. And now you're dismissed. You can call me an ogre, but after you give thanks. You guys are so hung up on continuing to insult me that you don't even realize when you've been humbled. Just like that other troll. They might have insulted me before they got blocked, but not after they removed all those caps and called me beautiful. I am, sissy. I am. I'm just distracted. You can call me an ogre, but after you give me thanks. And since you said thank you, you're welcome, peasant. It's nothing for a goddess to give grace, especially to a peasant, because I know how impoverished you are. So you're welcome. The outcome for Ray J was I don't see healing for Ray J. I see putting band aids and covers over his trauma. The problem is that even though the moon was his outcome, I only asked what's going on with him. I didn't ask what that moon was going to lead him to. Reading Ray J and this crash out wanted me to address his mother. I know you'll never see this, Sonya. I don't have the platform that people flock to. But my ex-husband said I was a visionary and I was ahead of my time and nobody would understand me until I was gone. So, one day, if you see this, what's happening with your children that you keep trying to fix, especially Ray J, is your karma, not your punishment. Karma isn't a punishment, it's an effect, it's a result, it's a consequence of a cause and an action or a non action. Nobody's punishing you. That's the Christian God who does that. But the supremacist be barbaric. Nobody's punishing you but you. And Sonia, Ray J is suffering. And you will step in and do what you need to do to clean it up and to help get him out of these binds. But that don't help him. The only thing that helps any of us is accountability. And this message was sponsored by Saturn Going Direct. Ray J needs to be held accountable so that everything else and everybody else can be held accountable, including you, Sanjua. Because now y'all got grandkids for you to raise too. Y'all got grandkids to introduce to this cycle of toxicity and lack of accountability. Both Ray J and Princess lack accountability. And Sonia, the matriarch of the family, don't hold nobody accountable but Brandy because she makes the money. So she feels like she's the only one that needs to walk the straight and narrow so that we can live like the Joneses. I side-eye you, Sonia, and if I read you, which I may do on Mother's Day, I can imagine the things that I would see that would make me grieve for your children. This is all alleged. And based on this reading, I have no reason to judge Sonia other than the fact that I think that she misparented her children. But something tells me, Sonia, if I read you directly, my nose and my face will be turned up like, and I may not have any more blame for Ray J or Brandy, but all of it for you and your hoe ass husband. And I'm calling him a hoe, not as a promiscuous hoe, but a cowardly, a pussy ass hoe. Because where have you been? And somebody please chin check me because I don't mind being wrong. If I'm wrong and Mr. Willie Norwood has been quietly leading his family and letting it look like Sonia is the leader, but he has been. But I think when you went and had that outside baby, I thought that that was you trying to escape the grasp of Sonia. And you couldn't because you got drugged back in and we ain't heard a peep from you. We hear from your children, your wife, your in-laws, your in-law children, your grands, and but not you. Where have you been, man? To lead, protect, and check your wife. Did she put some woo on you? Did she put that skeleton key woo on you? Because y'all had already had plans to live the high life and you went out trying to escape vis-a-vis a outside baby. You know one thing about Sonia I noticed is that she don't let nobody ruin the image. Just like Clive, she has learned from Clive. And I think that's sad. My computer died. I was going to do a members live tonight. I have to go get the charger. Okay, I will. I was going to say I was going to go skip the members live and do Miss Sonia. What do you guys want? Members? Should I do the Genesis, reclaiming the Genesis tonight? Or y'all want me to save that for Monday and y'all want me to read something else? Or y'all want a members live? I've been here for a long time. I've been more than gracious to the public live. Members, you guys want a members live or y'all want me to dig a little deeper? It's up to you guys. You guys get to tell me what to do. Read something else? Okay, I figured you guys were going to say that. There was something else. Saturn going direct, Ray J, because I was supposed to do that the other night. About my dad. Oh, you really appreciate that, sir? You're welcome. My pain is not your pleasure, but it can be. your teacher. That's why I say I don't believe in teachers or teaching traditionally, but I do like to teach by example and through my own experiences. Obviously, I'm not all the way healed because I did want to tear up a little bit um, recounting that, but not because it hurt, but because it's sad. It's so sad. Sometimes I think about my life and it's like, wait a second. I've had a really sad life. It doesn't always feel that way because I feel like I've been divinely protected from a lot of the real mental damage that my life could have done to me. I probably should be in prison too or institutionalized somewhere else. So sometimes I get emotional just remembering because, sorry, you guys, I'm fixing my wig, but I'm 38 now. Sometimes it seems like it was so long ago. It seems like it was a different life. But I remember that it really happened. I have the scars to prove it. And it's like, dang, man, that is so sad. That's so sad. And I've only recently gotten to the point where I can say, I didn't deserve that life. I didn't deserve that. And that's kind of why I went in on parents, because parents want all the praise for doing the bare minimum. Your children should have a roof over their head. They should have food. They should have love. And we should not be spending the rest of our lives groveling at your feet for doing what you asked to do. When you became a parent, you wanted that. It could have been avoided. We already know as adults how that can be avoided. So if you bring a child into this world where you're still struggling and you're requiring them to struggle, but also requiring them to honor you for bringing them into struggle, I'm not calling you a narcissist, but I'm saying parenting, the way society does it, is narcissistic. We are owed everything. We are owed every sacrifice you make. Because a parent, once you create a human, it is your job to provide, protect, and to rear it into a path that leads it to its higher self. You give it all the resources. Were we not created by our Creator in a world that was already fully furnished? Fully furnished. The Creator did not bring humans into being in the void, in the chaos, and in the darkness where there was nothing. No, we come into being on a world that is sustained. It sustains us, it provides, it nourishes, it protects. So you guys go and do the same thing God did with none of those things and think that you are owed the same reverence that God did. You're supposed to follow that design when you follow the leader. And then guilt trip your children for the rest of their lives into various forms of emotional manipulation. I get it. I get it. I get it, parents. I do. But this is a sharp edged sword of being God's. What you create, you're responsible for sustaining it and making it good. After God created, everything was good, meaning it's a well oiled machine. And God doesn't need to be here every day to make sure this shit is running because before we were created, everything was thought out for us. God wasn't reckless. It's a well oiled machine. Everything down to the world we live in, down to our bodies. Thought it out, planned it out, so that he didn't need to micromanage, so that it didn't need to constantly be here holding our hand, giving us whoopings and things like that. Everything that we need is built in when we got here, when we were born. You guys don't do that and then expect a whole lot from children who might not feel like you deserve that. Ask your children sometimes. How many of you guys ask for a progress report from your children other than just assuming that you've been a great parent? Ask your children. They'll probably tell you. They'll probably tell you what you like because we don't know about what's right or wrong as parenting until we know. Unless you were me, because I tried to tell my mama. She called me dramatic, sensitive, and now she wants me to be more compassionate to her feelings. When I say things like, don't be the kind of parent that your child needs to leave your house and go straight into therapy for, somehow she just doesn't hear that part because I don't come out outright and say, you're the reason. I don't say it like that. I just give out general messages. Don't be that. Let your kid live and then need therapy so that it's not just you who gave them the need for therapy. Yeah, listen, we need ruthless though. But Gen Alphas are better to ask. Don't ask Gen Z. The Gen Alphas are the ones those are the future. I foresee good things for the Alphas. And I say the late Alphas, like the ones that are 10 and under now. I see really good things for them. I don't know what happened. I do know what happened to Gen Z. I'm sorry, Gen Z, but you guys were the first generation of the New World Order. You guys were altered in a way that no other human has been, and that's with technology. You guys were a social experiment, the whole generation, because you guys weren't alive before the virtual reality set all the way in. So that's what we don't know how to predict the Gen Zers because they're the first in all of humankind that have been altered by technology. The first in all of world history. They're altered. Their perception of reality has been altered through the lens of a virtual reality social construct. So we can't predict what this new world order will do to humans until Gen Zers hit 30, 35. Oh, y'all already are. So yeah, we watching y'all now to see. And I think we know. We know. We know. Because there's been no revolution of the arts, no revolution of academics, only further technological advances and AI. So the human technology did not translate as well with Gen Z because you guys were integrated with a social technology, a social construct. No innovation from your generation, no human innovation, just AI. Things that continue to make all of your human faculties obsolete. And they convinced you guys to want to get rid of the last generation of humans before the social construct, the millennials. Now, my Gen Z cousins told me a few months ago that Gen Zers do copy off of millennials, and y'all do think that we're cool, but y'all don't like to admit it. And I think so too, because millennials are so swaggy and so trendy. And I'm not saying that as a flex, I'm saying it because, well, we were the last generation of the full fledged human. And the world was being primed and prepped for what you guys were born into. They were already trying to deconstruct us, and we were fighting for our lives and our reality. And then when we realized what they were up to, we start disengaging with all of it. We didn't know how to necessarily revolutionize it, but we knew to disengage from it. Then you guys got a little older and they told y'all that we were the enemy because we are their enemy, not yours. So then the Gen Zers came talking about how old we were at 30 because you guys can't wait for us to die out. But not you guys. They programmed you guys to want us to no longer be here because all kind of stunts can be pulled with Gen Z because you guys don't know any better. You guys don't know what the world looked like for humans from the beginning of the world until now. It's a completely different world. Computers and computer classes were rolled out for me in elementary and middle school. You guys lost a lot of human skills, social skills. Y'all don't know how to communicate anymore. Y'all don't know how to spell. You don't know how to read. I see news posts from reputable media sites with poor grammar, misspelled words. But nobody calls it out anymore because it's a new world. Who cares? We can put a spell check on it and it'll be fine. You know what we mean. Some of us do not know what you're trying to say. Some of us do not know. Humans prior to the New World Order do not know everything that you are trying to say when you guys spell the with an H. H-E. How are we supposed to know he means the in Gen Z? Nevertheless, they do live in a whole world, a different world. It literally is a different world. We might have grown up with the TV, and that was the last step before they introduced the virtual reality. They grew up in a computer, faces in computers and iPads and TV screens. Their first friends were probably made on an app. Some of their best friends they probably never met. Some of the people they get validation for, they've never met, never touched. They all like to work from home because none of them know how to interact with other humans anymore. They speak in AI or technology terms and slangs. They think in a social construct, a world that was constructed and created for them that mimics the old world that they're trying to make obsolete. Once us millennials are dead and gone, I believe that the generation Alpha will be giving the elites hell. They will be giving them hell. They got Gen Z, but the universe has already decided that their time is up. All they could do is Gen Z because that was already in the works. Gen Alpha, they not with the shits. My nieces and nephews are not going to be with the shits. They will remember their ancestors before the New World Order set in. They will remember. And they will not be with the shit. They're not. They're not with our shit. They're inquisitive. My niece likes to collect stones and rocks. She calls them power rocks. I was like that when I was little. I was doing a ceremony once. She walked in. I had my eyes closed and I felt a hand. She clasped my hand. She was 4. I was doing a ceremony. She just quietly crept in my room and I just felt that little hand. For my birthday this year, it's over there. She gave me a rose quartz. It ain't real. It's glass as fuck, but it's on my altar. I can't use it for shit, but it's on my altar. She got me a power rock for my birthday. They'll be with the shits. Y'all said read something else. I'm still not tired. I should be. I don't want to be here too long, though, just rambling on about a bunch of nothing. My computer's gone dead. I don't know what else. I don't know what else to give you guys. I've been preaching, not necessarily reading. Somebody keeps coming in here asking me about the Carters. It's the same person who asked me a bunch of times about Jamie Foxx. I noticed your name is something tarot, so you're probably another tarot reader. You probably have another channel. I greatly appreciate you being here, but sometimes you can OD on the requests. And I can assure you, I always see it the first time, but sometimes I can take a request because I don't have anything in my queue. Sometimes there are things on my spirit to discuss. Thank you. Bye, Capricorn. Thank you. And I never just outright ignore you guys' requests. And if I don't read on something, I'll tell you why. But Jamie Foxx, Beyonce, and Jay-Z, I don't even know if I care to talk about. Like, why would I? Why would I? I just did not too long ago. And I'm not the type that needs to do everyday readings. That's for people who don't get their readings accurate. So every time something else comes out, you may have to refresh and just let my last one ride for a little bit, and then you'll usually get everything you need. But I'll read them, sure. Cynthia and Ariana, I just did them too. They didn't get their own, but they're probably jumbled up in another celebrity soup, let's chat type situation. What exactly am I talking about with the Carters? I literally just talked about them actually, though. I just did. Because I remember saying that they didn't want to have to come back over here and play nice with the Hollywood people that they were trying to get away from, but they are now. They've been at the drag show, the car racing show, Beyonce hanging out with Kelly at the Brandy and Monica show, pandering. Things didn't go that well overseas, and now they got to snooze up to the people that they felt like were beneath them. And that's what the fuck they've been doing. I said that before all of this stuff happening, and then it's happening. So I was about to say, I know I just did. I'm on top of current events because I usually talk about them before they happen. And the way you spread, for any other readers, the way that my spreads do, I don't need to, I don't have a potential outcome. Like this could happen, but it might not. My outcome is going to be the outcome. The future is the near future. There is a way to divine the space in between that based on what you get for the future and what you get for the outcome. You can see how things change from the future to the outcome, but the outcome is going to be the outcome. That's a part of my accuracy because of the way I look at things. I look at potentials. I look at um, external factors that could be um, influencing the situation. But the outcome that I'm looking for, that's after all of these various circumstances are taking into place, after they change their mind, do this and this, the outcome. People change their mind all the time, but that just means you still need to work on your divination because you need to look beyond them changing their mind. You need to look at what they're going to settle on and what it's going to be. That's what I look for. So sometimes people are seeing the in between the outcome when I've already told you where it's going to go. And so I don't feel the need to do refreshers all the time because I've told you guys to expect something and then the outcome will be what it is. And it always ends up that way. So I don't feel the need to clock every single new thing that comes out. But I will read the Carters. But I'm not going to keep doing things like this. Y'all are going to have to learn how to, and I'm not trying to be mean, but Saturn said that we are not evolving, and you guys should be more evolved than this. There are certain things that I shouldn't even have to explain when it comes to seeing things. And so y'all gonna have to keep up or get lost, because I don't read everything they do, because if I read on them, that's gonna last you until the next scandal. Just be patient and pay attention, and you'll see things happening that way. You'll see it. Every day I go on social media, I see something I predicted accidentally because it was in the details. Something that I didn't even really pay too much attention to, but it was in the details. It happens every day, every single day. I don't know what exactly I'm looking at for them. I just said what they have going on. I don't really want to do this, but okay. I also told you guys Beyonce was coming, and then somebody came into this live and said I was right. So I did just talk about the Carters not too long ago. I know I just talked about them. Funny you ask, because we were just talking about the G2 summit and Trump and all of that when we started, Natalie. I don't know if you were here yet. Thank you, Sissy. I'm glad somebody paying attention, because one of my pet peeves is repeating myself. It's not just with you guys. I don't like it because I give so much information up front. And most people, like my family and my parents, I tell them so many things that are valuable that they ignore because they don't like to hear from me. Or they think the things that I say is just rambling, and then they come back later. And I don't be with that shit. You missed it. That's life, though. That's a life lesson. You can't live life unaware because you miss things. And God ain't getting, I don't know what idea of God that y'all be getting, but there's an opportunity for you to get what you missed, but it'll come with another lesson attached to it. And if you keep missing the easy, when it's given to you freely, the second time it's going to come with me talking shit and being annoyed. I'm sorry, I'm very much less patient with this Saturn retrograde over. And it will be like this permanently because Saturn deals with permanence. So I will be this way forever because I just don't. Hey, you made me a pumpkin head. Thank you. I really should have put some spray on here, some melting spray, but I didn't care. I don't care about you guys seeing that. Thanks for the pumpkin. Wait a second. Oh my God. Listen, only celebrities get those in their lives. Have I made it? Mama, I done made it. I say that because of the NPC girl and because of Nicki Minaj. I've seen her on lives and people are putting stuff on her head, and Hollywood, move on over. You've got a new act on in town. I'm a pumpkin head. I mean, I wish pumpkins had more characters so I can imitate a pumpkin, but all I can do is what, be Halloween? What do I do? Be a pie? A nasty one at that? Thank you for putting a pumpkin on my head. I appreciate that. Carters. That is so cute. See, this is the part of technology that I actually like, when it's cute and not harmless. I mean, not full of harm like AI is. Because all AI is doing is making you guys more lazy. And I mean, not lazy like going to work, but use it. Was that a gift? A noise. I heard a noise. And then I saw a gift box. All it does is make you guys fulfill Donald Gates' prophecy that humans will be obsolete in 10 years and AI will replace you. You guys are speeding it up. The more of your faculties and jobs and responsibilities as humans you give over to AI, the more you lose those functions. It's like a muscle that you don't exercise, it gets weak. But what do I know? I'm just a crazy lady here on YouTube that don't know nothing, right? All right. Bianca and Jay-Z, what is going to be your, well, Sean, Bianca and Sean, because y'all think y'all fancy. Beyonce, Jay-Z, no, Bianca and Sean, because y'all want to act. I'm just kidding. When Beyonce first came out, the black community swore up and down, her name ain't no damn Beyonce, it's Bianca. They just trying to sound French. Black people was hating. Ooh. Black people was giving Beyonce a hard time. But truth be told, they sure did do enough to make the rest of her group members seem like the background. So naturally, people was like, girl, this is a group. And you treating them like the doo-wop-wop girls. Even though that's how it's supposed to be. Black people already didn't like Beyonce because they could see the imbalance in that group. We thought we was getting a new In Vogue, but no. Y'all was trying to soft launch Beyonce career off the strength of us and calling it a group, and we peeped at it and we didn't like it. And it made Beyonce look like the mastermind behind it. Y'all should have came out and kind of supported her on that, Matthew and the Destiny Child's team, because y'all let Beyonce take all the brunt of the negativity behind that when it was really how y'all designed that group. Y'all intentions was to create a group to help Beyonce overcome her fears of solohood and to make her stand out amongst her peers so that she'd be more desired as a solo act. You put a bunch of other girls that are darker skinned than her, maybe one other light skin, but you dress them down, don't make her them as cute, give her things that make her pop. Naturally, people are going to look at Beyonce, and then the people who appreciate the group are going to be mad at Beyonce and come for her. And y'all let that happen. I was there. All right, Bianca and Jay-Z, because the black community, when you first came out, said y'all was trying to be fancy and French, and your name was Bianca. Then y'all met her maternal lineage. And it was all Creole. It was just as good. Y'all said, oh, no, no, no. Oh, yeah, y'all got it. Whoever y'all think y'all are, y'all them people. Y'all is them people. Y'all was in the house and y'all ain't make no mistake about it. Beyonce did Lemonade and they did a whole shoot in the promotional videos with all them sitting on the front steps of the plantation house, letting us know, all them light-skinned, long-haired girls in Lemonade, letting us know where they come from in the history of black people. Y'all don't remember? Even Lemonade was like a plantation scene, but some of the visuals for Lemonade, they had Zendaya in there and they were all house girls, house slave girls. They did a whole scene on the front porch of the house. They wasn't in the field. They was light skinned on the porch. Now, I'm not coming for them because a part of the black community is the product of being favored by massa. And so I don't shun anybody who is a victim of slavery. I don't. Not even the ones who try to survive by their proximity with massa. Because in times of survival, There's no space for judgment. So I don't. I don't judge the Creoles and all of them for their skin tone, for being favored, or for playing up their aesthetic. I get it. But Beyonce definitely was letting y'all know in the scheme of black people, I'm a class above, always have been. My ancestors were a class above. So don't think I'm like y'all, black people, because I'm not. I'm a house. And then she came out with a song called My House. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with y'all because y'all can't help how Massa did y'all. But then you go and you do the same thing to your people, child. And by doing the same thing to your people, I mean playing on y'all intelligence. Most of the spiritual community does it too. Yes, I'm telling on y'all too, because I don't do it. So I can snitch. I don't mind snitching. Mm-mm. Not when the greater good is on the line. Yes, a bunch of y'all favorite spiritual gurus. I be seeing them. I be seeing them. I be seeing y'all seeing them. And I just be like, well, um, I pray that they are benefiting from these people and that they're not being preyed on. Um, because let me tell y'all how popular it is to play on y'all when you are in the position of a spiritualist. It's the same type of power that a pastor has. The spiritual community does it to y'all too. They're not that much different from your pastors. And if they ain't telling you, it's because they run a game. I don't mind because I don't ask for shit from y'all. So, and I figure I'm gonna go ahead and make my platform on the truth. So when I get big, I can still tell the truth and then not be worried about that shit. Cause they be playing on y'all tops too. They be playing with y'all. There are things that y'all don't even really need services for, but they'll give it to you so they can get the money. And let's not get into the chaos that they wreck into your lives doing alchemy and not knowing what they're doing. Yep, yep, they be doing it. They be doing it. Want to know why collective readings are so popular? I ain't gonna go there. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. Some of y'all make y'all living on them collectives. I ain't gonna do it. Yes, I am. First of all, let me show you something. Spirit, may I have a message for the collective of the sign of Gemini? I ain't never did this before because I told y'all I don't do this. I don't do it. May I have a general message for the collective of Gemini? Now, I'm going to do an experiment. I am going to try to really interpret what it might be giving you guys if there's a real message. And then I am going to show you how I can tell you anything. Now, if a message does pop out, then I will deliver it. And the message may be, ain't no specific message for a Gemini. There's a specific message for everybody. That's why I don't like collectives, because I believe there are specific messages for everybody from the divine. And if you want to look at what a zodiac sign is going through or about to go through, then you need to pull the chart. You need to do astrology to do that. Tarot is not here to get collective messages for one sign. That is what astrology does. If you guys want to predict things based off signs, then you need to learn how to do astrology better. Nevertheless, I've been on both sides by Capricorn, and being balanced as a Libra is the best way to survive because instant karma comes to us, Libras. We tip the scale in any way. Since karma is not based on punishment but cause and effect, if we're out of balance, we feel it on the other end instantly. Instantly. And if you're a Libra and you don't know that you get instant karma, I'm here to tell you, and maybe you should open your eyes to see why some of your circumstances are the way they are, because that's why. Belcalis, that's why. Nobody was doing witchcraft on you. I checked. Not like that. Maybe a return, maybe protection from you. You were definitely in witchy wars, but I didn't see anybody targeting you, Cardi B, or your baby. I saw as a Libra cause and effect, which we call karma. Nobody, in my opinion, Cardi B, because I checked for you. No. But I did tell you, as long as them babies is in you, all this drama that you've conjured up for your album, they're going to get it from you first. You're in their womb. You're feeding them energy, food, all kinds of shit, emotions, thoughts. But what do I know? Collective message, spirit from the divine for Gemini. I'll tell y'all when I start lying, because I'm going to show y'all how easy it is. No such thing as a collective message for one sign. And this isn't me lying. If you do collectives, let this make you better instead of make you mad at me. Because if you really are a reader, what does it say? You guys are getting spiritual message from the divine, but this says the truth ain't in it. It's not divinely inspired because you can't do it that way. You really have to be specific. So that's why I say I don't believe in collective messages, because when I'm reading, I have to be specific. I have to know what I'm looking for. And Gemini what? All of us have a Gemini placement somewhere in our chart. So that means that whatever the collective message is for Gemini, it would be pertaining to all the places where Gemini shows up in your life. Your sun sign may not be relevant to you at all, other than the fact that you think you have those qualities. So that's why I went ahead and pulled and did an example, a live example. And I said, if a real message comes out for y'all, I'll give it to you. Other than that, I'm going to lie and show you how easy it is. I didn't need to. There's no such thing. You cannot do that because everybody has a Gemini placement. And Gemini isn't going to just single out those who are under the sun's. Gemini is a planet. It deals with humanity and the world. Not Steve, Keisha, and Amber because they were all born on June 6th. You guys are kind of pulling from the collective, but you can't single out a sign. You are pulling messages, but the reason why it's hit or miss is because you are just, it's easier for you to say, may I have a message for someone who may come across this video, than to say, may I have a message for the Gemini collective, because then you're going to get the same kind of messages you would get for any random person, because everybody has a Gemini placement. So you may get a message, but you may not know who it's for. And that person may not know who it's for unless somebody just randomly sees it and it just so happens to be relative. So that's why I said even the spiritual community plays on y'all tops, because I'm of the belief they know this. And they're making things up as they go along. And then they say things like, if this resonates with you, then it's for you. And if it doesn't, no, 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 no. I ain't never said that. I've read thousands of people. What I say, it's meant for you. It's going to resonate. I've never spoke to one person and did a consultation for them and gave them a message that was for somebody fucking else. I told y'all this before, but I don't like to talk about the spiritual community too much because some of them are on here. Some of them do collective readings. But on this day that the Lord has made, I was told to come up here and I was given the justice card. So we have to be serious. And yes, there is going to be a time for persecution for us in the spiritual community. And I said this a week or so ago. And I said the ones who are fake, you guys are going to be played with. They'll come after you, but they won't be able to do anything with the people that are real. Do you know that Mother Earth rids itself of toxins and poisons just like our body does? We get sick when there are toxins and poisons in our body that our body is trying to get out of us. So does the earth. And so every now and again, there'll be something that happens to come and pull the wool off of something, expose something, a plague that comes to get rid of some people. The earth will do what it can to rid itself of toxins so that its truth can come out. We're here not to be lied to. If you guys are lying to people, even with good intentions, you're still a liar and you're a thief, because the only reason that you would lie and pretend that you are a psychic when you're not, or deliver a message that you don't understand, is because you want something out of it. You want to be known as a reader. You want to gain a following. You want to make a business out of it. I'm telling you, your gift will make space for you. If you lie, though, you will be exposed. And that's embarrassing. I only use this as an example because I said the spiritual community was playing on y'all top too, just like the pastors do. A lot of them are no different. Powerless. Y'all life ain't changing for real, and neither is your mind. Sure, they can get you a few dollars. Sure, they can throw a hex on somebody that you don't like that's going to come right back at your ass because you just as nasty as they are. So neither one of y'all are righteous in the matter. So y'all just hexing and cursing each other. And these people is collecting y'all coins doing it. How many times have you gone to a spiritualist for a curse or a spell and they told you you don't need that? I do. You don't need that. You really ain't even need this consultation. How many of y'all have I told y'all really don't be needing my consultations. Y'all just need confirmation from me. You just need confirmation. And I'm going to help you learn how to trust your gut so that you don't always need to spend your coin just for me to confirm something to you. My job here is to help the collective conscious evolve. That's the only way that I can get out of here the way I'm supposed to get out of here is by helping y'all. And fortunately, I have a heart to do so, which is why I'm telling you guys, if you're locked in and you're receiving messages based on your sun sign, if you had some that were accurate, great. Great. But I don't believe that that was a divinely inspired message just for you. It just so happens. I told you about Capricorn. I've told a couple. I tell people all the time. You don't need this. You don't need that. You don't need a curse. You don't need a hex. There's another way. There's another way. There's another way. All the time. Save your coin. There's another way. Don't throw this hex. There's another way. I'm not going to do this love spell because that's going to, that's going to backfire. You don't want that. But I will send you something to help enhance the love in your marriage between you two. But I won't force either one of you. Your son and that girl. Listen, by Capricorn, I knew. I was actually a little concerned for your son, but I saw it clear as day. They still together or no? Sometimes you guys can help yourselves. I've taught you guys how to do your own prosperity candles. That's my doctorate degree tier. Taught you guys how to do your own prosperity, protection, and a whole bunch of other shit so that you don't need me for that. I charge. That shit ain't cheap. I don't give y'all nothing for less than $100 except for a group ceremony and a consultation. Because I can get you results. Shit, I'm still undervaluing my work, but I might change that as my clientele evolves. I pay a lot of attention to you guys' progress since I work with a lot of you guys on a regular. So when I see that y'all glowing up and y'all pockets changing, then I'll change too. But I won't do that to y'all. I set my prices based on where my audience is and their life. But as my busted babies grow, then I'm gonna grow too. Good by Capricorn. He's a man. He has to. Men need to learn about women without their mothers being the bad guy and telling them. That's how you save yourself from not being the bad guy. You can't tell nobody about the person that they love. You got to let them find out on their own because then they'll turn on you, especially a man. I knew he was coming back home. Child, now she misses him. Toxic. Toxicity. Hope your son stays away. Who else son in here got a toxic ass? Who else in here with a son with a toxic ass girlfriend? Come get a consultation. I told by Capricorn, you don't worry. Don't you worry. This ain't gonna last. This ain't gonna tear it long. Now she got a son back. It ain't tear long at all. You just hold your peace, mama. You hold your mule. See, I ain't even got kids, and here I am. Help it. See, my sisters always like to act like I don't know nothing when I be telling them about the psychology of their children. And here I am, Big Mama Busset, telling a mother, you just wait, mama. You just hold your mule. You's gonna get your child back. And it worked. Shit. I pulled my nieces and nephews' charts when my sisters had them. And I told my baby sister with her youngest daughter, she gonna have some kind of asthma or respiratory issues. Watch out for that one. First of all, she was colic. And then maybe 6 months in, they tried to diagnose her with asthma. It didn't stick, but they definitely did. And I can't remember what it was. It was something in Gemini in her chart. Maybe she had Chiron and Gemini like I do, and I had asthma. It was a Gemini placement in her chart, and as soon as I saw it, I said, oh, my poor baby. Leisha, your child gonna have respiratory issues. Watch out with that one. She had colic, and then she got diagnosed with asthma, but it's cleared up now. I raise a I raise a lot of adults that don't know that I raise my mama right now. She don't know that she's being raised by me, but I'm raising her. And I'm frustrated. And she got till April, May-ish when I moved from here to get her shit together. And she's gonna be miserable because she's already feeling it. And I feel my family already trying to claw, they're trying to hold on to me. The more I separate from them, the more they be all up on me and in my business, wanting to be up under me. And I noticed that energetically it's because I am getting ready to move away from them. And I told my mother 2 years ago after she called me the darkness. She said, I let the darkness in. I told her when I leave this place, and I didn't mean just this town, but I meant this place that I'm in, where I'm this version of your daughter that you have power over. I told her, I let her say those insulting things to me, like I do the trolls. I keep my mind about myself because I'm an Aries moon, but I've learned a long time ago to be less reactionary and more logical. I filter my emotions through my logic, but I told her in the future, I gave my mother a prophecy as a response to her calling me evil. I said, in the future, there will come a time where when I leave this place, I will not return. And I said, even if I come back and visit, when I leave this place that I'm in now, I will never be back here again. And you may have missed the opportunity to have a relationship with your daughter. Now, as I was saying that, I didn't believe anything that came out of my mind because I thought I was always going to be pining away for my mother to like me. But actually, 2 years later, I'm at that place. I'm physically getting ready to move, and I am not her daughter anymore. I don't know who I am, but I'm not her daughter because her daughter, Brenda's daughter, Adina, is a little girl, and I son her. Yes, I see her immense potential, but she fails and self-sabotages every time, so I'm always proved right about her. Everything I've always said and thought about her, I'm right. Not knowing she's child. Anyways, I'm not there anymore. So now she's at the point where she wants me to think about her feelings because now when I don't so much, not at the expense of myself, they take it as an offense. They can feel it. They can feel me changing and becoming more distant. And it's fulfilling itself as a prophecy, something that I didn't even believe, now it's here. And I'm having to raise her because the more I evolve, the more childlike she becomes. She really does do childish things. And I find myself telling my mother that was extremely childish. And then I find myself saying, why the fuck do I have to tell my mother she's being childish? Was she always this way and I just didn't know? And look at the other schizophrenic. You done pop back in. Just as sad. Trip Irwin. Spirit, is Trip Irwin a real person? Or are they a computerized bot? Let's start there. I'm here shooting the shits with my friends, and they're still here with me. And you are too. Trip ain't going nowhere because he been here this whole time. Ain't going no fucking where. Is Trip a real person, Spirit? This troll? This Diddy Bop in my live. Is this Trip Irwin a real person, or is it one of those computerized Diddy Bops? Is it a real Diddy Bop or a computerized Diddy Bop? Sometimes they switch up. Are you embarrassed or ashamed now? You've been in here. I don't know if you left and then came back, but you've been in here and you came back. You're a real person. You're a real person. Sissy said, not today. You're a real person. The thing is, though, you've been in here lurking. This isn't even your first time at Beyond the Veil. You guys know I have resident trolls. They do. I have trolls that are residents. They're more loyal to being in my lives than the busted babies. They are not always active though. Depending on what I talk about, they will lay dormant. I've been checking trolls on this channel for a long time. A long time now. They're my other busted babies. They're just as valuable around here. They engage more than my subscribers. I got people who are subscribed to me who have been here for years and they never said nothing, but they'll email me or something and be like, I'm a long time subscriber. I don't say much in the chat, but I be watching. They more active than my trolls. That's how I'm in the, I mean, than my subscribers. That's how I'm in the algorithm for real, because of the trolls, which is why I entertain them sometime. Because I did a reading on them and my spirit said, don't let them get you mad. Entertain them. They're going to make you money. And they do. They're my biggest fans. They are my biggest fans. That person, they're a real person. They've been here. They've been here, lying dormant. And they're here because they know I'm the real deal. Naked and vulnerable on a white horse. If anything, they think I'm a savior. She ain't fake. She's real. Naked and vulnerable. Puts it all out there. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The white horse is truth. And they see me. They see me more than y'all do. Look at them, the sunflowers behind me. My dormant trolls. What's my purpose? It's not for you. Goodbye. They've been here ever since I talked about the Pope that one time, and the racist trolls came out in droves. It seems that's when I got some resident trolls. When I came for the power and the authority of the big Diddy Bops, the OG Diddy Bops, the Vatican. They sit here and they lie dormant, waiting to see what I'm going to say, not doing anything. And then when I give them something, then they step off that horse and then start saying things. They're my fans. And they're my fans why? Because I'm good. I got some resident ones when I started dividing the Vatican and the Pope. Been here a long time. But they don't really do anything until I say something about this church structure here. And I ain't even been talking about that, but anything that has to deal with anything that has to deal with wisdom, teaching. Pathetic. Pathetic. What a waste. It sure did. Natalie, I felt it did too. I felt the shift. I felt it within me. But the shift wasn't me noticing them, it was me noticing me. I felt powerful. Don't be scared though. Don't be scared. If I have taught y'all nothing, don't be scared of these people. Not the trolls, not the powers that be. Power is limited. And there's always a source of power beyond theirs. It's just they've been winning because we haven't been clocked in. I'm clocked in though. And they ain't won since I've been clocked in. Ain't nobody beat me up since I've been clocked in. I'm grateful for Natasha and Andrew stabbing me in the back because not only did I survive my health issues, I learned that I had cystic breasts, and so I could be more vigilant. I learned that I cannot allow anybody to play with me anymore because it affects my health, so I don't tolerate anything anymore. Anything, anything from anyone. Ain't nobody ever been able to play with me since then. I've been on one for real. I've been on one since July 2024, and I ain't stopped or let up since. And y'all got a problem because Saturn told me not to on this past retrograde. So if I'm crazy before, I definitely feel like I'm crazy now. The spirits told me to go in. My imaginary friend said go in. And whatever this schizophrenia may be, maybe that troll just helped revolutionize the medical community. Because if this was schizophrenia and it helps you to always be this consistently accurate with seeing into the past, present, and the future, then maybe we need to reconsider what we call medical crises and mental health disorders. I wish that that young man was still in here so that we can have a scholarly debate now. If I'm this accurate with schizophrenia, then maybe schizophrenia ain't so bad after all. Maybe we're missing the point about what they consider abnormal mental health issues. Maybe they're the right ones. Maybe we're the wrong ones. You don't even know how to read me for filth, but you want to call me schizophrenic, and I can read shit that I've never seen or heard about. Oh, the Pope is afraid? They're all shook. Let's see how this Pope feels because he actually just visited somewhere. My computer's dead. Let me just see the powers that be. And then I'm going to end that here because I'm done. I'm tired. I've been on here for hours. I don't know why this is here, but in my mind, because it's similar to the Lovers, I get love. I got a lot of subscribers, but I probably have equal amount of ops. The man, the system, watching me. I told y'all I was on their watch list anyways before. I told my members. Remember, members, we looked in to see if Beyond the Veil was being clocked. And we got that. Clocked like 10 minutes before 12. All right, well. And the elites, including the ones who think they run ting here, sending trolls to do their dirty work behind anonymity, not knowing that I see, I touch. I don't need your face or anything. I don't need your name or anything. Your energy is enough, and you've already given it freely. Are there any elites, the powers that be, who are concerned or afraid for themselves in the way that the world may be going? Afraid of any karmic retribution that may come for them? Or are they chilling, feeling really confident, bold, empowered? The elites of the world, the powers that be, is there any fear in them? Or are they chilling, feeling really bold and empowered? If I was them, I might, considering the humans are still sheep. So we can Get by a little longer. The only problem that we'll have to worry about is those darn Africans. But as long as the Americans are still sound asleep, we'll harness their energy to keep us. This isn't fear. This isn't boldness. Christianity is coming. They're preparing. Now, here's your dictator. No dictator, though, is not afraid. They only dictate because they are afraid of losing power. So they instill fear in people so that the people never think to challenge them. Even a dictator is afraid. I don't care how much of a bully they are, bullies are afraid. They're afraid of losing. Their ego, their fight, their ego, their fight. They're pumpkin. They're pumpkin. They're pumpkin on my head. They're pumpkins on my head. uh, Christianity is, I would say, the new vehicle of colonization, but it was the first one. Across the seas, they came to foreign land with crosses on their flags. And they're about to mount up the same way. If Trump said we finna go back to the roots of white power, then you got to go back to Christianity. Were they not just trying to arm the world to invade Nigeria on behalf of the Christian community? But now they let us know it ain't Christians, though. They let it slip. The issue is the whites ain't being treated right in Africa. They kicking France out, taking off them old founding father wigs, making y'all speak, making the primary language whatever cultural language they have, telling y'all no more French for the primary language and all of this stuff. And the founding fathers' sons are offended. The pumpkins on my head. The pumpkins on my head. The pumpkins on my head. It's such a distraction. Are you guys sending me pumpkins so that I don't get this message out? Is that a troll? Oh no, that was Sissy. Oh, it's fun. I fanned myself with a recovery pack from our yacht trip. BC powders, emergencies. We had a liquid IV in here, makeup remover, all kind of shit that's made for a hangover. But that's a cute gift idea. Y'all know I get distracted easy. On your next birthday, if y'all gonna do a lot of drinking, get you some customized care kits. Put you a liquid IV, some BC powders, an emergency, hand cleaners, makeup removers. We had the 14 karat gold under eye strips. It was really cute. But that's a good idea for y'all if y'all want to get y'all guests drunk, nurse them back to life when you're done. It's the right way to do things. The founding fathers are coming with their mechanisms of colonialism. Ah, now I know some of y'all are good God-fearing Christians, and y'all like, well, I'm not that kind of Christian, but you are. But you are. There's only one kind. But I've said this several times. I've said this, what, a year or two ago. I told you guys, the Christian community. I did a whole, what is it, Pluto and Aquarius. I think it was my Pluto and Aquarius video. I talked about how Christianity was coming, and this was, what, a year or two ago? Y'all can't keep up with me. I see better in the future, in the past, and in the present than I see in the 3D. That's how I couldn't tell that Andrew and Natasha didn't love me like I said they did. I was too close. And they found my Achilles heel. Love. 'Tis a goddess, a Venusian goddess. Love. The Ace of Cups, amongst other things, represents Christianity. I heard this in a I read it in a very ancient book, maybe from a gypsy. Oh, fun fact, you guys. I know some of you guys are going to check out here because I'm about to start talking about your good Lord and Savior, the one that your grandmother told you was coming back for you. But I promise I'm not hostile to your grandmother or the good Lord or Savior. I'm only hostile to a lie. And I have a lie. I have a lie in Christianity. I have a vehicle called a tank. Christianity is a tank. It's a no-limit soldier. They came riding in on it. And what did they do? They bulldozed their way into power. Y'all know how that went, though. Y'all know how that went. Y'all might not know in a little while because they're getting ready to get rid of all the history books and anything that stinks of slavery and debauchery and colonialism. They finna bury that under the sands of history if it ain't for people like me and you. And if I get too popular, then they might try to unalive your old girl and end up unaliving themselves. Anyways, your dictator will use Christianity to seek and destroy, to divide. Look. Now, why do you think he chose to do it in Africa and not here in the U.S.? We haven't heard President Trump mention one thing about being a good God-fearing Christian. In fact, I believe recently when asked if he was religious or something like that, he said that he probably wouldn't get into heaven. Now, all of a sudden, when it comes to Africa, who is rich in resources and who is currently in the processes of removing its shackles, now all of a sudden, President Trump, I'm talking about married a whore and turned her into a first lady housewife, that Trump now wants to invade the eastern lands under the guise of Christianity. Why? Because Christianity is the vehicle of white power. White power. And they didn't choose to initiate that plan here. You think that we've seen a nationwide revival in America since Trump has now turned to the good Lord? I would think since Trump is a good God-fearing Christian, now one of the first things he would do is cancel work on Sundays. Nobody works on Sundays, okay? Nobody. It's against the law to work on a Sunday because we need to be in the church praying for this nation, this one nation under God. I would rededicate this nation to the Christian God who we dedicated it to, and we found this nation. Where was the rededication ceremony? We just came off of the LGBT height in the Obama and Biden era. If I get in the White House, you think I ain't doing the biggest ritual? We gonna do a whole year of rituals for it. Fuck a year. My first term is going to be cleansing this nation, tearing shit down and building new shit up. Only people I'm deporting is the people who cannot unlearn The bullshit we learned here, you got to go. Just like they're doing in Africa, you got to go. You're a liability. This is Sparta. That would be the first thing I do. Cleanse this nation and let's rededicate it. No National Day of Prayer. We got a American Pope. We ain't seen or heard from him preaching or nothing in the streets of Washington, D.C. Nothing. He went on no American tour and visited all of the churches in America, shook hands with the Baptist leaders to bridge the gap between the Black church and the Catholic church and the white Christian church and all the churches under the banner of Christ, our King and Lord and Savior. Africa, though, that's not a Christian nation, but it has a large Christian population. However, Native Africa wants its culture back. And now Trump wants to go over there. Division. If Africa is to be a superpower and they're kicking us out because they're all united, division. Division. One thing they can agree on, all of them, is no longer being subjugated by foreign powers. France, the Dutch. However, one thing that gets the people going in US, politics. Africa, religion. Division. Through Christianity. It's the new power move. And you guys will allow it. Because the Christians, it's really white power, though. White power. It always was. I was a good God-fearing Christian, and I still uphold some of the values because I've read so many ancient texts, studied so many cultures and ancient peoples that I understand that the whites came to those lands, and in their conquering, took all kinds of documents and stories, manuscript, all kind of things from libraries, from all the stole all of the wisdom and compiled it into something that looks like it's for them, their own story. Even they don't have a user manual. Everybody else did, but they didn't have one. So I identify in their messages all of the truths that have existed throughout history until they got to it and then decide to make a New Testament. Contrary to the everlasting gospel or old, because they don't call it everlasting gospel, which is how Revelations called it. They called it old and new because those words denote something that is obsolete and something that is now current. It helps them when they tell you the Old Testament is done away with. Christ came to do away with the law. What law? What law? Natural law? Because now we're under national law. And that came with the New Testament because colonialism brought the New Testament with it. You guys ready for me to go to bed now? I've been on here for 439 minutes and 40 seconds. I told y'all I was on one today. My spirits put a battery in my back. I ain't ate or nothing. I just been on here riding out, giving you guys all of my ashe. To be called an e-lesbian? Now, don't get me wrong. I like a beautiful woman. I like a bad bitch. Women are beautiful. If that makes me a Lisbon, I take it. There's my pumpkin. There's my pumpkin. Gonna insult me with liking bad bitches? Sure. I'll take several of them. You ain't getting none. If I'm a lesbian, at least I got the bad bitches and I took them all from you. I saved them from you, from the likes of you. The bad bitches are better off with another bad bitch than with you. I'm more man than you is anyways. I can teach, I can lead, I can provide, I can protect, I can make money. And all you can do is gossip in my chat. Oh, he wasn't mad enough for me. Me and Toni Braxton got the same birthday, so I could say that. I can channel her. He wasn't mad enough for me. That's you in my chat gossiping like a hoe, sitting here while I'm sitting here educating the masses, giving them all I got, teaching them ancient things and new things too, and you gossiping like a hoe in my chat. Yeah, take my bra. God darn it. Let me find some panties to give you. I ain't got none up here. Here. Damn, here. Another. Here. Take this. You might feel a little bit more balanced with this multivitamin. It'll balance out your hormones and everything. Since you want to sit in a woman's chat and gossip like a hoe, maybe that'll balance out all that extra estrogen and then boost your testosterone, which you should be living in. You should be out here trying to figure out how to increase my platform, how to make my life easier so that I can do my job better. Ain't that what a man supposed to do? Yeah. Have a one a day and take two. Put your hoe ass. I can't stand a hoe ass man. I'll take my wig off if you are using your face as your profile picture so I can put you on my altar. Oh, it's several of y'all in here telling me to take my wig off. Oh, no, that was just you one. Y'all always want a black woman to show y'all her hair. No. Y'all always want to touch it. You always want to touch something that's going to get you electrocuted. Y'all so curious and inquisitive. Why? So you can study me and my follicles? No, I don't trust you. Don't worry about my wig, okay? Worry about your see-through skin, Craig. Tell me why you transparent in the light. Meanwhile, I'm living my life like I'm golden. Did you see that? Did you see that? How can you insult me when I turn into fucking gold in the light? You could never. You could never. And you're see-through. You're see-through. I can see your blue blood and everything through your hands and through your arms. Meanwhile, bitch, look. You don't see those gold tones? You could never. Any of y'all others in here want to come for a goddess? Because I don't come for you white people. But y'all want to come for me, and then I have to remind y'all that I was here first. Who knows where you come from, Craig? Who knows? Who knows? How far back into history can we trace your dog ass ancestors? Child, y'all just I don't do the white supremacists. Y'all been used to checking people. I don't know where y'all from, but I don't know. I don't know where they get checked by hybrids, non-humans, but I don't acknowledge you guys as any sort of power or reason for me to be offended. I don't. And if you come in here disrespecting me, then I'm going to tell you your truth. I won't disrespect you, but I will give you your truth. Oh, division through Christianity. Let me start with Christianity. I'm getting bored with the Diddy Bops today because y'all don't have insulting trolls. At least before I got the troll factories in a RICO case, like I told y'all I was going to do for playing with me and threatening my life, at least y'all used to have witty trolls. Like that one lady that called me a harlot. I was so offended. But then I was impressed because that bitch called me a whore in Old English. I mean, I was impressed. I couldn't even be offended by being called an Old English whore. I was impressed, bitch. I wasn't around back then, so maybe the whores were top tiers, but gave me a respect for the word harlot and that one specific troll because it made me look up what the word harlot was to see why I was so offended. It just sounded so so true. And then I found out that it's calling someone a whore in Old English. Oh, you gagged me on that one. I was gagged. Please insult me in Old English. I can't even respect y'all trolls. You don't seem to know how to be a good man or a good troll. I know you ain't a good man because you in a woman's live insulting a woman on YouTube that you don't know about conversations that you don't enjoy. Meanwhile, your dog, your wife, your children, what is they doing? So I know you ain't no good man. You ain't no good troll either because I was able to call your skin see-through and gag you just by having golden skin. Rethink the trolling. I have golden skin. Y'all can never be better than me or insult me when I can do this and turn into gold. I'm saying, I mean, look at God. Isn't God a genius? That's why y'all can't get enough of my channel. Y'all be in love with the Coco. Y'all just be in love as fuck. Just in love as fuck. Hmm. Hmm. Here you go. Happy now? Because y'all be in love as fuck. And the mental capacity ain't working, so here. We know y'all cave people only know symbols. Hmm. Oh, another white man walked in here, real Phil Leotardo. I doubt that if you wore a leotard, you would really feel it. I doubt if you were wearing a leotard that it would be filled. For real, down there, Mr. Real Phil Leotardo. I doubt it. Something tells me there's still going to be a lot of space in the in between in your leotard. I don't know, something tells me it's like a wide open spaces. Ain't that y'all song? Room to make a big mistake. You need new faces. I don't know the words, but I know that wide open spaces. That's what you got in your leotard. I'm positive of it. Anyways, they will be using Christianity in the same way they did in the beginning of their world colonization. This time, though, they don't have to sail over in ships. They can just use a few buzzwords. Christians are burning. And they can try to get the Africans to hate each other so that they can stall the process of the rise of Africa. And you won't, because as long as I'm here and the people here can hear my voice, I'm going to tell them it's a trick. They're trying to divide and conquer. And that's interesting because they obviously probably found out that they can't conquer by force. Otherwise, you think they'd let Africa kick them out and then they leave? All Trump would do was disinvite them to the G20 summit and say, you can't come to my party. Then they got to get the people. All these strategies, other than the one that I know Trump likes to use, and that's force. But the Africans ain't scared of him. So now he's got to use the old tricks. I believe that you have the problems you have because you're a white man. Goodbye. Let me tell you why. Before I let you go, no, Africa doesn't have all the problems it has because of you. I will say, though, you, Philo, not all white people, but you, in my opinion, are one of the problems of the world. I do believe that you are a Cancer. No, you're not doing good because I think you're a problem for you. You're not a problem for me. You're not a problem for anybody but you. There you go. The Christian card here. Everybody's getting gagged today. I don't know why they're playing with me today. They just keep running up and getting batted down. They conquered with it before. Christianity, and it worked. This was a success. They rode in on their Christian horses, even through diverse lands, and it worked. So they will use it again because they were kicked out of Africa. And now they want to dismantle it. Judgment time. Trials and tribulation for me. Judgment for people like those white supremacists in my chat. What are you going to do? Spirit, will the powers that be successful in conquering Africa again? Will they do it again? Will they conquer the world again and dominate again like they plan? Will they do it? Somebody asked for me to read Trump's future. I'm going to read the future of the Cancers of the world. You will try, and you will try. And time will go on with you trying. You will try. The problem, though, America is weak now, or the current superpowers are weak, especially the largest one, America. It has suffered a wound already. The problem is, though, that no, the other people, they're not weak anymore. The nations that you guys rode in on and conquered, they're not new to your shit anymore. Your strategies, your games, or any of that. So everybody else is prepared to deal with y'all, and they're ready for you. White power, y'all got a problem. My question was, will Africa be conquered again? No. Will the world be conquered again like you guys did before? No. They'll fight to the death. All of these are saying, hell no, we won't go. And it's because you're not on top anymore. So they don't mind whacking your ass, dear superpowers. And they know that you guys are already been weakened. You don't have the support of your people anymore. Your own people are against you. And we've had history to help us learn your tricks. The problem with white supremacists is that in their hatred and their lust and thirst for power, they never learn anything. So everybody else who might have lost, so you think, because we still here, we've had time to sit back and watch you cook. Y'all been on top. Y'all ain't been learning shit because you've been comfortable. Kenny, these cards are not the devil, they're cards. I am God and I am the devil. I am both. I am good and I am evil, whichever I choose to be today, as you are. While you are in my chat, you're showing up as the devil. Hashatan, the accuser. And Satan, get thee behind me. Anyways, I'm done. We survived the trolls. They did not survive us, busted babies, and they never will again. It's a new dawn and a new day. Saturn has gone direct and has shown me that you thought you were weak, but you're a bad bitch. And they can't take you, including the ones that sent the trolls. Love you guys. Bye.